Very good morning and welcome to coverage of day 3 of the 4th Test match between India and England, coming to you from the Jharkhand State Cricket Association Stadium in Ranchi. Game is moving forward very, very quickly and is expected to move even more quickly as we get into day 3. India will resume, remember, on 219 for 7, still trailing England by a very, very significant 134 runs with the 2 men at the crease. Dhruv Jurel on 30, the keeper batsman, and with him Kuldeep Yadav on 17. So a difficult morning in prospect for the home side. The spinners played a massive role yesterday. Former England captain Alistair Cook said that he'd never seen two England spinners bowl as well, or certainly not since 2012 when Monty Panesar and Graham Swan were bowling England to victory in India. But the spinners, as I said, will play a massive, massive role. And before we get into the day's action, let's hear from England's spin coach Jeetan Patel. He was chatting to our man on the ground, Cameron Ponsonby.
I mean, obviously Bash bowled amazingly well, but it's the support acts within that. Tom Hartley, Jimmy Anderson, even Ollie Robinson, in terms of how they got the ball to move first up. You know, we know there's something funny in this wicket. We've just got to try and find ways to exploit it. I think after that first over of the test match where the ball went up and went down, everyone was sort of like, what's going to happen here? But it has calmed down a little bit. It's on us to try and exploit how we're going to get more out of it. But Bash yesterday was immense. You know, he is an exciting young talent. And big ups to Stokes and the rest of the group to give him the opportunity to be able to exploit that, you know, and to let him be him. And that was probably the best thing about yesterday, was Bash being able to bowl how he wants to bowl, how he wants to attack Test cricket.
This is just the second series since 2002 in India where an opposing side's spinners have taken more wickets than the home team spinners. Has that level of success taken you by surprise at all?
No, not necessarily, mate. Like these guys are skilled, really highly skilled. It's just our job, I suppose, is to let them showcase that, you know, and to not to put any boundaries around that. And they're going to make mistakes. That's the beauty of it. It's the beauty of the captain we have. You know, he allows his players to make mistakes because he sees the upside the other way. It doesn't surprise me, but it does excite me. And I think we can't forget that whatever happens in this game, whatever happens this morning or the rest of the test match, it doesn't matter. We're seeing some young cricketers have some fun.
Coming off yesterday, was there any more talk about how the pitch was changing? Are we expecting that fast forward button to be hit this morning, or was it hit yesterday?
Do you know what? Like it seems like a typical subcontinent wicket where it's, you know, look, there's funny things that happen on day one. You know, it's not, we can't discount that, but usually, typically it starts slow and then gathers pace as the game goes on, whereas in England it would start quickly and slow down. It seems a bit typical, but the more we read into the pitch, the more we forget about what we do, and that's probably the most important thing. Is this first hour is the only important hour of the test match. Well, let's deal with that and see what happens beyond that.
Well, he's always optimistic, and he's very straight-talking as well. England spin coach Jeetan Patel. It's going to be a massive morning for India. I think psychologically, if they can get that deficit down to double figures from the triple figures, they're 134 behind. They've got 3 wickets left, but after Kuldeep Yadav, it's questionable how much of a contribution there'll be to come from Akashdeep and Mohammad Siraj. It really all depends on Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, who's shown some real quality, made his debut in the last test match, and every time he's batted, he's shown why the Indian selectors have placed so much faith in him. Good morning to Jared Kimber and to Alex Tudor. Morning, big man.
Morning, legend. How are we?
Yeah, well? Very good. It's cold out there, and it's actually cold in Ranchi as well. Most of the players have got an extra layer on, or they did have. It's under 20 degrees, so nice spring weather in Ranchi.
Yeah, big morning. England Had a fantastic day yesterday. Especially young Shoaib Bashir. Thought he bowled tremendously well. Was it 31 overs, that spell?
Yeah, and right up there amongst the longest spells bowled by England spinners. Certainly in the modern era, only Graham Swan bowled a longer spell, and that was in 2012. He bowled 32 overs, so only one more. He bowled yesterday, Shoaib Bashir, from before lunch until the close of play. It's a very good effort. What was the longest spell you ever bowled?
Gosh.
Not that you were bowling off spin.
No, but I don't know if...
12?
That's a good question. Possibly 11, maybe. And that might be, bowled and then maybe have a break and then carried on for a little bit longer, so to speak. But no, I wasn't one for long spells, really, or short bursts for the big man.
Yes, absolutely. Right then, it is Shoaib Bashir to continue where he left off yesterday, and he's padded up to the first delivery. Kuldeep Yadav playing no shot, hits him on the pad. More of a polite inquiry, really, rather than a full-blooded appeal, but you would have heard that. Ben Stokes is just checking with Ben Folkes whether the review might be an option. He's only got one left, and I would suggest he needs to be prudent with it. Here is Bashir round the stumps, between the umpire and the stumps, and that's pushed away defensively by Kuldeep Yadav, the left-hander. So he's actually played the spinners very, very well, Kuldeep Yadav, in a largely defensive frame of mind. But he's, as we said yesterday, worked so hard on his batting in recent times. That one is again left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. It's an exciting looking pitch. The cracks are not just widening, they're deteriorating at the edges as well. And he knows, everybody knows, there will be some unplayable deliveries. Bashir in again. Yadav plays defensively once more. Jared Kimber, I wonder if you could tell us at the end of the over whether this continues to count as a spell. Do you is that when you overnight and then you carry on from the same end, is that the same spell? Forward comes Yadav again playing defensively, no run. Morning.
It depends on how people count them. I would say it's not the same spell, but you could say he's bowled unchanged from that end.
So is it? Well, it was counted as a spell, even though there was lunch and tea.
Well, that's what
yesterday.
I mean, people do count those as spells, yes.
Bashir to continue, or to finish rather, and Yadav pushes it out into the offside, Ben Duckett fields, and there's no run. So, Tudes, do England push for the last 3 wickets, or do they just wait and be patient?
No, I think this England team will keep pushing. I don't think under Ben Stokes' captaincy, if he would just wait for something to happen, he's not that type of individual. So I think they will push. And as I said, if they get them down these last 3 for under 30, that gives them a lead of just above 100. And I just think when England come to bat, they're going to bat ultra positively. I said I feel we're going to see a few more reverse sweeps from individuals. There's so much time left in the game, but obviously it's not going to go its duration.
Be a massive surprise if it does. There is, however, a very small chance, possibility of some rain this afternoon, and there is rain forecast for day 5. So if somehow it does limp into day 5, we might be delayed. Ollie Robinson's bowling the first over of the day from the MS Dhoni Pavilion end, and the first runs as he angles that one into the pads of the right-handed Dhruv Jurel, who knocks it away to deep backward square leg. It does appear that the England team are operating on the same brand of chewing gum, because Ben Stokes and Shoaib Bashir have you can see the chewing gum. It's a kind of bright lime green colour, and they're both ardent chewers, masticators. 220 for 7. Jurel 31. Kuldeep Yadav has 17 off 78 balls.
You're a bit surprised that Robertson is taking a ball. I thought they might just go root and just try and slip through the old ball. Maybe they think they can reverse it before the new ball.
Well, I mean, that first ball was 66 miles an hour. I don't know if he bowled a slow ball. It was a real loosener.
It is hard to reverse the ball at that pace.
It is. It was a real loosener, that was. And I was having a discussion yesterday, remember when we went off to the academy, the great Dennis Lilly was not impressed with, when you go out there an hour and a half before.
Robinson in again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. That was slightly quicker, but it is military medium, isn't it, at the moment?
It's a no ball as well. So he was a little bit overstretching on that one. I mean, that's a big no ball.
It just does seem strange that he would look so stiff and medium paced. I mean, he's had time to prepare and warm up. Here's Robinson again, and guided away defensively by Yadav into the offside. No run.
You get to the ground early, and Dennis Lee was saying, look, you got to change the way you do prepare. Sort of a given thing within cricket. You get there early, you have your warm up, you train, bowl some balls, go back in for 45 minutes, have a tea, coffee, whatever it is, and then with a couple of minutes you might come and bowl a couple at the side of the pitch. But
he's hopefully getting into his work now. Robinson. Forward comes Yadav again, opens the face of the bat, steers it past Bairstow at backward point, and they go through for another single.
And then we would go for a stage of, okay, let's take this on board. So you do your warm up, go in, and then the bowlers would go in, and with about 20 minutes to go, get all our whites on and go out there, and basically, we are sweating. So that first ball is on the money. You shouldn't really be, he was one saying, listen, you shouldn't be trying to get into your spell, you should be ready. Be it if his captain tells you early enough, or etc.
Just the one slip in place as Robinson is into Dural. Again, plays defensively, solidly behind the line of this, playing from the crease, neither forward nor back. The slowest delivery he's bowled was 111 kilometres an hour. And given that his fastest is below 130, just 129, it does sort of beg the question. I mean, presumably the 111 kilometres an hour was actually a deliberate slower ball. You would hope so. Otherwise it's come out really badly. Here's Robinson again to the crease, bowls Dural. That bounces a bit, takes off, hits him on the thigh pad, I think, maybe gloves, gone down the leg side. They will run through for a leg by, so it was off the thigh pad. But it's interesting, the two deliveries that have done something slightly unusual have both bounced more rather than less. Actually, it's above the thigh pad, isn't it? It's hit him in the ribs.
Yeah, it's in the ribs, yeah. You felt that. As you said, that delivery's only at 121 kilometres per hour. Imagine if that was a Mark Wood, or the great man who we got on commentary with us, Steve Harmison. You wouldn't want that in there.
Two slips in for the left-handed Kuldeep Yadav, and forward he comes. Solid. Playing that up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off. There's been absolutely no sign during the course of the Test match so far that Ben Stokes is even contemplating having a bowl himself, after much speculation before the Test that he might bowl, and he even didn't rule it out himself. But has there been a moment at all during India's innings where you've thought, a couple of overs from Stokes here would be good?
You think it, but like Johnny and Steve Harmison saying yesterday, they don't want it to happen. It hasn't happened, which I think is a good thing. Longer he's able to just get himself ready. There's so much cricket on the horizon for the England team that you'd want a fit Ben Stokes, and a Ben Stokes that can bowl. I don't think there's need for him on this wicket to have a bowl. He's got enough at his disposal to get 10, 20 wickets.
Yeah, talking of being adequately prepared, Kumar Dharmasena, the standing umpire, has just realised that it's cold out there, and he's just called for his jacket from the fourth umpire. That's played defensively again as Shoaib Bashir continues. A marathon spell it's been. He's no stranger to hard work, of course, in the infancy of his career, but he did bowl 38 overs in the first innings on debut. Finished with 3 for 130. And he's still going. He's into his 34th over now, so he may well match that 38 that he bowled in the first innings. This one punched off the back foot by Jurel down towards long on, fielded by Ben Duckett. Looking forward to seeing how he goes about his work when England come to bat a second time. Ben Duckett, well, and Zach Crawley. As Alex Tudor said, there'll be some shots played. Be surprised if there weren't. Jurel 32 now. Bashir in wide of the stumps to Kuldeep. Nudged again out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Very, very solid defensive technique, Kuldeep Yadav. 83 balls he's faced now. So we talk about the difficulties of the pitch. He's not having any. Bashir into him again. Forward he comes, the left-hander, pushing that. Again, defensively out on the offside. Yes, Jared.
I was just going to say, it's worth remembering, other than we're just having a look at the ball, hit the crack and then hit the ribs. Double crack, perhaps, in that case.
Bashir again to Kuldeep. Defends, no run.
When Kuldeep is batting, it's going to be very different than a lot of the other batters who are going to have to bat throughout this game, because the ball is very, very soft. So if you want to know the difference, go and find a cracky bit of ground and drop an orange on the ground and see what it does, and then drop a golf ball and see what it does. That it's the hardness that is the major issue. So this is the best time to bat in the game.
Forward comes Kuldeep defending, no run. You mean they should be trying to score some runs?
I mean, they're just getting back in, and Kuldeep doesn't score a lot of runs. But what I mean is, he's faced 86 balls. That is not the same as a top order player from either of these sides struggling to face 86 balls. It's a completely different game. Once that ball gets soft, it comes on slower. Even if it does hit the crack, it moves slower. You can adjust to it. We saw a ball run along the ground last night, and Jurel just hit it off the middle of the bat, whereas everyone else couldn't get anywhere near it. The ball doesn't react off the pitch as quickly. It is much easier to bat off a softball, and I think some people, especially younger fans, get a bit confused with this, because in white ball cricket, it can be very hard to bat against a softball sometimes, especially at the end of T20 and one-day games, but that's because you're trying to smack it everywhere. If you're just trying to defend when the ball gets soft, it's very hard for you to be dismissed.
Robinson into Jurel, the right-hander, plays it defensively. 224 for 7.
But yes, they should be trying to score more here, because the new ball will be coming in a minute and they won't know. I can understand why they're not doing that, though. They're just restarting in the morning and probably trying to bat properly at the moment. Rohit Sharma's got the same coat on that you bought.
Yes, a puffer jacket. I wonder whether he got his from Primark. I bet he paid more than 15 quid for it. Actually, he probably got it for free.
I was just about to say that. I don't think he would have been paying for it.
Slip in place. Robinson into Jurel. Pushes away defensively out on the offside. There's no run. So Jimmy Anderson takes a new ball straight away? Question?
No, I think so. I think he takes a new ball. I think, the new ball will come, unless we see something horribly happen on the pitch where one goes on your bootlace. I think, as Gerard rightly said, the new ball has, on this wicket is where the action is. I think Ben Stokes won't mess around. He'll get it in his bowler's hands.
Here's Robinson once again, and Jurel opens the face, guides it, steers it to deep backward point. England are giving him a run there. It's Shoaib Bashir who does the fielding, and Robinson will take it at the other end, bowl another couple of overs, or?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I think he'll take it. I don't know how many he'll have, and then maybe spin while the ball is hard. Things will happen. As you say, if they can keep it into the triple figures and then go about their work in the second innings.
225 for 7. This partnership is currently worth 48. India still 128 runs behind. Ollie Robinson yet to take a wicket in his first Test match in the series. Here he is round the wicket to Kuldeep Yadav, and that's steered towards third man, but very well fielded by Joe Root, diving to his left. It's about 16, 17 degrees, getting up towards 20 degrees later in the day, so it's cool by Indian standards in the eastern part of the country, but you would think that it was at -2 if you look at the Indian bench. They've got the hoodies on and the fleeces and the puffer jackets, and Joe Root's wearing a sleeveless sweater, but most of the England players have taken the sweaters off that they were wearing during warm-ups. Most of them are in the field just with a shirt on. Yadav again opens the face of the bat and guides it away down to wide third, and we'll go through for another single. The end of the over from Ollie Robinson. Sometimes the question is asked, isn't it, Alex Tudor, of Robinson, and he just seems sometimes to be a little bit too languid. Sometimes you just want him to run in and hit the pitch a bit harder.
Yeah, like when he first came into this England side, you know, he was doing that. He's running hard, and his second, third spells were same pace.
Here he is once again. Oh, it's a good short one. Very well played by Dhruv Jurel. Watched it and had to sway. That followed him, didn't it?
Yeah, a little bit of matrix action going on there from Jurel, the keeper, who's looked very impressive, very organised, unfazed really, even on a wicket like this. But just sort of going back to Robinson, and then a couple of injuries started to come along, and I remember everyone was sort of looking at his paces. You know, there was a definite dip in his sort of third spells, and then people were talking about his fitness and stuff like that. And as you say, he looks as fit as he's ever had. The minute looks like he slimmed down. As you said, maybe he just thinks, you know, with his height, do I need to steam in? Look, I just need to bang away at a good length where these cracks are and just let the wicket do the rest. Sometimes you don't have to overthink it as a bowler. Just keep it simple. If the wicket's got enough abrasiveness in it, you just got to just make sure you hit it more often than not.
77 overs gone now, and it does look and feel like we're in a bit of a holding pattern, waiting for that new ball. Forward comes Kuldeep Yadav again, pushing it up towards mid-off. Just in fairness to the Indian team, as the spectators are all fairly well wrapped up as well, and a lot of the England supporters look like they are ill-equipped for temperatures below 20 degrees. Yadav now drives Bashir out towards cover, straight to Duckett at point, and there's no run. It looks like they could have grabbed whatever they can, whatever extra layers they can find, and maybe visited a market early on in the morning, Sunday morning, see what they can find. There's a lady in a red shawl. It looks unfamiliar. Looks like she's wearing it for the first time. That's steered away again to backward point by Kuldeep Yadav. 19 from 91 balls. Kuldeep Yadav, Dhruv Jurel, 33 off 67. India 226 for 7. Still 127 runs behind England. As Bashir is in once again, and Kuldeep Yadav drives, and it hits Ollie Pope on the left shin. That's my guess. He's got a grin on his face and thinking that the shin pads have done their job there. No, it's hit him on the forearm. Still, he's smiling. Nudged away by Kuldeep once again, out towards mid-wicket. Bairstow Fields, 226 for 7. Jimmy Anderson, we expect to take the new ball in 2 overs' time. India just grinding for the first 20 minutes of the morning 3. Forward comes Kuldeep once again. Very pleased with that forward defensive shot, so much so that he maintains the pose. And India still 226 for 7. Will there have been, I mean, you won't know this, but just an educated guess, will the Indians have spoken much about what kind of number that they'll be happy with, or is it just everyone knows their job, just get on with it? You don't have to discuss it, just score as many as possible?
Yeah, I think so. They, you know, obviously, right, Sharma say, look, stay out there as long as you can, frustrate the England team. And there's, who knows, you just never know in this game, do we? We've all been talking about the wicket, but yes, it's got the odd alien in it, but it's not like it's unplayable.
Here is Robinson. That's a short one. That looked like a bit more of an effort ball from Ollie Robinson, but it was too wide outside the off stump. Actually, it was still just below 125 kilometres an hour. So it did bounce, though. And Dhruv Jurel wanted to take it on, but it just climbed a little bit too high, and that's a second no ball. of the morning for Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, maybe just overstriding, isn't he? As you said, that was more of like an effort ball from him. Still have an issue with all these no balls.
Here's Robinson once again, another short one. Jarell in position to hook, but then again decided to leave it alone. That no ball, Jared will have to help me out here. I haven't got Ollie Robinson's career in front of me, but I've just been told that no ball means that his career Test match no balls have now equalled his career Test match wickets. As many no balls as wickets. Which is not something to be proud about, actually, is it, really? Too many of one, not enough of the other. Low full toss now, flicked away out towards Zach Crawley, deep square leg.
I mean, I had a lot of no ball trouble when I was younger and during my career as he bowls another one. And I just think there's no excuse. I remember Duncan Fletcher was massive on it. And I remember my dad told me something. He said in Test time, the crease has never changed. And as a tall guy who's got long stride, just make your own crease. And I just don't understand why now that doesn't happen or that information hasn't gone. There's no need really for you to, obviously you want to get as close as possible really, for, when you release, etc. But I don't think there's a real reason for you to be bowling no ball. Just make your own crease. It could be a foot. You make your own crease. So even if you're over that line, you're still in the normal one.
Here's Robinson then bowls to Kuldeep outside the off stump. I don't think he played at that. Just tucked the bat. He got into position to and then just tucked the bat in behind the pad.
But what frustrates me, and it's funny, once like back end of my career, and bowlers running up in nets and bowling no balls, and when you see them at the side and they're bowling massive no balls, you're just training the brain. You can't just turn it on when it gets into a game situation when the pressure's on. In the nets, they should be making sure they're behind the line.
Robinson in once again. Kuldeep leaves alone outside the off stump. His job is definitely frustration, isn't it? He's not. He knows that he's not a great run scorer. He's just going to eat up balls. 76 wickets, Lee Robinson, in 20 matches. So now 77 no balls.
That's a lot.
Mikey Holding's brilliant on the subject of no balls. Just absolutely unforgivable. He says he's completely uncompromising in his attitude. Forward comes Kuldeep to the next one. Again, plays away defensively on the offside. You would think that a great fast bowler, or any fast bowler, would have a certain amount of empathy. You go, well, there might be sometimes there could be trouble with the outfield, maybe. But Mikey Holding, no, absolutely unequivocal. It is unforgivable. Just
I'm with him, and I'm one who had, as I said, I had no ball trouble in my career, massive no ball trouble.
Robinson in again. Forward comes Kuldeep, pushing that one up on the onside. 77 no balls in 20 Test matches.
No, as you say, I'm one where there should be no excuse, and you see the footage, social media, when they throw stuff out, and you see them in nets, and they're bowling no balls, and everyone's harping on it in the comments. It's a no ball, it's no ball. It'll mess around with your length, so you'll think you're bowling well in nets. But if you're bowling no balls, you're changing your length, and then you've got to come into a game. So I just think, you've got to train the brain, don't you? Just do the basics. Keep your foot behind. I just can't believe no one sorted that out. Maybe I need to send Papa Tudor out there.
Here's Robinson to Kuldeep Yadav, and he does score occasionally, and here's another one. Takes him up to 20, tucked off his pads down towards fine leg, and they trot through for an easy. Kuldeep moves to 20, Jarell 34, 230 for 7. Another word from Jared Kimber, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
I've not seen a lot of long jump practice, but I'd be shocked if people were practicing the long jump by jumping over the marker that they need to. Do you know what I mean? So it is a weird thing. You bowled 50 no balls in Test cricket.
Yeah, I only played 10 Test matches. I had problems.
Yeah, Harmy bowled 126. Obviously, he played a few more Test matches than you. Just on this wicket, though, from overs 1 to 30, there's been a dismissal every 51 balls. From overs 30 to 80, there's been a dismissal every 83.
It's Bashir, and Kuldeep Yadav is forward.
opens the face of the bat on the drive. A little bit of width there on offer, but can't beat Johnny Bairstow at point. 100 balls faced from Kuldeep Yadav, who's 20 not out.
So just going back to the soft ball that I was talking about before, that it shows you how early this ball's getting soft.
A touch straighter this time as Yadav defends.
So with the way India were batting, there's no way we thought they were getting to the second new ball. But once it got soft, you've got Kuldeep Yadav batting really well. But he's only 20 balls more than the average at this time. Whereas if you're a top order player...
India trailing by 123 as Bashir is in again. This is push to point, or silly point rather, no run.
A top order player on this wicket so far, if they're facing 60 or 70 balls, is doing well. It just shows you the difference of when you are facing the ball.
230 for 7 then India, as Kuldeep Yadav, who really set his stall out early in his innings, continues to do so at the start of day 3. Wonder if they've got their own weather person who's telling them, just block it out for a bit, guys, it's going to be a bit of rain. Then again on day 5, the draw comes back into the equation. Leg stump line this time from Bashir, and Yadav plays this to the leg side. Have you seen that Jack Leach has got to have a little bit of surgery on that knee injury he picked up? The swelling hasn't gone anywhere, so he's going to have to go in for a procedure, as Bashir again draws the batter forward but can't beat the bat. You know, when we were in New Zealand last year, actually, was it last year? Yeah, it was this time last year. And Jack Leach said, the thing with me is there's always a tough time around the corner. And since then, he missed the Ashes with a stress fracture. He injured himself in the field to the second ball of India's innings and missed this series. I mean, they're two two of the biggest series you can possibly play as an English cricketer.
At the start of Bazball, he concussed himself fielding
First
the ball.
game.
Yeah.
First game under Brendan McCullum, he concussed himself fielding just below the pavilion. And this is a guy that nearly died playing cricket for England. Obviously, not to do with the cricket. He contracted sepsis in 2019. So I mean, that's a shocking run of poor luck. Right, back to the cricket. Ollie Robinson has the second new ball in hand, and it's pitched up and driven by Jarrell. Are we going to see a little change in the tempo here on TalkSport and TalkSport 2, or via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel? India 230 for 7, a partnership of 53 runs between Jarrell, the wicketkeeper batsman, and Kuldeep Yadav. Kuldeep Yadav has faced the majority of the balls in the partnership. 105 balls faced, 20 runs scored. Jarrell's going slightly quicker than that. Robinson is in past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, and this is left alone by Jarrell. The pace has just jumped up a fraction for Robinson as well.
He's warm. He's warm. Most a little angry with the no balls, and most probably come up on the big screen as well. About wickets and no balls, etc.
So what was that stat Manners was saying? He's taken fewer test wickets than he's delivered no balls in his short, is he a short, would you say, short career? Has been around for that long. This is Fuller, straighter, and Jarrell has drilled this delivery straight to the boundary between the stumps at the non-striker's end and the non-striking batter, and he moves to 38.
Well, that's a fantastic cricket shot. One of the hardest, they say, hitting it to mid-on. Just a nice punch. Ollie Robinson getting full in length. And it was greeted with a straight punch down to long on. It's a fantastic cricket shot.
Robinson again And he invites a similar kind of shot. It's more of a push or a block to mid-on where Jimmy Anderson fields and Jarrell comes through for a single. So India trail by 118 runs. They were the best part of 200 runs shy of England when those wickets were falling yesterday. They looked miles off this game. But Jarrell and Kuldeep Yadav have done as what Root and Folkes did on day one, and they've batted defensively. They've batted the conditions. They've batted the game. And now England just look like they're quite concerned, but I would like to have had a wicket by now. Full again from Robinson on the pads of Kuldeep Yadav, who picks out mid-wicket with a confident clip, 235 for 7. Robinson yet to get a wicket on his return to the side. He hasn't played a lot of Test cricket. This is his first Test match since the Ashes, the Headingley Test. The third Test of 5. Didn't see him again. Round the wicket now, and he induces a drive. It doesn't go straight. The ball squirts off the bat and is fielded by Tom Hartley at his customary position. Backward deep point. And that's the end of the over. 236 for 7. Harmy's getting into the big chair. He went to see his team play yesterday, but we won't talk about that. We can talk about Fulham's win at Old Trafford if either you, Jared, or Harmy want to, but I understand if you want to wait. Maybe we can talk about it in the lunch break. Maybe we have a half an hour on that.
Man U were about as good as Newcastle last night, apparently. I didn't see Man U's performance, but Newcastle's wasn't very good in the first half.
How do you assess how England have gone today, Harmy? Bashir is in. He's going to be taking the second new ball with Ollie Robinson, and he once again draws Kuldeep forward.
I actually think you've got to give India credit. I don't think Ollie Robinson's bowled badly. I think he's put a ball in a decent area with an old ball, and India have played really well. I thought Bashir's held his length very, very well. Asked the Indian batters to come forward.
He does that again, and this is inside edge, really. Little flourish of the bat from Kuldeep Yadav, fielded at short mid-wicket by Zach Crawley, no run.
Kuldeep's defended well. Jarrell's, when the time was to attack and he's hit the ball well from a boundary point of view or an aggressive shot point of view, he's timed it nicely.
A little bit of flight there, and this is the width that Kuldeep Yadav actually has steered past Johnny Bairstow quite beautifully at point and away to the boundary. Good looking shot from Yadav, and that's the second boundary to greet the second new ball.
Again, it's not a bad ball. It's asking a number 9 batter to come and play a front foot shot where it's not really a half volley. It's not a drive, right under the batter's nose. He's had to reach for it and just adjust his hands very, very well, pick the gap, and because of the hardness of the ball, it's raced away for 4. It was a good shot.
Partnership of 63 now as Yadav lets this ball go past the off stump, moves away from the left-hander. He switched ends this year, isn't he?
Switched ends from yesterday. I think he did that for 1 over last night as well. He bowled 31 overs from one end and then just 1 from the...
Whoa, big movement away from Yadav, and that must have hit a crack.
I was going to say that must be a crack, not the surface. Yeah, I think there was quite a few yesterday went off crack and not off surface. So again, good signs for England with the lead they've got. Just got to break this partnership.
Forward is Yadav, targeting the stumps this time, trying to get one of those deliveries to keep low, to go on with the arm. But Yadav sees this off, 25 not out, and India have moved along to 240 for 7.
Yeah, it hit the crack, and rather than spinning, it just went sideways, and you saw straight away Shoaib Bashir look around to everyone and go, okay, this is what we were waiting for, because there were balls that hit the crack earlier with the older ball and they moved slightly, whereas that one went violently away.
They're not going to. If I'm batting against that as a tail ender, probably a little bit worse. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. A lot worse tail ender than Kuldeep Yadav. But if I'm facing that, it's not going to get me out.
Oh, that ball's not going to get anyone out, I think, because it moved so far. There's no way you would nick that, and it was too wide. But that's the first one we've seen dart off a crack.
Yeah.
Next time it could hit the same crack and roll on the ground.
On the deck. But the beauty about the way Yadav's played this morning is that he's covered himself on off stump. He's got himself in a position not playing too far away from his body. So if it does dart along the ground and it is coming towards him, there's a very, very good chance I can play from out off stump, I can get something on it, and it's not going to get me either bowled or LBW. If it turns, well, I can say, well, it looks good, but it's not going to get me out.
Will McPherson has been in contact, Daily Telegraph cricket correspondent, and Jarrell blocks this to short cover, no run. He's been our man in the camp on occasion over the last couple of years, and he's just messaged us to say, I reckon the rain chat might be a little bit overblown. So thanks for that, Will. Keep it coming.
Isn't it 5% chance of rain?
Yeah. No, it's 5% chance between 1 and 3 p.m.
It's a low % chance of rain.
Well, Macca's just hovering. Blocked again by Jarrell on his toes, keeping back this time.
Would Macca be more excited to go out if it was 2-2? Or would he be more excited to fly out suddenly if it was raining on day 4 and 5 here?
Oh, well, I think we all know the answer. For those listeners who weren't listening to our coverage of Sri Lanka in 2018, you might not know what we're talking about. West Indies 2019, South Africa 2020.
No man has ever touched more puddles than Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, splashometer. Anderson as Jarrell drops this into the offside. Yadav isn't going anywhere. Pushes it straight to the fielder. Yadav's like, well, hang on, mate. Jarrell feels there was a single, and there just simply wasn't one there.
I think there was one if Kuldeep was on his toes and went.
Do you think?
Went early. Yeah, I think there was. That was how like Joe Root and Ben Foakes and one or two others were getting the partnerships were getting singles. But it bounced up nicely for the fielder. But I think if both batters go there, then I think there probably was one. But again, tail ender and Kuldeep.
2 slips in place, and
That's exactly going to happen.
This time is an identical shot. Goes pops out to the offside, and this time it's Yadav who's 2 or 3 steps down the track, and Jarrell's like, come on.
You know, we keep going on about my highest score and run out 99 and 49. That's exactly how it happened. The first one, there was definitely a single on. The second one, Monty just kept running at me and I had nowhere to go.
That was brilliant. I don't think there was a single for either, but we'll never know. What we do know is that India have started day 3 pretty well, and Anderson has been brought into the attack, targeting the pads this time, and Jarrell meeting the ball with a full face. There have been few scares for the Indian batters this morning, apart from one delivery bowled in the last over from Bashir, which deviated out of a crack and well away from the left-handed Kuldeep Yadav. He didn't get anywhere near it, didn't try and play it, but it just gave us all an indication of, you know, what is on offer for the England bowlers and India when they come out to bowl at some point today, as this bounces a little bit and Jarrell takes his hand off the bat and he's just wringing his hand out. Jarrell was coming forward and it just kind of spat up from Anderson. Single taken. India batting nicely, the sun trying to break out of the clouds. And India just trying to take time out of the game, and they're trying to score a little bit quicker than they were against that older, deader ball. But the second new ball has been taken. Anderson has been brought into the attack to replace Ollie Robinson, but Bashir is set to continue.
Yeah, no, that's the key thing, John. I think you're 124 runs behind, or 100 runs behind. You've got to try and close the gap, and the new ball gives you a chance to close the gap because it's obviously a lot harder without being reckless. You've still got to look to score, and I think these two have done brilliantly. getting themselves in a positive position from a defensive point of view.
This is a delivery bowled by Bashir, and Jarrell looks like he's going to try and play it to the offside, but actually brings his bat round, ball well outside off stump, and he kind of ungainly shot really, no timing, and drags the ball straight but towards the leg side as Bashir once again plenty of flight this time, and he draws Jarrell forward. Jarrell 40 not out, and playing like a guy that's got a little bit of cricket behind him. He toured South Africa with India A in December, played against England A in January. Now he's trying to save a test match for India as he pushes this delivery from Bashir. It's on a good length up to Duckett, who's stationed at long on. 242 for 7.
He got 50 in that game, and there was a 2-day game. He got 50. We got 50 off 38 balls. He likes to score quickly, does Jarrell, and he didn't play in the second. He didn't play in the 4-day game against England there because obviously he got picked into the first test squad.
Bashir again. This is straight. Kuldeep Yadav is showing he's got plenty of defensive technique coming forward again. Top score of 40 in Test cricket. Kuldeep Yadav played 11 Test matches, average of 13. Jarrell's never scored a Test half century, 46 on debut. This is why this comes in to Kuldeep Yadav, who's trying to play this ball to the offside and gets a healthy inside edge.
Beautiful arm ball. Beautiful arm ball. It's just shaped in nicely, swung in nicely. And it's gone on. It's hit one of the little big green grass areas and skidded on to off stump. But again, Kuldeep coming forward, positive position, managed to smother it.
England just got to keep going, keep the faith. There's nothing extraordinary happening from this delivery, which Yadav again is happy to defend. But that's the point though, isn't it? It's deliveries like those, Harmy, that just show England just need to keep going. There is a ball there that is going to deviate and cause problems. If they bowl tight, they bowl nicely, they've got this second new ball, something is going to happen. India though have whittled away the deficit a little. They trail by 111, they're 242 for 7 as Andrew McKenna comes in.
Yeah, absolutely, and that'd be the message from Stokes and the fielding unit around the bowlers to make sure that we're still going through the process, still hitting our good areas, not floating it into our areas, making the pitch do the work, and not giving India easy boundaries just to release the pressure.
Anderson is in, and it is played to mid-on by Jarrell, who will take a single. 242 for 7. India therefore trailing by 110. No breakthrough for England yet this morning. New ball taken. England really 100 lead in this would be absolutely massive if they can wrap this up sharpish.
Yeah, but the worst case scenario from this point, and he's put on a few more, even if England are 50 in front, 50 in front, 60 in front, it's still a great position to be in, especially batting third coming out. 180, 200.
Anderson in, slightly leg side-ish. Kuldeep will push to Robinson at mid-on, and will take a single. He goes to 26 from 117 balls. India 244 for 7. Jarrell 42 from 84.
This time tomorrow, batting on this wicket, this could be an absolute minefield come tomorrow, this time and beyond, when India are potentially trying to save the game or bat out to try and win the game if they come in and bowl England out. So there's no doom and gloom with Ben Stokes, there's no doom and gloom with the England team. We're going through a process to try and get this wicket and clean up India's tail.
Anderson in, bowls to Jarrell, straight push to mid-on. Stokes can't prevent the single there. We've seen Ben Stokes produce some miracle fielding in the series so far, but even he can't get in and prevent that push and run. Jarrell goes to 43, 245 for 7.
But excellent again from India. It really is good batting from India. They're not, they're not getting them away from themselves. They're not playing the big shot. Defending the ball and playing each ball down the ground, giving themselves the best chance to smother any movement. And because they're playing positively, they're being able to pick up singles, something that Fletcher Sarfaraz and one or two others couldn't.
In goes Anderson once again. Kuldeep is covering up defensively. No run. Started this morning, 45 minutes or so ago. Bit overcast and a little bit, well, I was going to say cool by comparison to what it's been in recent matches. 16 degrees when play started. Now, I know that's not Chesterless Street in April, but when you've been playing in 30 and 31, it's a heck of a difference.
Macca, that's not even Chester Street in the summer, and mind it, and I mind in April. That's not Chester Street in June.
The sun is out now, and Anderson is on his way once again. Outside pass of Kuldeep's back, but he's played it very, very controlled down to third. Tom Hartley is stationed down there, so it's another safe single to the total, 246 for 7.
It's a good ball by Anderson. Really is a good area, challenging area. Again, you credit the batter, you credit the tail ender, who is not. He's not trying to do anything other than you'd say survive, but he's being positive in his survival, which he's coming all the way forward if it does, and if it bounces and wraps you on the gloves, wraps you in the rib cage like it did earlier on about 20 minutes ago to Jarrell. But at least you're in a good position to make sure that you're playing for your stumps and you're not going to let your pads get in the way.
Anderson is in, is full. It's driven by Jarrell, outside half of the bats, out to deep point where Dan Lawrence is on doing some 12-man fielding duties at the moment. So it'll be a single to complete the over. 85 gone on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India 247 for 7. They therefore trail by 106 India, and as you might have just picked up through the stump mics, someone on the England camps just said, they're going nowhere, boys, they're going nowhere, which is probably an apt time to bring in Jared Kimber.
Well, I heard that as well, and I was actually interested in that a little bit, because I think the longer India bat, let's say they get it down to England having an 80-run lead or a 50-run lead, if they do it slowly, the wicket will actually deteriorate the more that they are out there, and it means when they bat, they might be batting 15, 20, 25 overs later, which means the wicket might be more of an issue for them. So it's a tough one for India in either direction, really.
They've got no. Unfortunately, this is the only way they can go. If they come out and swing to try and put a hole in it and get bowled out, a 100-run lead, then that is game over. And that's the beauty about this England cricket team. When the England cricket team bat fourth,
Bashir to start a new over, his 39th. Coming and bowls over the wicket. Jarrell is just clipping to duck it at long on for an easy single. He goes to 45. India 248 for 7.
It's like when England bat fourth, you can. In the history of the game tells you anything over 220, 240, 260 is always going to be difficult to challenge. But you can add 20, 30 runs on top of that England potentially could get because of how well they start and how quickly they start and how quickly they can put an early hole into whatever target they're going to chase. But it still doesn't delay the inevitable that as they get to the latter part of the chase, the wicket is deteriorated so much.
Bashir around the wicket to the left-handed Kuldeep. He's on leg stump, so Kuldeep will turn it to square leg, and it'll be one more to the total. 104 is the deficit for India now. They're 249 for 7.
You're still looking at that total that they're chasing, where the first 80 runs is going to be a lot easier, but the last 80 runs is still going to be the fundamentals of Test cricket history, that it's still going to be difficult to get because the wicket is deteriorating so much. So yes, it is a difficult one for India from a balance point of view.
Jarrell 45 not outs, faces Bashir, who comes in and bowls right arm over, clips to long on to duck it. Single taken, 250 up for India. It's taken them 85 and a half overs to get there, but they've got there. That's the important thing.
And the thing from Jarrell's point of view, he's the one that's got to be he's the mainstay. So he's also got to be thinking once Kuldeep goes, then he can be ultra aggressive, and can he then put a big hole in the dent of the
Bashir around the wicket to Kuldeep, pushes out on the offside, no run.
Can he then, if say Kuldeep gets out with 90 runs to go, Jarrell's playing in he's got such positive movements and getting himself in good positions, can he then get 35 in a crack with the last two batters, being ultra aggressive and really then put pressure back onto England?
Kuldeep waits, a guess one that turns and bounces off the crack. It bounces high, takes folks on the shoulder really, and the top of the shoulder when I say that, and it loops up behind and there's no run, but just keep finding those, England. The old thing, let the pitch do the work. There's one there for you if you just keep in the good areas. Bashir to finish the over, brings Kuldeep forward and completes the over. The 86th, 250 for 7. India here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Don't forget, plenty of live sports coming up, and it's a Carabao Cup final day today. Chelsea-Liverpool will be coming your way this afternoon on TalkSports, underway at 3 o'clock. So get your app, your DAB, your smart speaker, or the website if you listen online. However you listen, just get yourself sorted out, ready for today. We won't talk football, Harmy.
No, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching. To be fair, I love me football, so it was as much as it was painful watching Newcastle in that first half. It was enjoyable watching Arsenal. Arsenal were brilliant. Yeah, I really were. I really enjoyed watching that first 45 minutes of Arsenal, even though it was torture from a Newcastle fan point of view. Their movement was unreal. Their passing was fantastic. Not one misplaced pass. Everything was into somebody's feet on the run. It was poetry in motion.
Anderson to start a new over. Bang on middle stump. Covered up by Jurel. And there's no run.
There's also, to be fair, we do this. We do the cricket commentary. It was nice to sit next to who I think is one of the best commentators in football, Sam Matterface, and Scott Minto, Fair, Carruthers. To see them work at close quarters from the inside. Obviously Sal, who's produced the cricket coverage out in South Africa and Sri Lanka, so it was good to catch up with him. So it was good to watch and listen and learn off arguably the best we've got as well in a different sport.
James Anderson in, goes full and straight again. Jurel is pushing to very straight mid-on, but there is no runners. Stokes Fields.
It was still torture from a Newcastle fan's point of view. We just couldn't get the ball. It was, for 25 minutes in the first half, I'm watching a game and I'm going, they've got 14 men. It was like when we get it, they've got 2 extra players, and when they've got it, they've got 3 extra players. They were so good. It's probably the best 45 minutes I've ever seen. I've seen anybody this season. Arsenal were brilliant.
Anderson goes in down leg side. Yes, taken by Folkes, but umpire Tucker says not out. There's a definite deviation, and now Folkes gets back to his knees, back to his feet, having taken the catch on his knees, tapping his thigh as if to say, no, it is thigh pad, don't review it.
I think it's gone so slowly, and there wasn't really a wooden noise. I just think it's pad. I think it's all of pad. It's nipped back, and I think it's just the pad rather than the inside edge. Didn't fly. You'd expect that one to fly if it was an inside edge. Yeah, it's Ultra Edge is showing us that it's just missed the inside edge, and it's the inside edge, and it's clipped the pad.
Anderson to go again. Jurel drops it into the offside to point, and will take a single that takes him to his highest test match score. He's gone to 47. Of course, this is only his second test match, and therefore beating the 46 that he made in the third game. But it's the way he's doing it at the moment, and the fact he's doing it when his team need him. 251 for 7. Yeah,
he's batted. Obviously, we've said he's batted nicely. I just wonder now if Ben Stokes thinks of bringing deep point up. He's got third, deep point, deep square, and fine leg. I just wonder to Anderson, to Jurel. He's in the infancy of his career. Can you bring deep point up and stop that single, and then make him push at it? If you make him do that and push at it, he might nick it to slip.
Anderson around the wicket to Kuldeep. 2 slips in place. It's a short one, though. Kuldeep drops his hands and allows it through to Folkes, and there's no run. By the way, how well has Kuldeep batted these last couple of test matches? The night watcher innings was cracking, and then came out and played some shots the following morning. Was it 28 now from 24 balls? Yeah,
I think in the second test match he batted nearly 50 balls in one of the innings. He batted 91 balls in the last test match. Over 120 now. He's doing a great job as a number 9, just absorbing pressure and absorbing time on the surface.
Anderson goes in. Kuldeep is playing it off the inside half of the bat, which is why there's some oohs and ahs, but he keeps it out successfully, and there's no run.
And end of another good over from Jimmy Anderson, just the one off it. 87 overs gone. I just wonder if Ben Stokes is thinking about Tom Hartley. Maybe he's trying to get the ball to go away from the right-hander Jurel, because I think Jurel's the one that England will probably want out more than Kuldeep. Kuldeep's, he's not, as much as he's being there, he's hurting England, but if this partnership's broken, I don't think he's going to hurt England as much as what Jurel could potentially hurt England in a 4-over blast or a 5-over blast. So just wonder if Anderson's thinking and Stokes is thinking, right, bring deep point up, give him that potential big shot that he can push it through the field. But doing that with Anderson's accuracy and potential movement, will he then bring slip into play, because going at a ball that he probably doesn't need to play at.
Left arm spin for the first time this morning. 55 minutes into the morning, Tom Hartley is going to be into the attack for his 20th over. 2 for 47 so far, and he starts outside of Jurel's off stump. Punch off the back foot. They will take one. Jurel will go to 48. 2:52 for 7. So Bashir doesn't get another marathon session of bowling today, but he did more than his fair share of the work, so absolutely no problem with that.
He'll be back. I would imagine he'll be back after Anderson. He bowled a lot from the end that Jimmy Anderson bowled at yesterday, so I'd imagine you go after Anderson, 1 or 2 more overs, and you'll see Bashir back into the attack.
Hartley left arm around to the left-handed Kuldeep, bringing him forward, playing defensively, no run. Short leg, slip in place for Hartley, who is the equal leading wicket taker in the series.
I thought he bowled really well yesterday. Yeah, I thought his consistency was as good as he's been throughout the series yesterday. Didn't get the rewards that Bashir got.
Hartley goes in, brings Kuldeep forward defensively, no run.
I thought he was more in control yesterday. There was more rhythm to his bowling. His action looked very, very strong. I think yesterday it was as good as he's probably bowled for England, and he's got a 7-for. He got 7-for in the first game, and he probably bowled even better than that in the play yesterday.
Hartley goes in. Kuldeep is strongly forward to a ball that's outside of his off stump, pushing defensively out, no run. 4 balls of the over gone. Big old stride looking at the replay. I mean, Kuldeep's not a huge man.
There's not a lot of Kuldeep, is there?
Hartley goes in. Now this one doesn't spin, and Kuldeep ends up both feet pointing down the pitch back at the bowler, but he keeps it out defensively. And no run. I'm going to just put in a player back to third. Hartley goes in, and bat and pad again close together by Kuldeep. Plays defensively, no run. So a single off the first ball of the over, but that was all there was. So India trailed by 101 at the end of 88 overs. 252 for 7.
One thing they are doing, England, this morning, are rattling through them. If I'm a Jimmy Anderson, it's a good job it's not 40 degrees, because I think he'd be even grumpier than he normally is. We're having to bowl an over every minute and a half. But, yeah, again, you've got to give credit to India. They really have worked hard. Not just in defence, but they've still tried to put pressure on England and scored. Yesterday they died in a hole a little bit. Patita, Jadeja got 12 of 12 balls. That was 2 sixes. Sarfaraz, 14 or 52 balls. They really struggled to manoeuvre the ball around the field. Where this partnership, the beauty about this partnership is because they've been able to rotate strike.
Anderson goes in once again. He's gone full and straight. Jurel looking for the drive ball, hits it straight to Stokes. At mid-on, no run. Yeah, with 58 minutes of play, and we've had 15 overs this morning, so they are running through them. So we'll get 16 in the first hour, which will, if nothing else, it's a statement of intent, isn't it? It's coming out and saying we're not going to let the game drift. Yes, of course, look, bowling spinners, you are going to get through it quicker, but it's a statement of intent to say we're here, we want to get on with this game. And here we go. Anderson in. Jurel sort of pushes that with the outside half of the bat to point. Takes a single, he goes to 49. 253 for 7.
And that's the fielder there. Just it's a defensive, basically trying to keep the ball out, and it's run into the gap. And you probably don't want Jurel to get even more confidence and get away. Just giving him one, and Kuldeep's the one that England feel as though they can get out. I've been really impressed by Jurel. He looks a good player. Reminds me a little bit of Hardik Pandya, the way he picks his bat up, his stance at the crease. He's not as powerful and not as strong as Pandya, but he reminds me a little bit of Pandya, but he does look as good player.
Anderson is in and Kuldeep's played onto his stumps. Bounced a bit more than he was expecting, and he's still leaning on his bat, head down on the wicket. He can't believe he's been dismissed, but Kuldeep is finally removed for 28 from 131 deliveries. India are 253 for 8. They trail by 100, but Kuldeep's resistance is ended with a ball that didn't really do anything except bounce. He played it down onto the ground, it hit his front foot and rolled back onto his stumps.
Oh, how unlucky is that from Kuldeep Yadav? He's worked so hard, over 130 balls in this innings. He really has worked hard, and a slow death, ball bouncing off the ground onto his foot, back onto the stumps. But England will say, you know what, we've deserved that because we've worked hard this morning, haven't had the rewards that we had yesterday when the wickets were falling. We've put the ball in the right area, we've asked questions of the Indian batters, we've put pressure on, we've not let this game drift, we've not let them get away, and we've got that little bit of rubber, the green grass. And now, with Akashdeep coming in to partner Jurel, England will feel as though they can wrap this innings up quickly and get on with fast forwarding this game and hopefully get themselves into more of a positive position.
Kuldeep just absolutely crestfallen that he's let the team down there. Not his fault. He got a fair chunk of it, as you said, Macca. Somehow it hit the back of his foot and rolled back onto the stumps. It had nothing to do with the wicket. Maybe the hard ball a little bit more because it moved faster, but nothing to do with the pitch or anything like that. Kuldeep played it fairly well. Akashdeep had to put a hand around him as he walked off, as if to say, hey, you've done your job. It's okay. Thank you.
So Akashdeep, the man on debut, the man who plays his cricket in this region, wanders out. He does have a first-class 50 to his name in his 29 games played. A best of 53 not outs. His average, though, 12.7. So England will be hoping to remove him fairly quickly. And then, of course, it's Siraj to come. So it is possible to wrap this up pretty sharpish. And that is what England will be hoping for. I think what they've actually done is take drinks at some point. So they've decided to take the drinks break at this stage. So all in all, 219 for 7 overnight, 253 for 8 after the first hour. So England get 1 wicket, although India have played pretty well, Jared, wouldn't you say?
How many runs was that? Sorry, that they scored this hour?
They started on 219, so 34.
Yeah, England said, you're going nowhere, right? So I think that was very much part of England's overall plan. We talked about it yesterday. I actually thought England might be more defensive with the second new ball, with the old balls, and just basically bowled to defensive fields for 7 overs, but they didn't. Ollie Robinson came in, bowled some short balls, tried some different things. They gave Ollie Robinson an over with the new ball as well. It hasn't done as much off the surface for the spinners as we saw yesterday. I didn't see, we might have to ask Cameron what the situation with the roller was, whether the roller was used and whether that's played a part at all as well. But what we have seen so far is that England have not really allowed the game to get away from them, even if the wicket has looked just that little bit more docile and everything else so far. So I don't think England will be massively upset with the position that they are in. With the 2 tail-enders now, who I think Akashdeep, he could bat a little bit. I'll just have a look here. First-class average of 12. It's not a ferret.
I think 12's all right.
Yes.
For a number 10.
You'd take 12, wouldn't you?
No, I was a top order batsman.
I meant in first-class cricket, you'd take 12.
Yeah. No, I always think of, the sort of long-time number 10s. Yeah, an average of 12 is pretty good. Here's Jimmy Anderson and bangs it in short. Up onto his toes goes Akashdeep. Akashdeep plays it pretty well. I just think that number 10s and number 11s should be measured in partnership averages.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Because he might only average, say, 9, but he might have, the batter at the other end might be scoring plenty.
Yeah.
And as you said, it might be partnership of 40 or etc. So he's done his job.
It's like, it doesn't matter what Kuldeep Yadav's average is, you know that he's going to hang around and provide frustration, if nothing else. Up onto his toes goes Akashdeep once again and pushes this one away defensively on the offside. 253 for 8, India. Exactly 100 behind. So another 20 or 30 runs in the last couple of wickets, or even 30 or 40, and the frustration, they're worth more than the actual runs in terms of the frustration that they'll be causing England. There's a leg slip in, a short leg, and 2 regulation slips for Jimmy Anderson to Akashdeep. Anderson up to the crease again, and Deep plays up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off and mid-on, and there's no run. 253 for 8. Finally, the breakthrough comes for England with Jimmy Anderson forcing Kuldeep Yadav to play on. But it has been a frustrating first hour for England, and I think credit due to India, really, for the way that they've batted. I don't think England have done too much wrong, as Jared Kimber was saying. They've tried. Tudes, they've been pushing without being overly exuberant about it. They've been searching for wickets.
Yeah, they've done well, as I thought that they would do, and under Ben Stokes' captaincy, he's not really let a game drift. I think it shows you this pitch has not behaved as bad as we first thought. You can survive on it. You can play. There's players have scored runs, obviously. People have hung around for a long time. Obviously, there's the odd ball that behaves bad.
Tom Hartley is into the attack, and this one is punched off the back foot by Dhruv Jurel down towards Jimmy Anderson at long on, and that is a very, very fine 50. He's a top cricketer, I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. He looks very impressive in the 2 games that I've seen him. Very organised. Little bit of Rahane about him, I think. A couple of punches down the ground with that high elbow, front elbow. Ajinkya Rahane I'm talking about. He's a fine player for India.
Led to believe that the Indian selectors have taken the view that however good or indifferent his keeping is, we'll work on that. He needs to be in the team because he's a very, very good cricketer, and not just as a batter, but a match reader, and there's so much more to. Here's Hartley again, right up in the block hole. Akashdeep digs it out, and the keeper is in so many ways the kind of heartbeat of the team, isn't he? And there are qualities that you see and want and need to include in a team that you see in a keeper, and that clearly Ajit Agarkar is the head selector. Here's Akashdeep forward to Tom Hartley, stretching, leaning into this defensive push. It wasn't particularly convincing, but he kept it out.
Yeah, if they believe in his batting, I mean, it happened for England in the past. Matty Pryor, Alec Stewart, even though Alec was an opening batter. And
Hartley in again, and Akashdeep has a swing at this, and he's got it away through mid-wicket. Johnny Bairstow is in pursuit, and he will get there. Just overhauls it as it reaches the deep mid-wicket boundary. They've gone through for a couple. Akashdeep's having a swing at that's what we like to see from number 10.
Yeah, it was an old-fashioned hoik, that one, wasn't it? Sort of saw it above the eye line. He thought, yeah, I'm having a piece of this. Bottom edge of his bat. All runs count.
Yeah. Slip silly point in close as Akashdeep is forward, pushes it past Ollie Pope at silly point. And there's no run, but there are qualities, aren't there, that captains really appreciate. If the keeper isn't the captain, if he offers more to the dynamic of the team than merely runs with the bat and catches and stumpings. Here is Hartley once again, and Akashdeep is forward and pushing it up towards mid-off. I think it's the right thing to do. I mean, that was a bit of an agricultural hoik, I know, but if he's going to try and score runs, I think that's in India's best interest. I mean, there's no point. They have to bat last. There's no point using up time here.
Yeah, there's no messing around. Really, as you say, just get on and let's get this game moving forward. They're going to try and, as you say, use the batting partnerships, and you say, right, we're scarping tens. I'm sure that's what the discussion that Jarrell and Akashdeep are having. Let's just keep whittling it down, and just see if the England body language changes a little bit. But any lead is going to be a good one. As you said, you're going to have to bat last on it. And then I suppose the next interesting phase of the game would be when England come to bat in their second innings, how they go about it.
Jared Kimber's really piqued my interest about the roller now, and whether it was rolled at all. Conventional wisdom on a cracked, dry pitch suggests that you do not use the heavy roller, and you think twice about using the light roller for fear of breaking up those cracks even more and making conditions even more unpredictable than they already are. But
It just feels like it's batting a little bit flatter
Yeah,
in
exactly.
this first hour. That's the only reason I checked, was just to see what the situation was. But, it's a good situation to have. You've got two players who got to face 7 overs of the old ball, get themselves back in a little bit. I'd say that we've had 5 balls misbehave, though, which for an hour
And
in
we
this
haven't
test
had a
seems
roller.
quite low. Yeah.
as in a ball rolling along the ground.
We've
rather
had no
than the
T-roller.
It's really strange. We haven't had any that have shot through along the ground. This one is over-pitched and into the pads of Jarrell, and he clips it very nicely indeed out towards deep mid-wicket. And to the frustration of Jimmy Anderson, he's managed to come back for a second run. Very, very good cricket. Again, it's just wise from Jarrell, and he knew he was pushing for 2 immediately. It's just a reading of the situation. He wasn't waiting to see how cleanly the ball was fielded. He just committed himself to 2, get back, keep the strike, and pick up another couple of runs. Good cricket. Jarrell 52, 258 for 8, deficit of 97 now. That's pushed away defensively on the offside, no run.
And we haven't seen it misbehave too much, have we? It's you can bat on it, you can stand up there and bat. And you said the batters are who get in there batting a lot of balls. So there's not as many demons as we first thought. It's not like that. I think there's a video on YouTube about like the worst ever pitch, which I think was in Perth back in the day. It was dreadful. It was terrible. If anyone has time to go and watch that.
Second 11 game.
Was it second, was it?
Here's Jimmy Anderson, 697 wickets. This one's down the leg side. Polite appeal. Inquiry, but not out, says umpire Rod Tucker.
There were massive cracks, and he was literally hitting it and going at right angles. It was terrible. It was going over your head.
Have you never seen it?
Oh, you've got to YouTube it. It's
It was
something
the
to
second
see.
11 game.
Yeah, so I think it was Daniel Smith, the New South Wales wicketkeeper, was playing in it, and he was batting 4 metres out of his crease at times because he was trying to bat on the cracks to stop the ball. And it was still, if the ball hit the crack, it was like a trampoline. It was the least safe wicket I've ever seen, ever.
They didn't abandon the game?
I think they might have after a while.
After a while they did, yeah.
Here's Jimmy Anderson again, and Drew Jarrell plays it away defensively, no run. In the old days, Tony Gregg used to do his pitch report, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he'd stick his keys in. And then there was one, I think this is on YouTube as well, there was one time when he could actually put the whole key, he didn't have to push it in at all. The whole key could slip into one of those cracks.
Yeah,
on the
Jeffrey
whacker.
Boycott used to do it, didn't they? And I'm sure Jeffrey's done it. He's lost his key. I mean, you wouldn't be able to do that now, though. I mean, you get rugby tackled.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
You don't take your keys with you to grounds anymore. You got the cards from the hotel. No?
Jimmy Anderson in, looking for a bit of swing, bowls it full. It's clipped out towards Ollie Pope. Yeah, it's a rare run on the boundary. Not so sure about. I've never been sure about the tactic of giving runs away when they are such a vital commodity in a game situation like this. Every single run could be crucial, and to drop fielders onto the boundary for Jarrell, I just think is a gamble. But then Ben Stokes is not afraid of taking a chance, but giving runs away, in a situation like this? 8 down? Not so sure. Akashdeep, he's on 2 from 8 balls, and he's on strike now as Jimmy Anderson is up to the crease, bowls, and forward he comes. Nice little nudge off the hips down to Shoaib Bashir. Deep backward square leg, and a grimace from Jimmy Anderson as the over comes to an end. 91 gone in this Indian innings. 259 for 8, trailing by 94.
I think the only positive thing, well, not only positive, there's many positive things for the England camp, but the batters' mindsets, obviously, as they get in their mind right for batting, I'm sure they'll be thinking, no, we can still bat up on it. It's not impossible. It's not going up and down every other ball. It's rare now that we see one misbehaving. So there's plenty, I think there's still runs out there to get.
40 runs scored today so far by India, and Dhruv Jurel has moved on to an excellent 53. Certainly the pitch has behaved far better than most people predicted in the first hour and a bit of the day's play. Tom Hartley is in now to Jurel on the back foot, punches it down towards long on, declines the single to Jimmy Anderson. Not going to take a run off the first ball. So we're into this cat and mouse situation with which everybody is familiar. England want to bowl at the number 10. Prepared to give some runs to Dhruv Jurel. It's a question of whether he takes them or not, and when he takes them. Here is Hartley again. This time plays defensively, pushing it out on the offside. I've always thought that you've got the best bowlers, the best bowlers in the country, presumably for these conditions. Back them to dismiss. If you back them to dismiss the top order early in the innings, why not do it again now? A little sweep shot now from Jurel. Hits him on the pad, pops up on the offside, and I've seen it backfire more often than I've seen it succeed. And what message are you sending to Dhruv Jurel? You know, you're too good for us. We're not good enough to get you out.
I think sometimes you go the other way, as in regards of bring your fielders up, make him play a big shot instead of having them back early on, and then it's like fourth ball he takes a single, and then Akashdeep only has to face 2 balls. Let him have to play a big shot. Mix it up.
Here's Hartley in once again, left arm over the wicket and clipped out towards deep mid-wicket. This time he does take the single. That's the 4th ball, and so 2 deliveries for Akashdeep to face. And you're not only puffing up the in batsman, but you're making the job that much easier for the number 10. He's only got to face 2 balls, focus on them. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, interestingly, for Akashdeep, but I think he's just going to play defensively. If that's it, if that's my job, he pushes this one up towards mid-on. If that's his job, to face 2 balls and over, I can manage that.
You might go for a couple of boundaries, but you may get the wicket purely because the field's up.
Slip and a silly mid-off. Ollie Pope. Here's Hartley. Akashdeep lunges forward, pushes it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. India 260 for 8. Most captains do it, or have done it. They don't do it every single time, but I just think that runs are so precious in this situation.
Sometimes there's a lot of stuff in cricket, like the night watchman, etc., and like just tradition. It's like, all right, okay, so the batter who's in is batting with the lower order. It's like, yeah, all right, everyone's on the boundary bar. I mean, England had 6 boundary riders to drill that last Tom Hartley over. I just think sometimes just bring him in. Say, look, we're going to have mid-on, mid-off up and cow corner and deep mid-wicket. Just go for it. And as I said, you may go for a couple of boundaries, but actually, especially on a wicket that has the ability to rag or go underneath, something could happen. But, have them all out and he's just batting, and then 4th ball takes a single.
Jimmy Anderson to Dhruv Jurel has a little push at this one outside the off stump. He's beaten. He's trying to run it down to 3rd man, so he wasn't so much beaten as he was just as a result of the shot that he was trying to play, trying to run it down to 3rd man, and it kept low. So for the 100th time, seeing as you mentioned the subject of night watchman, did you always volunteer? Were you the man who going like, if anybody wants a night watchman, I'm your man?
Yeah, 'cause I had my dad in my ears, always said, it's an opportunity for you to show people that you can bat. So do it. I remember I did it once. Well, not once, I did it at
Loads
Essex.
of times.
I did it at Essex, and we were playing Derby. Derby weren't great at the time. But Ravi Bapari, he was very young at the time, he wanted a night watchman. I said, are you sure? He was like, yeah. I said, you sure?
Here's Jimmy Anderson. That one is driven. Nice looking shot again from Driv Jarrell, but he doesn't take the run to Crawley at long on.
Well, I got 144. And Mark Bettini got a double 100. Ravi got about 10, and then Andy Flower came in and got 100, and he missed out. And I said, never make that mistake again. Your job is to bat. You go out there and bat. Don't give someone else the opportunity to bat. I said, it's all this tradition thing, and 30 minutes to go, I need a night watch. I said, no, it's flat wicket. It's Derby. Go and bat.
Made 144.
144.
Apologies to Derby. No apologies from Jude.
No, but it's like sometimes you just read the situation. It's not. It wasn't like facing a Lancashire bowling lineup with Chappell, Martin, Flintoff, Anderson. You know, no disrespect. Johan Both. No, who is it? Yeah. Ant Bofer and Stefan Jones.
Anderson bowls a bouncer, and that's a real effort ball, but it is just ignored by Jarrell. Goes through to the keeper.
Young Graham Wagg.
Apologies to Ant Botha, Stephen Jones, and young Graham Wagg, or old Graham Wagg now, who bowled seam and spin. One of the last to do it professionally.
And can bat and lash it. But it was a flat wicket.
But you hammered him.
It was flat, mate. You got some lashes, but it was like, but it was a flat wicket, and sometimes just reading the situation. But it was this tradition thing with the night watchman. I was like, wasn't a fan.
Here's Anderson once again to Jarrell. Guides it gently down towards Ben Duckett at Banquet Point. Are you aware of a captain ever insisted? Because of that, once or twice there's been an occasion where a captain has said, "You pad out," and he's nominated the night watchman, not actually the next batsman in.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when I got my 99 at Edgbaston against New Zealand, Nasser literally went, "You're doing it." He went round and he was like, there was Tufnell, there was Mullally, then he...
Okay, that's two non-starters.
He's like, no. Caddy, obviously Caddy could, hold a bat and stuff.
Here's Anderson once again. Akash Deep plays defensively, no run.
And I had got some runs in the first innings, so he was like, Chuge, you'll do it. And I just remember my dad saying, look, if you get the opportunity, do it, just do it. So that's what happened. But I just think, again, it's a tradition thing. I know Steve Wall wasn't a fan and stuff like that. Adam Hollyoak wasn't really. We did it a couple of times at Surrey, but I remember Sakley Mushtaq went in once against Hampshire. When a night watchman half an hour ago, he got 30 runs. He went, sorry, skipper, this bowling's rubbish.
He didn't understand the job, did he? Clearly. That one is down the leg side. And there's no run, no shot off it. That wasn't a great delivery from Jimmy Anderson. The night watchman's job, in case you're not aware, is to just to be not out overnight, not necessarily to have a swing. More from Alex Tudor, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, the job is for the night watchman is to bat as many balls as you can to look after the batsman who is actually paid to bat and has a better technique than you to deal with either the new ball and the better bowlers, which always baffles me. But again, it's a tradition thing. I mean, it's in the game. The game's moving forward now, so I'm hoping that the captains now decide not to do it.
Hartley in, and Jarrell smashes the bowler straight back past him, and it's Duckett at long off who have fielded no run. They should have night watch bats and bowlers, so they have the Nighthawk for the bat. So last over of the day, to protect the bowlers from getting injured, they should call up one of the fielders to come and have a bowl. It'd be hilarious. Full and defended by Jarrell, no run, 261 for 8.
Jaiswal did that on day one.
Yeah, I was about to say that. He did. He
He
bowled the
did
last
as
over.
well, yeah. But I'm talking about fast bowler as well. He used to do that.
Jaiswal off the long run.
Nadeem Shahid did it. Ray Jr. was like, enough of that young man. He came off the boundary.
Here is Hartley, a touch wider of the crease this time, and Jarrell is forward. Yeah, it's no good. How many overs had Jaiswal bowled? How many first-class overs?
Testing him here. Come on, Jay.
We'll see if
Come
we
on,
can find
JK,
out.
come on.
It's all right. Don't have to. I don't need to know now.
As he taps furiously.
I'm on for another 19 minutes. Hartley again. Defensive shot. Forward press from Jarrell. He's 55. Deep is 2.
That was his 9th over in first-class cricket.
Well, that counts.
It looked it as well, to be fair. Didn't it?
He actually has. I'm just having a look here. He's got 7 List A wickets.
Anybody good in there?
I mean, I'm going to assume no, based
Phil-
on watching him bowl. But his record in List A cricket's not too bad. Maybe bowling a couple of overs around the 30th over mark.
Ben Stokes is just calling the field in. 2 balls left of Hartley's over, yet to concede a run, but that's because Jarrell has turned them all down. So Stokes is saying to Jarrell, well, you can go for the boundary shot here if you like, but you're staying on strike. Hartley, and he's down on the sweep. He will pick up the boundary. Deep square leg had just been brought in, so Stokes has given India 4 runs there. Decent sweep shot from Jarrell, who moves to 59.
Yeah, Hartley just straining his line, and Jarrell jumping all over that hard sweep, the deep square, no one out there. John said Ben Stokes pulled that fielder in to attempt a big shot, and the big shot he got.
So 1 ball left in the over. England want to be bowling at the number 10 bat. I wonder if anybody has ever bowled in a test match with less than, did you say 8 overs
8 overs in first-class cricket,
in
yeah.
first-class cricket? And Jarrell punches this to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, so he cannot get off strike, and it means that England will have a go at Akash Deep, who's 2 from 13. The deficit is down to 88. India 265 for 8, and Jared has got something.
So, Jaiswal, obviously, at one stage, the India under-23 team played the Bangladesh under-23 team, right? So just a development thing. And I can tell you, without any hesitation here, that the Indian team forgot to pick enough bowlers. And so Jaiswal's had to bowl in this because almost all of his List A wickets are against Bangladeshi players. I'm trying to think who. Robert Ball Haq is maybe one that people might know. But yeah, almost all of his wickets. You just know. I remember there was an A tour a few years ago where like Australia had to bowl its random bowlers for the same reason. It was like once their fast bowlers got tired, they were like, "Oh, we don't have anyone left to bowl." Who's never bowled before? Who wants to have a go?
Right, England need 2 wickets, and India continuing to eat away at England's first innings score. 357, 265 for 8, India in reply, and Akash Deep comes forward to a full delivery, bowled by young Bashir, who picked up 4 wickets yesterday, ripping through the Indian middle order. And there's quite a few column inches filled. This is essentially a half tracker down the leg side, and Bashir is lucky that Akash Deep didn't see the line and just clip that away. Could have got off strike relatively easily if he'd got anything on the ball there. It's just at the field. Fine leg is up. There's short leg, square leg, mid wicket. There's fielder at deep mid wicket as Bashir traps Deep on the pads, but he's got a big step forward, and that was turning too much. It would have been going down past leg stump. But Deep's defensive technique doesn't look anywhere where Kuldeep Yadav's was. He blocked out over a century of deliveries and has just given India some hope that they can get their way out of a match that they were miles away yesterday. Fourth ball of Bashir's 40th over, and he tosses it up, and Akash Deep does go for the slog sweep. He drags this ball just over the head of the fielder at short mid-wicket, and he somehow gets off strike with a pretty ugly single. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, it's like we unfortunately got his boundary. So, that is a hack. It is a serious hack across the line. Evading it close mid-wicket for a single. There's a lot of violence for a single, wasn't it?
Yeah,
in that shot.
Certainly was. And that brings Jarrell on strike for the final 2 balls. He's down the track, and again, has Ben Stokes dropped this? He's almost lost it, I think. It hasn't gone that far from the fielder. We'll have to have a little look at this again. It looks like, is it Stokes or Robinson at mid-wicket? Either way, that's a chance that's gone down for England. We'll have to see a replay. It's tossed up by Bashir. Down the track is Jarrell. He gets a little bit more purchase than Akash Deep did, but it's burst through the hands of Ollie Robinson at mid-wicket, and that should have been caught. And the last ball of the over is seen off by Akash Deep. And that's another moment that's gone the way of India. 267 for 8 at the end of over number 95.
Yeah, he just didn't pick it up. I think it's as simple as that. You could see it on even if on the first one. The ball sort of flew past him, but you could see that Robinson didn't even turn his head straight away to see where it had gone. He's very late to notice it. It hit his hands, but that's a big moment in this game.
Just hit him, didn't it? It was a good height. He's a tall man, Ollie Robinson. It came sort of shoulder height, and it just hit him hard. As you say, at this level, you want to be taking those.
And it would have been a 5th wicket for Bashir as well, wouldn't it? Playing as just his 2nd test match. So that's a moment, and it means that Jarrell faces Tom Hartley on 60, steps away and pushes this back to the bowler, who has to leap to field from his own bowling. We're going to see another replay of this down the track, and it just goes straight to Robinson. I mean, they don't come much easier. He didn't have to move. It was at head height. Got 2 hands to it. Forward is Jarrell. He's had a life on 59. He's now 60 not out. Well, he had a good day yesterday, did Robinson, with the bat. Yet to take a wicket, and now he's put down a chance. Here's Hartley again. Forward is Jarrell. Stokes will probably keep the field out for one more delivery and then bring them in again. No run from the bat in this Hartley over. You're listening to TalkSport and TalkSport 2 via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Myself, John Norman, as Hartley is forward. This bounces a little bit more. Hits Jarrell high on the bat, but no run. And now Stokes does bring the field in. Although he may be keeping a fielder out on the leg side boundary, which is where Jarrell swept for 4 in the last over against Hartley. This is not a length to sweep. Pushed out to backward point. Bashir fields. So last ball of the over. Can England keep Jarrell on strike? Or can the Indian take the single, meaning he'll face the first ball of Bashir's next over? Hartley is in, and this is straight and pushed up to mid-off. There's a shot at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Jarrell is comfortably home, and he is doing a great little job for India, who moved to 268 for 8. And Harmy, they trail now by 85 runs. And when are England going to start getting a little bit twitchy?
Don't think they're going to be too twitchy just yet. I think they'll feel as though they're still in a command and ahead of the game. Bear in mind, India have got a bat last on it. I think if it gets into the 30s and 40s, then England might start, concerned. But I don't think it's twitchy. I think England are still any lead's a good lead on this surface. It's not going to get any better. The cracks are all going to open up, and the longer that India bat, it's just prolonging the game further down the line for when they do bat fourth innings on a surface which has got even bigger cracks in. But that's a big drop from Robinson. It really is.
Bashir still on the hunt for wicket number 5 in the innings, and Jurel has spanked the youngster up and over his head, straight down the wicket for 6.
That's a brilliant shot. It really is a brilliant shot. Shoaib Bashir's just thrown it just above the eye line. It's not a bad ball. It really isn't. Attempt to bat him with a tail early on in the over with the field relatively back. It's a brilliant shot straight over the side screen. It really was a controlled shot. He didn't lose his shape. I knew he just needed to get a good piece of the bat.
He's gone again. It's not going to be 6, but it will reach the boundary. And the camera pans on the face of Ollie Robinson, who put Jurel down badly at mid-wicket in the last Bashir over. And Jurel has just smashed 10 runs from the first 2 balls of Bashir's subsequent over.
Again, he's looking to go straight. Fielders are out on the boundary in square positions. It's an excellent shot.
Deficit 75, a bit wider. Tempts Jurel into the cut, but at the last moment he just withdraws the bat.
But again, that's good batting. He's looking to be positive, and he takes the bat away knowing there's danger with the ball keeping low. It shows he's watching the ball closely.
He's also, as he does take a single up to long on, which means that England will have a bowl at Akashdeep for 1 delivery, possibly 2. But this is smart batting. This is good batting from Jurel. Remember, he's come into this side after India decided to drop Shikhar Bharat. Rishabh Pant is doing the rounds at the moment, so he knows he's only got a few tests to really stake a claim in the side. India don't play a lot of test matches after this one. I don't think they played, well, they don't play a test match at home until later this year against New Zealand, I think. As Bashir is in and left alone by Akashdeep. This turns, it hits him on the pad. No shot offered, but doing way too much. So 1 ball left to the over. Can England nip out the tail ender? Partnership of 26. It's just bringing England into sight if you're an Indian cricket fan. Bashir is in and defended by Deep. Gets forward well. And that's the end of another over. We're pushing towards the lunch break on day 3. England would have loved to have been batting by now. They might have even been expected to have been batting by now, Steve Harmison.
I would have expected to be batting by now. 7 down overnight. Just break the batter beautifully last night, Jurel and Kuldeep. But how many times do we see that partnership broken? You don't want the end of play to come the night before, and the euphoria of a good partnership. It was a 50-run partnership, and then all of a sudden you go bang bang the first up the next morning. And England haven't been able to do that. I don't think England have bowled badly. I think they've got to give credit, a huge amount of credit to Kuldeep and Jurel. I think India have batted really, really well this morning.
Test best for Jurel. He's 72, and he plays this full delivery from Hartley straight to the fielder at mid-off. No run. India's deficit now 74 runs. We were miles off when Ravichandran Ashwin was out. 177 for 7 at that stage, but they've added 102 since then, and they've only lost the 1 wicket. Defended again from Jurel, and apart from those 2 boundaries at the start of Bashir's last over, he's quite happy just to block out for 3 or 4, then take the single, take a scoring shot option, and give Akashdeep a couple of balls at the end of the over. Field is pushed out by Stokes. Just 1 slip in place, nobody close to the wicket, as Hartley fires a delivery in on off stump, middle and off, and it's defended again by Jurel.
And it's good batting. It shows because the ball's turning away from Jurel's outside edge. he's not wanting to take the big shot on where Shoaib Bashir turned the ball into him. He's more than likely inclined to be more uncomfortable of hitting with the spin and hitting the ball straighter down the ground like he did in that last over. Shows how thoughtful he is with his batting.
Pushed up to the bowler Hartley, who does well to run across and feel from his own bowling. So 4 dot balls. Drinks possibly. No, Paul Collingwood is about to come on with refreshment for somebody, but 20 minutes until the lunch break. And England still need 2 wickets. Hartley's in. This is pushed into the offside. There's a good run there as Akashdeep comes through quickly, and he will face just 1 delivery of the over.
I think if I was Ben Stokes, I'd be going berserk there. I really would be not happy that that it's if you go for 2 fours or 6 and a 4, a couple of a couple of big hits with the fielders in too close, you put up with that. But twice now he's getting off strike with a little push down the ground and a little drop into backward point. Got to be on the one. You know what's going to happen. He's trying to get down the non-striker's end as Jurel.
Last ball of the over, tossed up, 2 full, and easily dealt with by Akashdeep.
First signs of England possibly getting a little bit frustrated, and getting the run around. You can see the Ben Stokes stony faced. He's not happy there, and I wouldn't be happy, especially if I was the bowler. I've worked hard to not go for the boundary off Jurel, and I've kept it tight. I know with 2 balls to go, he's going to want to try and get down to the non-striker's end, get me 2 balls at Akashdeep, or get me 6 balls for my partner at the start of the next over for deep, and try and get that breakthrough and a little push into backward point. Zach Crawley asleep, and Jurel's now on strike against Shoaib Bashir, a bowler that he feels as though with the spin he can hit the big shot with. So disappointing cricket for the last 2 overs from England. Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, it is indeed, Harmy. 280 for 8. So it means India trail by 73. England 1 wicket so far today in 25 overs of bowling. They were hoping to mop up the tail. Now Jurel is on strike, so England are stationing some deep fielders. There is a deep long on and a long off as well, both pretty straight in the V, because Jurel's hit very straight so far. Bashir around the wicket to him, plays defensively on the offside, no run. So 18 minutes to go to lunch. And so far, yes, we've got the odd one misbehaving, as we would be expecting. Bashir goes in, solidly defensively played by Jurel, back to the bowler as he comes around the wicket to him. But it's not every ball. It is the odd one here and there that's going up or down still. It's not the minefield yet. Bashir in around the wicket. Jurel takes him on into the leg side, over the leg side. That's going to land in the stands. 6 more. So really, really good shot from Jurel. He's not thrashing at that. He's playing it in the arc with a long swing of the bat. It's a beautiful shot. It's another maximum.
Yeah, from around the wicket, Shoaib Bashir after the last over, deciding to change the angle, and the ball's just gone in lovely into the arc. And like you say, he's not trying to hit it too hard. He's not losing his shape.
He's 79 not out now. He's getting the ball to drive out to the cover sweeper. Ollie Pope is stationed out there now, and they take the single to take Jurel to 80. 287 for 8, so they have taken the single with 2 balls of the over to go. So Bashir's got 2 balls to work at Akashdeep. Akash has faced 21 so far for his 3.
Macca, did you see Paul Collingwood with his whites on before?
I did.
So we had Marcus Trescothick yesterday and Paul Collingwood today, but we haven't seen Jeetan Patel with his whites on.
No. Bashir, well, that one is short, driven into the surface. Akashdeep pushes it back down the pitch, no run.
Do you know why?
He hasn't brought any.
He's not English.
He's not English.
He doesn't qualify for the team.
He can't run drinks out.
No, he can't run drinks out
because he's not English.
So you can't even run drinks out. New delivery from Bashir, turns from outside of off stump. Bat and pad are close together. It runs off the pad up in the air and then to safety. End of the over, 287 for 8 here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India trail by 66.
Yeah, Jeets is just looking for an excuse not to put his weights on and get out there, isn't he? No, I don't know. I just had a thing in my mind that by the end of his career at Warwickshire, that he qualified English passport type.
I think he played then for New Zealand.
Did he play?
Yeah, right late in his career. I think he played. He came back.
Because I know he was at Warwickshire for a long, long time, and whether he qualified through citizenship, did he go back and play? I'm not so sure, but using an excuse, I would have.
Hartley to start a new over, left arm around to Durrell, and there is no run played defensively.
Yeah.
So just to explain, first of all, to run drinks out onto the pitch, you have to be in whites.
Which is already ridiculous, but okay.
As I said earlier on, we were having a discussion. Thanks very much, ICC. You've got hold of one of the real issues of the game. Well done. So that is why they have to be in whites to do that. But Jeetan Patel can't do it because he's not qualified for England. Interesting. Hartley, left arm around the wicket. Durrell coming forward. No run.
I think it's got a lot to do with sort of sponsorship issues. Some training kit has got different sponsorship on than the actual playing kit. So your playing kit, keeping in company with what's going on the field or who's on the field. And there's a lot of things like that. It's the same as a runner has to have the same. Well, when you did have a runner.
Hartley in. Durrell stays leg side of the ball, pushes to Stokes at short mid-off no run.
The runner used to have the same kit on, so if the batter's got an arm guard, a thigh guard and a chest guard on, he has to wear the same for running. So there are little stupid rules that cricket has got, but whites while you're running drinks on is definitely one of them.
Hartley, left arm around the wicket. Durrell is pushing forward, back to him in his follow-through, no run.
Jeetan played his last games for New Zealand in 2017. So even if he had qualified for England, he went back and played for New Zealand again.
So that's why he's not dressed in white. McCullum the same. So Trescothick and...
Who do you think looked that regulation up? I reckon it might have been Jeetan.
By the way, have you spotted this, lads? Durrell is getting a ball from Hartley that he's pushed out to Stokes at extra cover, and there is no run. Now, of course, England, the reason that Paul Collingwood and Marcus Trescothick are running drinks out in the first place is England are now short of numbers, with Rayan Ahmed having to go home due to his family problems to deal with, and also Jack Leach having left the tour earlier. We understand now that Jack Leach is actually going to need a medical procedure on that injury. Hartley around the wicket, Durrell coming forward, pushes out on the offside, no run. End of the over, the 100th. And India 287 for 8 to trail by 66 here on TalkSport 2, on TalkSport and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. So best of luck to Jack Leach getting that sorted out. I mean, poor bloke. I mean, it feels like if there's an illness or an injury going around, Jack Leach has probably had all of them.
Yeah, it is. It's been tough on Jack the last few years. He was in the sort of COVID bubble for a large part of that. He's got Crohn's, which is something he's had to deal with. I know how difficult that is. I've got a nephew who has to deal with that, and that's a tough disease to deal with. Where you're trying to progress as a career in sport. He had some horrendous back problems, and now this a hematoma, which the swelling just hasn't gone down. And when he did it, I was expecting him to miss possibly one test, but I didn't expect him to miss the series because it was just a case of getting the swelling down. But it must be the fact that the fluid's not going away, so we need an operation to drain the fluid off. But now this is where England's got a chance. Deep's on strike.
And he goes in to Shoaib Bashir. It's swung into the leg side by Akash Deep, and he's taken him for a boundary. He's taken him for a 6. Just cleared the front leg out the way and brought the bat through in a big old arc, and it goes away for a maximum. 293 for 8 India.
Yeah, I've been in this conversation many times when a batter's got a few runs that hasn't been able to farm the strike, comes down to you and says, look, just try and get something on it, get an inside edge, an outside edge, I'll be on my toes, I'll get a single, get me back on strike. And Akash Deep's gone, no, I've just watched you hit 2 6s off Shoaib Bashir. I think I can do that. And boy, did he.
Well, Bashir will go in again. This time Akash is playing defensively. It's to Ollie Pope at short leg, and there's no run. Interestingly now, Bashir is back at the Chowdhury end where he's taken all 4 wickets. He's had another spell from the Dhoni end, the other end, where he's gone wicketless. So he's back bowling at the end where he's been more dangerous, and in he goes, bringing Akash forward. And he's absolutely no intent in doing something attacking on that. He was defending all the way, and it's pushed out on the leg side, no run. 10 minutes to go to lunch. I don't know what the odds were on India getting through to lunch, but a bit of a surprise. Bashir goes in again. Folks, whips off the bails as Akashdeep is lunging forward. He's taken off stump out of the ground, and this will go up to Joel Wilson, the TV umpire, as England appeal for a stumping.
Initial thoughts was his foot didn't move. Initial thoughts, his foot was, stone rock, bang on the ground.
Umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a stumping. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Your best side angle, please.
Can I just say, I actually thought first of all, I thought I heard a nick.
I thought I heard a noise as well. Yeah, I'll back you up on that, Macca. I thought there was a nick.
His foot is on the line. Now it's got to be
Ball fairly
over.
collected.
And it's planted.
Grounded now. And the bails are coming off. I have a decision for the big screen.
And that decision will be not out. Now, they don't automatically check every other dismissal, but I just wonder if somewhere in the background, TV might just be having someone having a little look at the technology, because I was sure I heard a nick on that. I mean, there was a lot of moving parts to the shot. I will preface all of that by saying that.
The noise might have been his foot going out of the crease back into it.
Right, so Akash is still there. 9 from 27. In goes Bashir, and now that's a bizarre shot. Let me try and describe that. Akash has played bat and pad together. It's moving as one, but the bat is at 45 degrees. He's lunged, and he's gone way over the top of the ball, and it narrowly avoids bowling him.
I'm going to leave it. I'm going to sweep it. I'm going to defend it. Oh, no, I've done nothing.
Well, final ball of the over. Bashir goes in, bowls over the wicket. It's beaten him. It takes him on the pad, and he's given out LBW. They have reviewed it straight away, India, by Akash. He thinks it might be high. I think it might have hit him above the knee roll. But as it stands,
TV umpire to director,
Shoaib Bashir has his 5th wicket.
The original decision
I think this is out. I don't think this is going anywhere other than middling off. It was an absolute beauty. It just went straight on with the arm.
First replay. Pitches, doesn't hit him. Now, it does take him above the knee roll.
Edge, please, just to make sure.
His back leg's bent, but he's back in his crease. His back foot is in the crease.
And a flat line and a gap between the bat and the ball. I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracker when it's available.
Because it's out, umpire's call is in England's favour.
Ben Stokes is not liking the umpire's call, but it's done him a favour a couple of times in this innings.
Ball pitching outside off, the impact is in line, and wickets umpire's call. Rod, you'll be staying with your original
Yeah, it's
decision.
umpire's call.
Stand
Fantastic from Shoaib Bashir. 5 wickets for the young bowler, young man from Somerset. Holds the ball aloft, 2 arms in the air. Yeah, well done, my friend. Absolutely brilliant. 5 for 19 on his first tour. Was it? He's absolutely, fantastic for England, for Bashir, for his family. Mark Wood gives him a cuddle, high fives all round. He has a look up to the sky, points to the sky. He did an excellent delivery. It was one that went on with the arm. It didn't turn. If anything, it straightened. So whether it's hit a crack, we haven't seen another replay of it, but looking for it closely. He goes down on his knees and celebrates, and so he should. He's been absolutely brilliant on this tour. A real find. Top the cap to the selectors as well for picking and having faith in him. Ben Stokes has utilised him brilliantly. He's managed him well. And this the young lad from Somerset hasn't let England down. He's been brilliant in this innings.
A first bag of 5. 5 for 119. So Siraj wanders out. That was the final ball of the over, so it means Jurel will be on strike. Will he get another go and try and make it a 6-for? He took 3 for 138 in the first innings at Vizag, 1 for 58 in the second, didn't play in the first and third games, and gets 5 for 119 at the moment in the fourth Test match. So India trail by 60. Siraj is out there, the new man. 5 minutes to go to lunch. Does Jurel now try and tee off? Because Siraj is unlikely to last that long. Hartley's got 2 for 58. It'll be him to continue. England are taking a very long time to set this field. Right, they've got long off, long on, and a deep extra cover as well, who's pretty straight. Hartley goes in. Jurel turns on the onside. There's a very long single, because if you imagine a 30-metre fielding circle in a white ball game, there's no one on the leg side in that, but they've got no interest in taking the single because it would put Siraj on strike. Jared?
I think the long off is basically straight. It's the straight hit. So they've got a wide long off, although you're right, it looks like an extra cover, a long on, and then someone almost dead straight back, because that's where he went before. He went straight.
It's basically 3 in the V, isn't it? Hartley, left arm around. Now gives that one some width and says, well, do you want to play? And actually, Jurel has a big swing at that, and it turns and bounces over the top of the bat and through to the keeper, folks. No run. Wow. In fact, looking at it, the entire field, bar slip, is on the boundary. So England have got 8 on the boundary. Hartley in. It's short. Pulled into the leg side. Will it clear the field? Yes, it will. Goes for the maximum. So England are basically bowling to get Jurel caught on the boundary. Jurel catches that one well enough to go for 6. He goes to 86. India 299 for 9.
Dragged down from Tom Hartley, it is. That's all he's done. He's just dragged it down. He's trying to give it some air to basically tempt Jurel to come out of his crease and see if he can hit it over the fielders that are on the boundary. And that one was just sat up, asking to be hit. And Jurel's got a good piece of it.
Hartley goes in again. Jurel defensively onto the offside. Hartley's going to have to set off after that. Will give way in the end, as one of the fielders coming off the boundary said, look, don't worry, they're not running, I'll get it. So the lead continues to come down. England all out 3-5-3 yesterday. They trail by 54. Now England bring the field in with 2 balls of the over to go. So Hartley goes in. Jurel is pushing, or trying to push out on the offside, doesn't get enough on it, and Joe Root is able to intercept that at slip. Right, now it gets really interesting, because there's 1 ball left, and somehow Jurel has to get on strike, otherwise Siraj will be facing, and there is time for 1 more over before the interval. Hartley, left arm around. Jurel clipped into the leg side, and it just beats the fielder at short mid-wicket, and will go away for 4. So both sides kind of got what they wanted there. India get 4 to reduce the deficit to 50. They're 303 for 9. But it's the end of the over, and it means that Siraj is on strike, so England won't necessarily be heartbroken.
No, they won't be heartbroken, but 10 off an over, that's 2 or 3 overs now where the double figures have come off the over, and you know, the lead is slowly but surely getting whittled down. 50 runs now is the lead by India. They're still, for me, well behind the game, but what this does is it gives a little bit of momentum and confidence of England's body language being a little bit flat going into what is the third innings, the important innings, the moving innings. England will be desperate to get this wicket before 9 down, so that the lunch break moves an extra 30 minutes further down the road, so the can gets kicked down the road. We play on until there's a wicket or 30 minutes, so what you're looking at was at 25 past 6 local UK time.
Bashir going to go in and bowl to Siraj. Siraj plays defensively, no run. They're not massively attacking in terms of the field. Slip and a short leg in terms of those around the bat. Yeah, just to confirm that, because they're 9 down. The interval has been delayed half an hour. I was getting a bit excited. Bashir goes in, bowls down the leg side. It keeps low, folks. Doesn't have a price of getting anything on that. It'll be away for 4 byes. 4 more. to India, 46, 307 for 9.
It's not raggy. It's just getting a little bit, I think, a bit anxious from England's point of view. They're trying too hard now to get these last 2 wickets, and because of that, India are just eking out, bringing the lead slowly but surely shorter.
Bashir in once again over the wicket to the right-handed Siraj. Big lunge forward, defends no run.
We also see the difference of when the wicket was doing a lot, these two looked much better bowlers, and now it's just got flat. It's like someone's glued the cracks together, and they're just struggling to get good line and length.
Bashir over the wickets. Siraj again defending no
But it's
run.
always hard when how many times you've watched loads and loads of cricket, Jared. You get a team 6 down, 7 down. The hardest wickets are the last 2. Like KP, used to argue with KP all the time, standing mid-on and mid-off. He was like, get 8 in, 9 in, 10 in, and he was like, just bowl the stumps. It's like, that's not that simple.
Bashir is in, bowls over the wicket. Siraj comes forward, and there's no run.
It sounds simple, but bowlers are trained to bowl outside off stump. And, if you bowl at stump, you tend to go through mid-wicket very, very quickly. It's not as simple as just saying, all right, just bowl at the stumps. They're hitting the ones that are on the stumps.
Final ball of the over from Bashir. Takes Siraj on the pad. It spins, but it's going down the leg side. So, the over is completed. 4 byes from it. India carry on, and Jurel will therefore be on strike once again. 307 for 9 on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. India are trailing by 46. They resumed this morning 219 for 7. They're 307 for 9. Jurel 90 not out from 147 balls. Kuldeep finally shifted for 28, bowled by James Anderson. As he played the ball down off of his own foot, it rolled back onto the stumps, and Akashdeep LBW to Shoaib Bashir for 9 from 29 balls. So between them, Kuldeep and Akashdeep batted for 160 deliveries. Hartley to start the new over brings Jurel forward defensively, no run.
And the good thing from an England point of view is that when they get this last, as long as they get it the next 20 minutes, when they get this last wicket, they've got 40 minutes, a 40-minute break to regroup and get themselves, calm their emotions. Because at this minute in time, the anxiety in the England team is evident.
Hartley in at bowls Jurel, an absolute ripper. Jurel just turned round and stared at the stumps and said, how has that happened? I played a perfectly respectable defensive shot. How am I walking off for 90? Well, he is. Hartley has finished with 3 for 68, and India are 307 all out. So they trail by 46. So England's second innings will get underway after the lunch break, which will now be taken in 40 minutes' time, with a lead of 46. Not as many as they would have been hoping for at various stages of the morning, but they are batting. So Jurel is dismissed by Tom Hartley, who finishes with 3 for 68. Hartley dismissing Jurel for 90 from 149 balls, and the look of surprise and disappointment on his face was evident there. But Harmy, England have now finally wrapped this up.
Yeah, they've wrapped it up and they've got a good lead. There's a lot of back slapping and hand clapping from the India point of view for Jurel, and he batted beautifully. He batted absolutely brilliantly. He's kept India in this contest. He really has. Shoaib Bashir's getting a welcome clap off his England teammates. The management staff are there to welcome what has been a memorable first five for not only in Test cricket but in first class cricket as well. An embrace from the man that we were talking about a bit earlier, Jeetan Patel. He should be very, very proud of his efforts in this first innings. But England 46, when they've got 40 minutes now to sort of calm their emotions and get themselves ready for what is going to be a difficult third innings on a pitch which is, I think is still showing a lot more wear and tear and a lot more of up and down and uneven bounce. I think England will, Ben Stokes will be reiterating in this next 40 minutes. We're in a great position here. We're in the demanding position. We're in the controlling position of the game. Yes, the last 2 hours might not have gone our way. They've played well and they're allowed to play well. But from England's point of view, 46-run lead on a pitch which won't last another day and a half. Anything more than 180, 190 in this third innings for England, I think will make it very, very difficult. So that's the message I would imagine Ben Stokes has been saying. But all in all, Anderson 2 for 48, bowled excellent with control. I'm not sure Robinson bowled as you can see he hasn't bowled for a long, long time. So we could have cut him some slack in that. No maidens in that when there's a bowler of control. But 3 for 68 for Tom Hartley. I thought he bowled better than he bowled when he got his 7 wickets. I thought he gave Ben Stokes loads and loads of control. And Bashir, he was the pick of the bowlers. 44 overs, 5 for 119. That lad has really come of age on this tour, and it was brilliant to see.
Just quickly to touch on the England approach, how do you think they will? I mean, we know they like to score quickly. They've got a lead of 46. You've just said anything of 190, 200 setting India is going to be very, very difficult. So essentially England need to go out and get 150. Are they just going to go out and try and blast that 150 to get there as quickly as they possibly can and get India back in? Or do they just play, and I can't believe I'm going to use this word, normally, but I mean normally for England?
No, if you remember, Maka, we go back to Hyderabad and England are 170 behind, 190 behind. England just put the scoreboard to one side and said, look, it's the third innings of a game. We've got 10 wickets. Let's go out and bat. Let's see where we are at the end of that 10th wicket. So when Jimmy Anderson is either the final man out or the final man not out, let's see where we are with the game situation is there. And I think England will do exactly the same. They'll not be bothered about 46-run lead. That's at this minute in time in that England dressing room, you say that's irrelevant. What you say is we're in a good position in this game. We're 46 runs in front. We're in a good position in this game. But what we've got to do now is we've got to bat in the third innings. We've got 10 wickets. We go out there, play our natural game, play the way which Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes are saying, be the best version of ourselves. And then when the last wicket's taken, we'll see where we are and we'll try and navigate the game that way. And when they do that, with a bit of luck, England will be in excess of 200, 220, 250 in front. And if they are, I think that will be a match-winning score. And I think that's the mindset that Stokes will be saying now. Yes, we're in a good position, but let's not worry where we are as the day goes. Let's get through get through today. Let's get through our third innings and see where we are at the end of it, and we'll control the game from there.
Army, for the time being, thank you very much. Let me quickly take you through the Indian scorecard then, because I'm aware that people will be waking up all the time with alarms going off. So Jaiswal 73, Rohit 2, Shubman Gill 38, Patidar 17, Jadeja 12, Sarfraz 14, Jurel 90, Ashwin single, Kuldeep was 28, Akashdeep 9, and Siraj not out at the end. Anderson 2 for 48 from 18, Ollie Robinson 0 for 54 from 13, Shoaib Bashir 5 for 119 from 44, Tom Hartley 3 for 68 from 27 overs and 2 balls, and Joe Root's 1 over cost him 1 run. So England have a lead of 46 on first innings.
Punched off the back foot by Dhruv Jurel down towards Jimmy Anderson at long on, and that is a very, very fine 50. He's a top cricketer, I think.
Anderson is in and Kuldeep's played onto his stumps. Bounced a bit more than he was expecting. He can't believe he's been dismissed, but Kuldeep is finally removed for 28.
Bashir still on the hunt for wicket number 5 in the innings, and Jurel has spanked the youngster up and over his head, straight down the wicket for 6.
Bashir in around the wicket. Jurel takes him on into the leg side, over the leg side. That's going to land in the stands. 6 more. It's a really, really good shot from Jurel. Bashir goes in, bowls over the wicket. It's beaten him. It takes him on the pad, and he's given out LBW.
Holds the ball aloft, 2 arms in the air. Yeah, well done, my friend. Absolutely brilliant. 5 for 19.
Hartley in. It's short. Pulled into the leg side. Will it clear the field? Yes, it will. Goes for the maximum. So England are basically bowling to get Jurel caught on the boundary. Hartley in a bowls Jurel, an absolute ripper. Jurel just looked, turned round and stared at the stumps and said, how has that happened? And India are 307 all out. They trail by 46.
So, India's session, despite losing those 3 wickets, they have eaten away at a sizable lead. It certainly seemed that way when Ravichandran Ashwin was the 7th man out for India. The score at that stage, 177 for 7. India still 180 runs behind England's first innings score of 357, or rather 353. But now they find themselves trailing by just by 46. England are batting, though. They would have hoped to have been batting a good half an hour, 40 minutes before the lunch break. But do you always get what you want? No. Welcome to coverage on TalkSport 2. It's day 3 of the 4th Test match. Good crowd in at Ranchi, the best crowd of the Test match so far. I'm John Norman, alongside Steve Harmison. You're listening on TalkSport 2 on the app, or via DAB, or you're watching us on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. However you're joining us, welcome. No surprise at all, Steve Harmison, that India are going to start with a little bit of spin, and it's Ravichandran Ashwin who's been thrown the new ball.
Yeah, no surprise at all. I don't think I'd be any more surprised if it's spin both ends. I think Ashwin and Jadeja going to have to show their experience, show their quality, and spin England out, or India into a match-winning position, because both seamers in this contest, in the first innings of this contest, were really, really poor.
First ball of England's second innings, and Ashwin gets a ball to straighten and go past the outside edge of Zach Crawley's defensive prod. 3 wickets falling this morning, the most notable of them, Akashdeep, India's number 10, trapped LBW. Ashwin is in, and forward is Crawley defending straight back down the wicket. Bashir's first fifer in Test cricket, his second Test match, the second youngest Englishman to ever take a fifer. Down the track is Crawley, and this was already a touch fuller from Ashwin, and he turns it almost into a full toss, which Crawley uses to push up to long on. Get off the mark, and England are 1 without loss.
Scary. It's his first 5 in first-class cricket as well, I think it is. So just shows you how far this young lad's come. It was brilliant to see him celebrating. His team backed him up. Ben Stokes has really, really took care of him, give him the belief to go and perform for England, and he really hasn't let England down in his first Test match, and he's been brilliant in his second.
Round the wicket to Duckett comes Ashwin, and Duckett defends. He's got a short leg, there's a slip in place, and you can hear, I'm sure, the Indian fielders, who would have been a little bit silent at times yesterday in the dressing room watching on, chirping away as Duckett plays back to a ball that possibly could have come forward to. Just scoots through a touch. And the question that's got to be asked is, Harmy, if Shoaib Bashir, with just 2 Test matches, 10 first-class wickets coming into the series, as Duckett clips the ball past short leg, and Sarfraz Khan will field. That gets Duckett off strike and off the mark as well. If Bashir can take 5 wickets, what about a man with 502 Test wickets to his name? Yeah,
you've got to make a great point and spot on that. Ashwin is the premier off spinner, the premier finger spinner at this moment in time. His experience, his know-how, and obviously his wickets back that up. But I will say, from an England sort of defence point of view, Kuldeep Yadav batted number 9 and batted 131 balls. Akashdeep 29 balls, and Jurel batted beautifully. He got 90 off 149 balls. So you can bat on this surface. There is one with your name on, one's going to go along the floor. But if you are positive in movement, positive in defence, and cover your off stump, I think you can survive, and then it'll be up to the bowler if he decides to give you things that from a boundary point of view when he's chasing the game. So I think you can bat on this surface, and I think India's tail end proved that.
Duckett facing Ravindra Jadeja. It is spin at both ends. gets his line wrong down the leg side, and well taken by Jurel behind the stumps. He batted beautifully well late last night and early today. It was somewhat of a surprise when he was dismissed. Bowled by an absolute beauty by Tom Hartley. Is down on one knee, and Ben Duckett just scoops this ball up over his shoulder, hits it fine, and Rajat Patidar running across from fine leg, can't cross, or rather can't cut the ball off, and so that is a boundary. Pressure back on the bowler. This is the way England play.
Yeah, a good shot from Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett, he's a sweeper, he's a reverse sweeper. I don't think you're going to see many hard sweeps from Duckett, but I think what you're going to see is, because the ball's skidding on and ball flatter in trajectory, I think you're going to see a lot more paddle sweeps, a lot of using the pace of the ball rather than, you know, putting pace on it and losing the shape off the wicket.
Round the wicket, and there is an attempted reverse slog sweep from Ben Duckett, and I'm not sure he got anything on the ball, but he comes through for a bye.
He's gone for the reverse sweep because the man, I think exactly what I was trying to describe, is the paddle sweeps more in the game. So the man from the offside has gone to 45 on the leg side, and there was now a gap in front of square on the offside. So I think Ben Duckett's just trying to manoeuvre the field, get Rohit Sharma thinking to get in a position where he can just try and rotate the strike and get a single.
Fine leg was up though, as Crawley is cutting this delivery to Patidar at backward point. A top edge would have been interesting. Either way, we've had 10 deliveries. England are 7 without loss. We've seen 2 extraordinary shots from Duckett. Crawley's been beaten past the outside edge, and it's Jadeja in and Crawley forward, using those long levers. Big man, of course. Last ball of Jadeja's first over. England 7 without loss, and he beats Crawley, who again is coming forward. Jadeja knows that, and he beats the outside edge. 7 without loss. Contrasting styles between England's opening bat. Game on, Jarrod Kimber.
They've also looked very different, the spinners, haven't they? It looks like they've put slightly more revs on the ball. They've gone for more, a little bit quicker. Ball skidded on a little bit more. They're fresher, obviously, so the England spinners, when they bowled today, especially Shoaib Bashir, is coming back off a big second day. Ashwin, though, struggled so far in this series, so it's a big, big day for him, one way or another.
Welcome to listeners on Talk Sport. You join us at a hugely pivotal moment as Duckett plays back, cuts the ball, exposes all 3 stumps, and gets off mark again. He's 8 without loss now, England. Duckett's moved to 7. He's at a runner ball. Crawley 1 from 6. If you weren't listening to the simulcast earlier today, we were broadcasting on Talk Sport and Talk Sport 2. India batted really well, starting the day really behind the game as Crawley's forwards. Outside edge, the ball squirts out to backward point. They started 302 for 7, and they started 219 for 7, and they added the best part of 80 runs to their overnight score. Ashwin in again, and Crawley kind of reaching for this delivery. There is some protection out on the boundary at cover. It's Jaiswal who throws the ball back in, but Crawley is keeping both spinners interested. Early stages of England's second innings, they would have maybe dreamt of a first innings lead in excess of 100. As it turned out, it was just 46 by the time Crawley and Duckett walked out to bat just after the lunch break, and this ball bounces from Ravichandran Ashwin. Smile on the face of Ben Duckett. He aborts the attempted cut shot, and Jurel has to take this ball high up over his shoulder.
What a take from Jurel. What a take. That's bounced high.
Ashwin again, and he traps Duckett on the pads, but this is going down the leg side. It's all going on, and India will be believing right now that they are in this game.
A little hit on it, I think. Duckett got a little scratch on it. He just hit it, and that's why it's helped it go down leg side.
On the reverse, Duckett, and he will pick up 4 runs through points. That is a powerfully hit sweep shot, reverse sweep shot from Ben Duckett. And he continues to put the pressure back on the Indian bowlers. Brilliant batting from Duckett. He moves to 11. And England are 13 without loss. And the leaders jumped up to 59.
Yeah, excellent shot. He's just waited that little bit longer, Ben Duckett. He got in position early. You know when he's going to reverse sweep. The bowler knows all his eggs are in one basket, but he's made sure he got it behind square. The fielder's in front of square, so he's made sure he's waited for that little split second longer and hit it behind himself, knowing that if there was any top edge, there's no real danger for the ball going in the air.
Jadeja again, and Crawley is beaten past the outside edge for the third time in 8 deliveries.
That's a beauty. That's a beauty. That really is a beauty. Just seen a rerun of Ben Duckett's reverse sweep. His head position is brilliant.
Forward again. This time he does get back on board as Crawley. 2 from 10 deliveries actually. So he's not unfurled too many of those cover drives. We know that he prefers pace on the ball rather than spin zipping past it. It's a tip and run here. Crawley called through by Duckett as he plays the ball to Shubman Gill at short cover. So much pressure on England, but you wouldn't know it if you were just watching Ben Duckett bat. 11 from 10, Crawley 3 from 11. The lead now 60 for England after India were bowled out for 307 before lunch. Brilliant knock of 90 from the keeper Jurel, as this time Duckett plays back in his crease, upward stance, opens the face of the bat and just pushes this ball through covers for another single. He's rotating the strike well, and that's probably something Crawley would love to be able to do right now. He doesn't look as comfortable as Duckett.
No, but again, Ben Duckett, the reverse sweep man behind square, so this time he's given himself some room on the back foot.
As Duckett is just hurried up by a straight ball from Jadeja, pushing 100 kilometres an hour.
It's a better line from Jadeja. It's not outside off stump. He's around the wicket. You're not giving Duckett the angle.
On the reverse again, he's struck outside the line. Crawley calls Duckett through. There's a yelp, but he's choosing the balls to sweep or reverse sweep well. There was one reverse sweep to a ball that was pitching in line, but this one was outside off stump. So even though he missed the ball, he was never going to be given LBW to that.
Nice positive start from England, not just in the sort of run scoring, 17 off 4 overs, but the intent, the movements. Crawley, even though he's played and missed at a couple, he's got across to his off stump and he's smothered it. So it's, if it does play and miss, well, you have to say well bowled, but make sure that it doesn't. If it does go along the ground, you've got your bat in the way. It's in front of your pad, so the danger is trying to alleviate the danger of exposing your stumps and exposing your pads, where Duckett's been a little bit more proactive.
Short leg still in place on a slip as Duckett is hurried up by a delivery down the leg side, which he just clips off his pads. It evades Sarfraz Khan at short leg, and it's Ravichandran Ashwin and possibly Mohammad Siraj. Mohammad Siraj it is at wide-ish mid-on, who runs round to field. That brings Zach Crawley back on strike. Ashwin is in, and this is straight and defensively played by Zach Crawley, straight back down the pitch. Crawley taps the bat on the ground and he's down the track, and again playing defensively, playing the ball back from where it came. England's lead 64. They're 18 without loss if you're joining us here on TalkSport 2 for their second innings. Down the track again. This is a nice looking shot from Crawley. He's happy to play across the line, just clipping the ball to Akash Deep, who is in the deep, and he comes through for a single. That is exactly what Crawley needs to do. If the big shot's not there, get off strike. Yeah, brilliant it is. He come forward in defence, very good, came forward out of his crease, wasn't quite there, got himself full behind it, full face of the bat, and there again, come down the wicket. Just playing with the spin. Ashwin, and that has popped straight to short leg. Ashwin with the early breakthrough. Sarfraz Khan with the catch. It's popped up. Duckett has clipped it straight to the fielder, and England lose a wicket. 19 for 1, and Duckett's got to go.
4.5 overs gone in this third innings, and it's the first time indecision, planting of the front foot in no man's land, not really coming forward, not really going back. And Ben Duckett has to just put his hands there, and as he's put his hands there, it's got the splice of the bat. And Sarfaraz Khan's took an easy catch. Ben Duckett, when he looks that again, he'd be disappointed. When he's been on the reverse sweep, you know exactly what he's trying to do. He's positive in his movements and he's forceful. When he's been going back, yes, he's waiting for the ball to keep low or bounce. He's in a position to get his hands free and wait for the to wait for the ball to kind of keep low or bounce, and then he can readjust. There, he planted his body, puts his hands out in front of himself, and any up or down movement, he can't readjust, and he's just given an easy catch to short leg. Good bowling from R. Ashwin, and India will get confident and more confident. Brilliant bowling from R. Ashwin.
Also, very important, the last 2 wickets in this match have not come off the cracks.
Yes.
That's twice now that we're seeing, the ball just coming off the normal part of the surface. The ball has hit the crack a few times, and, a little bit of deviation and some interesting things, some things spinning off the wickets. But those last 2, the one that Tom Hartley got, and now, I almost said Alex Hartley, wrong left arm finger spinner. But the one that Tom Hartley got and the one that Ashwin got have come off the surface. So again, maybe the surface is just playing up just a little bit more as well.
The Tom Hartley one was a good ball. I think that was Jurel pushing forward. That there, I think Ben Ducker will be disappointed with his body movements.
Ollie Pope, he's on a pair and he's been trapped on the back pad, and umpire Dharmasena's finger has gone up. Ollie Pope squared up, he's missed the ball, and now he's got a decision to make. Is he going to review this? He's discussing it with Crawley, and he's gone upstairs. Out second ball in the first innings. Has Ollie Pope been dismissed? First ball in the second. England, as things stand, 19 for 2.
No decision to make here. He should have walked off. For me, this is stone dead. This is in front of all 3. Oh, has it just done enough to get past leg stump? I think he's going to be umpire's call, but I think he's back. He's both feet are pointing straight back down the wicket. He is literally square on. His head's fallen over.
Satisfied,
no bat involved. For me, I think his 2 balls in the first innings is going to be followed by a 1 ball in the second innings.
Here it is, it's pitching in line, we know that. It's hitting him in line of leg stump, and it's umpire's call on impact. Ollie Pope has got to go for a pair. Ravichandran Ashwin is going to be on a hat-trick when he starts his next over. And India are back in the game. England's lead just past 60, but they've lost 2 wickets. And India are all over them at the start of the second innings.
It looked closer than it actually was, didn't it? I thought straight away, as soon as it hit his pad, that's it. Just walk off, Ollie. There's no way you can review that. Just clip leg stump again, umpire's call in the game. But there's a good bit of bowling from R. Ashwin. Just skidded it on that little bit quicker and through. But again, Ollie Pope's technique early in his innings, first 10 balls, he's always a little bit frantic. His head fell over, and at the point of contact, he had both his big toes facing straight back down the wicket. And, cricket is a side-on game. Can you get your bat through in a straight line early on? Can you defend down the wicket? Can you play down the wicket first and foremost? That's your initial thoughts as a batter when you go in. But unfortunately, when both your big toes are pointing down the wicket, when the ball hits you, there's no way in the world your bat can be full-faced. It's got to be on an edge, and unfortunately, it's missed it.
Also, R. Ashwin nutmegged Ollie Pope. That went through his legs. He was so confused in his body position there. But we've seen it so often from him. He struggles with Ashwin. Another wicket, though. It wasn't anything to do with any...
No, it was a good ball. Good bowling.
Just a straight ball. In fact, had it spun any more, he would have got away with that, Ollie Pope. The fact that it went dead straight was just why it clipped the outside of leg stump.
England's lead 65, Zach Crawley and Joe Root at the crease as Ravindra Jadeja is going to bowl, and Crawley's forward punching this ball through the covers. And Joe Root, there's a little bit of a mix-up. Joe Root doesn't want to come back for the second, or he doesn't want to call Zach Crawley back for the second. So he will face unbeaten in first innings, 122 to his name. And if England were in a lot of trouble when he came to the crease in first innings, they're in a little bit of trouble in second innings. They need another innings of note from the former skipper.
This is brilliant Test cricket, though. It is fantastic Test match cricket. This is at its best. Jadeja and Ashwin both got balls spinning.
First ball for Root, he's forward defensive, pushes this to backward point, and Crawley comes through for a single.
Both Jadeja, Ashwin got it spinning, but how many times have we seen Joe Root? More when he was captain, 20 for 2. Joe Root walks to the crease. It's brilliant to watch. Pulsating, fantastic Test match cricket. Two spinners at their absolute best against one of England's all-time greats. Couldn't get any better.
There's a catching mid-wicket, and Zach Crawley just props forward. It's fielded at extra cover. There is, you can hear the decibel levels in the crowd starting to rise, and they have done throughout the morning as India batted well in the first session. Now they're bowling well as Crawley again. He's comfortable to come forward and push this ball through the covers for another single. England's lead 68. Crawley and Root at the crease. If you're just joining us on TalkSport 2, Ben Duckett caught at short leg for 15. And to the very next ball, Ollie Pope given out leg before wicket to complete a pair in this, the fourth test of 5. A little bit more flight from Jadeja as Root. We saw this a lot from him in the first innings. He's not going to take any risks. Not sure we're going to see many of those shots from the third test. Defensive again from Root, straight back down the pitch to Jadeja. Last ball of Jadeja's third over. He's gone for 12. In fact, that was the over. 3 runs coming from it. I'm going to get off comms. Macca's in, which is a worry for England. Yeah. He's going to be commentating on the hat-trick ball after a word from Steve Harmison.
Yeah, we've just seen a picture in between overs, or that third or fourth ball of the over. Ashwin's face, the determination, the steely, the eyes, he's focused. And the camera went on to Joe Root, and exactly the same focus. 2 experienced characters, been here before, understand the situation. What a battle this could be for the next 20 minutes, half an hour. Ashwin and Jadeja against Root. Brilliant Test cricket.
Here we go then, hat-trick ball, Crawley on strike. And he backs away as Ashwin's preparing to come in because someone's moving behind the arm.
Ashwin's dad's behind the arm, just doing the Mexican wave.
Here we go then. He comes in, over the wicket, bowls it straight. Crawley deep in the crease, drops into the offside, and there's no run, hat-trick averted.
I think India forgot, because they only had 2 catches in place. I think they just didn't realise. Yeah. And that quite often happens at the end of an over.
Ashwin comes in once again. Crawley is playing an expansive drive. India have got a deep long on and then a straight mid-wicket, and it wasn't that far away from the straight mid-wicket, so certainly enough to keep the fielders interested. Well, congratulations on John for getting 2 wickets in 2 balls. Welcome to the game. I have rather hogged the wickets so far. 23 for 2. So England effectively 69 for 2, if we want to look at it like that. Root got a single, slip, short leg, only close catches. Root plays this one as Ashwin's over the wicket to Shubman Gill at shortish mid-wicket, no run. The afternoon session on day 3 of the test. We're basically moving to the halfway stage. Ashwin in, Root covering up defensively, pushes back to the bowler. But it feels like we're well more than halfway in this game, as we are 2 wickets into the 3rd innings of it. England 2-1 down. Have to win if they're to have a chance of winning the series. Ashwin in, bowls outside of off stump. Bit of a yes-no as Root pushes to square cover. There is a single. Jaiswal can't prevent that. Root doubles his score. England 24 for 2 in the 7th here on TalkSport 2.
And that's good. Try and get a little rotation going. Root's going to play from deeper in his crease, where Zach Crawley's going to try and play from a little bit further out. So Ashwin's going to his lengths up a little bit. Something Bashir, even for a young man, controlled his lengths very, very well in that second innings.
Ashwin then to bowl to Crawley, plays defensively, and there's no run to end the 7th over. England lead by 70, 24 for 2. Just on that point, is this a good pair, therefore, for England to have, in the fact that they are going to play so differently? We talk about rotating the strike, whatever, and it's rotating the styles of play as well. So therefore, England, the bowling unit can't settle into bowling 6 in exactly the same spot for exactly the same result. Yeah,
I think it's a good one for Joe Root, because Ben Duckett wouldn't get too far out of his crease, where Ollie Pope, short lad, doesn't get too far out of his crease.
New over starts with Jadeja bowling left arm around. Root pushes out on the offside now.
With Crawley having the bigger wingspan and being able to get out and sometimes coming down the wicket, then mixing the lengths up, especially to somebody like Joe Root, who picks length up brilliantly, especially when he scores square of the wicket.
Jadeja is in. Root is staying very deep in his crease. Pushes to points. Sarfraz from under the helmet at sort of short points. Not silly point, but short point. Feels no run. Jadeja, left arm around. Again, Root staying deep in his crease, plays defensively to cover.
So because of that, Joe Root might get a few balls which are either over-pitched or a little bit shorter, and his ability in his hands of picking up length and moving the ball into either behind point or into square leg, and could be very, very crucial in this next passage of play, which is always going to be tough when the momentum is with the bowling side. Can you dampen it down and wrestle it back and then go on the offensive?
Jadeja comes in once again. Root is defending solidly. Bat and pad close together, pushing out on the offside. No run. Don't forget there's live football later on Talk Sport. Joe Root is coming forward to Jadeja's 5th ball of the over, pushing out to deep cover, and they will take a single. Root goes to 3, England 25 for 2. It is the Carabao Cup final today. Chelsea-Liverpool, 3 o'clock. It is live over on Talk Sport. So get your app or your DAB radio fired up for that one, or your smart speaker. Jadeja comes into bowl to finish the over, and Zach Crawley will push to deep mid-off. Jadeja's unable to cut that off in his follow-through, and the single will be taken. So England 26 for 2 after 8 overs here on Talk Sport 2. Their lead 72 after India bowled out on the stroke of lunch, because lunch was delayed with them being 9 down for 307 in 103.2 overs. Top scorer, Dhruv Jurel, the wicket-keeper, 90. He was the last man out from 149 deliveries. Jaiswal adding 73, Shubman Gill 38. It was a good 28 from Kuldeep actually this morning as well. His batting in this last couple of test matches really needs to be mentioned, because he's done a real good job for his team. Zach Crawley's hoping to do a similar job for England. He comes to meet Ashwin, drives him out to the fielder at cover, and there's no run.
From Zach Crawley, comes out of his crease, but not trying to hit it too hard. Just trying to get it into the gap, not trying to hit it too over-hitting it.
Ashwin goes in again. Crawley playing defensively from the crease, this time back to the bowler.
Feel sometimes when Crawley comes out of his crease and he tries to hit it too hard, he just loses his shape, but at the last minute, and he cloths it.
Ashwin past umpire Dharma Saina, gives this one a little bit of air, does Zach Crawley, and it's one bounce 4. Comes down the pitch and again doesn't try to lash it. It's a sort of swing and sweet strike of the bat, and it goes away for 4.
It was a good shot with the angle. He just kept that going. Sometimes when he does try and hit it too hard, he tries to hit that on the leg side. Just knows he's just got to get over the infield. Big flourish of the bat. Lovely shot down the ground.
England lead by 76. Crawley is playing on the onside this time. It's Shubman Gill stationed at mid-wicket who fields, and there is no run.
Crawley's much better standing and putting a big front foot down and trying to hit it than he ever is on the move.
Absolutely.
What you were saying before, he's got a terrible record when it comes down the wicket to spinners, and he tries to hit it too hard.
Short mid-on for India now. Ashwin bowls. Crawley plays a lovely off drive. Beats mid-off, goes away for 4. He goes to 16 now. England 34 for 2. They lead by 80.
That is a really good shot. That is a fantastic cricket shot from Zak Crawley. He's waited, he's come forward, then adjusted, waited for it, not tried it too hard, and hit it through the gap, straightish, extra cover. It is a really, really nice shot.
Ashwin to finish the over, and Crawley tries to repeat the dose and does. Siraj at mid-off, can't get round to his left-hand side. 3 fours in the over, and Zak Crawley has played beautifully there. He moves to 20 from 27 balls. England 38 for 2 after 9 here on TalkSport 2. They lead by 84.
But a lot of that there from that over was because he came down the wicket and he got a big stride in. He came down the wicket. Ashwin's gone that little bit fuller, and Crawley's waited for the ball, readjusted, and gone bang down the ground. The problem I always find, Jared, when Zak Crawley's batting is when he's trying to hit it too hard, that right shoulder comes in, and the minute the right shoulder comes in too much, then all of a sudden, against the seamers, slips in play because he hits across the ball. But as the seamers, his front pad's in play because he goes across the ball. But when he just hits it nicely and gets his hands through the ball, he looks in much, much more control.
Jadeja to start his 5th over. It's Joe Root coming forward inside half the bat. Let's be accurate. Goes through square leg, and they'll take a single. 39 for 2.
It's another reason why this game is so interestingly poised, is because of, like that last over, you get the 12 runs. England are still, I almost think England have 2 bites of this, Macos. They have the normal Baz ball approach.
As Jadeja comes into Crawley plays a nice on drive this time. Ashwin's going after this one in his diver's boots, and he's not going to get around to it. As Simon the Barmy Army trumpeter plays, it is 4 more to the England. 43 for 2. Crawley goes to 24.
That was the bottom hand one that Army was talking about, but it was over pitched, and so he could close the face on that, and it was fine. It's when it's a little bit shorter than that he gets in trouble with that particular shot. But another beautiful shot by Crawley. So they get 2 bites at this. They've already lost the 2 early wickets, but they still have Crawley out there. He's going to keep attacking.
And Crawley plays a punch drive to Jadeja down to the long off fielder for a single. 44 for 2.
But we know it's 10 overs in. They've already damaged this new ball a little bit. It's not going to be soft yet, but it's softening. If they keep hitting it as hard as Crawley is, eventually it will get to the point where it's soft. Then they can bat with Root and Stokes and Folkes, and who knows, maybe Bairstow will have a good innings as well. They can actually then do the Kuldeep batting. This is going to sound very weird, but Ben Stokes is actually very good at batting like Kuldeep.
Jadeja is in slightly shorter and wider. Root will hit it out to Akashdeep, who is the sweeper on the offside, and they'll take a single. Root goes to 5, 45 for 2.
And what I mean is, if it does get to a point where the ball is a little bit soft, he'll just dead bat it for days, and he'll decide to block it before he'll get rid of his back lift, and he'll do that until he needs to go to another gear. So it gives them 2 little interesting avenues in which to get a lead here.
Jadeja comes into bowl, left arm around to Zak Crawley. Beats Sarfraz at short points, but there is no run.
Also, anyone related to Kuldeep might want to, just take a cut of that,
yes,
and send it on to here. Send it on to him.
Scott, the producer, can you just send it to them? I'm assuming we got that one clean. Right, so 1 ball left in the 10th over, and Jadeja is into bowl, and Zak Crawley covers up to Sarfraz, and that will do it for the over. England's lead 91. 45 for 2. Steve Harmison has moved out of the chair to my left, and it's been filled by Alex Tudor, who moves in with England 45 for 2 in the second innings. Tudes.
This game's moved on swiftly, hasn't it? We said game on, and it certainly is. India still feel very much part of this game, that they're in it. Couple quick wickets now, and obviously the important one in Root. The rock, the pillar. If they can get him, the belief in the camp, you're going to see, not say the swagger, but the confidence level, the running round, the chirpiness.
Ashwin to bowl to Root then. He comes in and bowls. Root turns it through square leg. Crawley's offering to come from the 9 strikers end, but goes back. India opening with spin. So we're in the 11th over. Ashwin took the first over. Jadeja has taken the second. So Be interesting to know if Siraj has even put the bowling boots on yet, because they clearly think it's spin the way to go. It's a very full one from Ashwin from over the wicket on this occasion. Root clips through deep mid-wicket, and there is Siraj, in fact, out on the mid-wicket side. Not the best of throws back into the keeper, Jurel, but it is only a single. 46 for 2. England's lead now 92.
I had a quick look. He's got his bowling boots on.
Okay, well, good lad.
He's got them on.
I can think of plenty who wouldn't have.
Yeah, I'd be one.
Yeah. So the lead 92. At what point... We're in a really interesting balancing point at the moment. India are definitely feeling into this, having got the 2 early ones as Ashwin goes in and bowls. Crawley defends on the offside. At what point are India starting to feel, oh, hang on a minute, 92 the lead at the moment? We've been saying 190, 200 is going to be a very difficult chase. Crawley's coming down the pitch, inside edge on this one. No close fielder on the leg side. So it will go out to the deep mid-wicket coming in off of the boundary. One more to the total, 47 for 2.
Yeah, anything above 200, I think, Mac, and all of a sudden, I think obviously the shoulders will go a bit deep. I still feel they'll have the belief that, you know, they only really need a couple of batters to get some runs, and they'll get them close.
Ashwin. Oh, he's a little bit leg-side-ish on this one, and Joe Root's able to clip it around. The fielder at short, fine leg, gets a hand on it, can't take the pace off completely. Siraj will return it, so it's 2 more. Root goes to 8. England 49 for 2. The lead now 95.
Yeah. So much more in this game. Important wicket here for India.
Root waits as Ashwin comes towards him, and it's full and straight, and Root just plays it defensively, and there is no run. 11 overs gone. The lead 95 for England, 49 for 2. I know a few people are a little bit concerned about weather forecasts, because there was a bit of rain in the forecast yesterday for the Ranchi area. We've not had a problem today. As we started, it was certainly chilly. 9:30 Indian time. It was only 16 degrees, but it has improved steadily throughout the day. There's probably more clouds we've seen in the 2 or 3 days of this game than we've seen in the rest of the tour. As Jadeja starts a new over, left arm around, Crawley drives him out to Siraj at deep long off, and they will take a single. England 50 is up, 50 for 2. Crawley's got 27 off those. So yeah, there is some cloud cover and a bit of humidity as the sun starts to take effect. The forecast said there might be a light shower, but so far, no sign of anything. Jadeja is in, left arm around. Root turns on the onside. Kuldeep will field at mid-wicket. And there's one to the top. It just feels like there's a few too many easy singles at the moment.
Yeah, rotation is important. Just messes up with the bowlers with their line and length, bowling 2 different batters in height.
Jadeja to bowl to Crawley. Big stride forward, pushing out on the offside. No run. Yeah, it just feels like in India, you know, these are big singles for India, because every one that England makes, it's another one that they've got to make later on. It just feels there might be a few too many. Jadeja in, left arm around. Crawley plays defensively, no run. Of course, I'm sure what Rohit's thinking is, I'd rather have them singles than 4s, because they are massive, and the way that England approach, they could easily just go bang, bang, bang for 15 or 20 minutes, and that could be game gone. Crawley is playing a push drive to Jadeja, down to long off, and again, ambling for a single. So that's 5 balls of the over gone, 52 for 2, the lead now 98.
I'd bring that man up, mid-off. I'd bring him up, say, go on, if you're going to go over the top. Good luck.
Jadeja in once again, left arm around, Root off the inside half of the bat, fielded by Kuldeep, and that will do it. So 12 overs gone, 52 for 2, the lead now 98. Jadeja has gone wicketless so far. His 6 overs have cost 24. The 2 wickets going down in consecutive deliveries from Ravichandran Ashwin, as he got Ben Duckett caught at short leg, and Ollie Pope LBW to his first ball as he bags a pair for the first time in first-class cricket. 19 for 1, 19 for 2, now 52 for 2. I just wonder when Kuldeep will get a go. Yes, you've got all-rounder number 1 in the world and all-rounder ranked number 2 in the world having a go, but something about wrist spin, as we all know, it tends to exaggerate movement. Ashwin is going to start the new over around the wicket to Crawley. Crawley just pushes out to, I was about to say cover, but there isn't a cover. And there's the easiest of singles, and it means it's 53 for 2. The lead now 99.
What are they saving him for when Ben Stokes comes in with the footholes as well? Possibly might be a theory of his.
Ashwin goes in and bowls. Root, well, he's looking to play this much squarer than he ends up actually prodding it back to the bowler, no run.
You say a bit of wrist spin, he gets that one straight and gets one to go underneath.
Ashwin goes in and bowls. Root is deep in the crease, pushes out to point, takes a single. England lead by 100. They're 54 for 2 in the second innings, so the lead now 100. So if we're saying that 200 will be a very difficult run chase, England are effectively halfway there, is how they've got to look at it. They're effectively 100 for 2. Ashwin round the wicket. Crawley's playing defensively, no run.
Crick Visitor just put through some stats, Macca, that I think you like. Ollie Pope in his second innings in the first test, 59 false shots before getting dismissed. Since then, he's played 33 false shots for 6 dismissals.
Ashwin in and bowled, and Crawley is pushing out on the offside, no run.
I should say not all false shots are created equally, because once you're in, even when you make an error, you're kind of still in, it might come off the inside part of your bat, but the ball goes roughly where you want it to, whereas early on.
Ashwin is in, and is Crawley playing a little bit of an uppish push drive down to Paratha at mid-off, and they will take a single. 55 for 2 at the end of the 13th over here on TalkSport 2. England's lead 101.
But even so, I think it's you should be getting a wicket every 12 balls for a false shot in Test cricket. I think that's the number off the top of my head. So Ollie Pope, we know he played most of those false shots early on in that innings and then played quite well afterwards. But since then, it's regression meet mean, and he's come back to earth. So I think he took India off guard a little bit in that first innings, and then afterwards they're like, okay, we know what he's going to try now, and he's also has his normal problems of just he's not a great starter.
I want to ask you a question about that false shot stat in a moment, as Jadeja is going to start a new over. Jadeja is around the wicket to Crawley, and it's a push drive to long off for a single. What constitutes, in the statistics definition, a false shot? Because I was having a chat with a mate yesterday about the way that we use stats as sports broadcasters. So what's the definition of a false shot?
So obviously all plays and misses would be false shots.
Jadeja around the wicket. Root off the outside half of the bat down to short third. They'll take a single, 57 for 2.
So that last ball there, my guess is he probably wasn't trying to get that as fine as possible. He's probably trying to get that more towards point. He's got the outside part of the bat. There are probably some people who would say that is a false shot, and others who might say he was in control of it. That was a false shot. Just having a look at the replay, definitely.
So Jadeja is around the wicket. Crawley pushes to cover no run. Essentially, we're saying is when the ball doesn't go where you're looking to play it.
Yeah, where the batter is trying to hit it. So if you're trying to push the ball on the offside and you get an inside edge to the leg side, that's a false shot. If you flick the ball in the air and it wasn't supposed to go in the air, but like the Folkes one when he got caught, was that in the first innings here? Even if that hadn't have been caught, my guess is that would have been recorded by most analysts as a false shot.
Okay, thank you. Jadeja around the wicket. Crawley's playing defensively to Sarfaraz, no run.
So literally, you want to be hitting it where you mean it otherwise.
Yeah, it more or less means middle of the bat, although they're slightly different because.
Jadeja around the wicket. Crawley is driving through extra cover handsomely for 4. Lovely shots. That'll go all the way along the grass, and it's 4 more to England. 61 for 2. Crawley to 35. The lead 107.
Yeah, one of the best timers of a cricket ball in the England team. He does hit a good ball, and he just looks, as he always does when he plays under this regime, very positive. Looking to jump on anything.
Jadeja in. Crawley off the inside half of the bat through backward square, and they will take a single. 62 for 2 at the end of the. So essentially what we're saying,
that's a full shot, just letting you know.
Yeah, that was a false shot.
So essentially what we're saying is that every shot you played in your career, bar the 99, was a false shot.
And 144, don't forget that there,
All
Macca.
right.
So I've seen you bat, Macca. I can remember one on-false shot. You had
Correct.
a 6 at Colombo.
Colombo, yes.
Down the ground.
Oh, Macman.
Nice. No,
Off who?
Was
Off
it last
who?
ball of the innings?
Off who?
It was quite late on. We were playing the Barmy Army. Talksport against the Barmy Army.
It was a beautiful shot. But I have seen a few of your other shots.
Oh, which were
They
horrendous.
might also be regarded as
I've
false
got
shots.
a feeling. Mac, did you play hockey?
No.
Oh, you look
No.
like. I'm thinking deep mid-wicket is your area.
Anywhere's my area if I can get the bat on it. Crawley will get the inside half of this one as Ashwin starts a new over, and there is no run. In fairness, we played a game in Kandy and then playing a game in Colombo, which were the only 2 games I played in about 7 years. Honestly, the game in Kandy, it was embarrassing. Ashwin comes in, bowls around the wicket. Crawley pushes to mid-off. Jared picks his mic up
He's got a story to tell.
as they take a single.
The game in Candy was on a really dodgy wicket. Like I think I took like 4 for 8 without bowling a good ball. Like it was a really bad wicket, and we bowled them out for like 70 or 80. And all Macca had to do was get a couple of runs at the end, and just couldn't hit the ball off the square.
I couldn't see it. That was half the problem. Ashwin is around the wicket. Root plays defensively to Shubman Gill, and there's no run. So essentially, we won the game as the bowler came in and bowled this ball to me down the leg side, and I knew I wasn't going to hit it, so I stood there and stared out the umpire till he gave a wide. Ashwin around the wicket. Root plays off the outside portion of the bat down to a short third, and there's no run.
Did you keep?
I did. To be fair, that went a bit better. My favourite moment was Colombo, because we took Goffey into playing, dodgy knees and all, and the opening over of the game, Goffey bowled it properly, not full pace, but properly, and I got a caught behind off of Goffey.
Yes.
That's one of my moments. Root is deep in the crease as Ashwin bowls around the wicket and there's no run.
And remember, Macca did all that with a missing finger from the start of the tour when he tried to field one in the England net. It's still one of the worst noises I've ever heard in my life when that ball hit his finger.
I will still tell everyone, Adil Rashid hits a very hard ball. It is Ashwin around the wicket. Joe Root turns on the onside. It's the end of the over. You've heard more than enough of this nonsense. No, and so Alex Tudor and Jared can do whatever they want for the next 30 seconds, and Neil Manthorpe will come in and commentate.
You know how when people say, everyone always mentions Adil Rashid's 10 first-class hundreds too much. Mac is the only one who goes, gee, he's such a powerful man.
So what was he doing? Was he?
So we were in the nets. It was like the first week of the tour, and like Talksport had just got the rights. We're all in the nets, and me and Bats were talking to Suckling Mushtaq, and Macca was beside us, I think talking to John, and Adil Rashid tried to slog one, went straight up in the air. We all saw it, and the rest of us just thought, well, we don't need to be involved here. And Macca ran in, tried to take the catch, and it hit the top of his finger, and you could see his finger crumple underneath it, and the noise, and it was purple for the rest of that tour, I reckon, Jude. And Ben Stokes came over to check on him. It was, yeah. See, I've learnt my lesson. I've been around the nets as an analyst many times before, and it's like, sometimes I say, do a throwdown. No, I don't need to be involved. Where's my laptop?
It was like being in a student house and not doing the washing up, and we were all just ignoring the balls flying around us. It's not our job. Not Macca, though. Here's Mohammad Siraj into the attack. His first ball is pushed away defensively by Zach Crawley. Think he's come on for the reverse swing, and now we're 15 overs in.
Yes, I do think they're seeing if there's going to be any reverse swing. It's a huge win for Crawley, though. He's really not played the spin very well on this tour. He's just been smashing the seamers, and the spinners have been coming up, cleaning him up. 37 off 49, and now he has some seam to face as well. Ball's still hard, should ping off his bat. But yeah, they'll probably give him, 3 overs here? And if it doesn't work, we'll see Kuldeep or one of the finger spinners come back on.
I have to say, Zach Crawley has been in sumptuous form, isn't he, in the last couple of 70s in the last Test match, and he's striking it beautifully at the moment, playing very confidently. Siraj in, and this time he pushes it to the sweeper, deep point. Interesting position that Akash Deep is being employed in at the moment.
Mark Butcher used to hate that position when he was captain.
He still does.
When he was captain.
Well,
and
now that he's a broadcaster, he hates it even more.
Honestly, Ian Salisbury, first over, he'd always want, because you want a bit of cover for your long op, don't you? And Butcher's going, you've not bowled a ball yet. We do it. Like he would flat out refuse to do it, and like Salisbury, like, oh God. But he used to flat out refuse, and I was with Butch. I'm like, you haven't bowled a ball yet. Why you want a man out there covering? He can't, like, Stop worrying about the figures. We want to get him out.
2 wide slips for Mohammad Siraj to Joe Root. Opens the face of the bat, pushes it straight to backward point. Akashdeep's now come in, so he's only fielding at backward point, deep point, for Crawley and not for Joe Root. It's interesting. Pat Cummins did that right at the beginning of the Ashes, didn't he? He had a man out for Zach Crawley right from the beginning.
Yeah. Yes.
And
the game's changed.
Giving runs away, isn't it? Anyway, England 64 for 2 with a first innings lead of 46. So there are 110 runs to the good. 110 for 2 sounds a lot better than 64 for 2. Here's Siraj again, and Root again pushes it to Akashdeep, who's not deep anymore. He's at regulation backward point.
See, but what I like, especially what I love about Ben Stokes, is that risk and reward. So I remember when, obviously, I had Broad and Anderson, and they were used to sort of having cover mid-off, and he was like, and sometimes point, he'd be like, no, I want you to get your slips. So you're going to have 4 slips, Gully. But he would leave point open, and he was just saying, I need you to pitch it up. I don't care if you get driven a couple of times, but they're going to nick one. It's that risk and reward. But a man on the boundary, I mean, if it goes for 4, it goes for 4.
Siraj in, Joe Root rock solid, pushing forward. Jared's got a stat for us, I see.
Well, I just wanted to look up R. Ashwin's average in the first 10 overs of second innings in India. And CricViz have got that for us. He averages 15 when he opens the bowling in the first 10 overs of the second innings.
And he would have done that enough for it to be a decent sample size.
He's got a lot of wickets doing that, yeah. It's not that his average gets worse, by the way. Like, it goes to 17.75 for the next 10 overs, and for the next 20 after that, 16.25.
Okay, he's averaging under 20 in every phase. That's driven up towards mid-off and straight to Rohit Sharma. No run.
Yeah, last 5 years he's been averaging 16 in the second innings at home. So we know that, but he's specifically at his absolute best when the ball is brand new. And it's the ability, because he's tall and he gets the bounce, but he can also just undercut the ball a little bit, and he gets that UFO ball that skids through, and then occasionally we'll get one to rip off the... It's just such a good package. But also, as you would know, Manners, not all spinners feel comfortable with the new ball in their hand, and he certainly is one of those.
Okay, so how much extra money would he have cost? What would he looking at?
Did Zach Crawley just pick something off the pitch, throw it away, and it went back onto the pitch? Did you guys see that?
And he couldn't be bothered to even go back and do it.
And he was like, I'm not picking it up again.
Like fluff. It just blew back. He was like, I'm not doing that again.
It was a piece of the pitch, and he realised there are so many pieces lying loose that they're just going to wait for the ground star to give it a brush at the tea break or the drinks break. Here's Ashwin then. 4 beats Crawley outside the off stump. Slid on, past the outside edge. He was playing for the turn, and it didn't turn. Just skidded on that one, and it wasn't. It did. It literally went straight on. It was an undercutter. Didn't look like a regulation off break to me, but Crawley now drives beautifully down the ground, but only as far as Akashdeep again. He's now at long on, and they go through for a single. Yeah, I was just wondering, so Ashwin, unless he's naturally adept at bowling with a brand new ball, would have had to put in a lot of new ball bowling practice. I'm just wondering how much the BCCI spent in new balls just for net sessions for Ashwin. That one is driven by Root to cover, no run.
They've got the money, if we're being honest. I think the big change is limited overs cricket. And I know the new ball in limited overs cricket feels different. Tudes could tell you more about that, but
turned away, Root deep into his crease here, and straight to square leg, no run.
Because it's painted rather than dyed, and so it feels a little bit different in your hands. But the point is, so many modern spinners now are just used to bowling with the new ball over the last 10 or 15 years that I think that that is translating over into red ball cricket, even if the Kookaburra feels a little bit different than a red SG will.
Here is Ashwin. Forward comes Joe Root, pushing again, just defensively out to mid-wicket, no run. I've got this vision of a lot of people listening to us going, painted as opposed to dyed. It's a very good point. A lot of people said to me, why does the white ball deteriorate quicker than the red ball? I don't know whether you'd be able to provide more on that. Big appeal for leg before wicket, massive appeal. Did it pitch in line? Not out, says umpire Kumar Dharmasena. The Indians were absolutely adamant, and you'll never see a more animated appeal by a wicketkeeper than the one from Dhruv Jurel, who was dancing around, waving his arms in the air. It was like he was doing the boogie. He was celebrating. They've reviewed. Rohit Sharma's reviewed after 5 seconds.
He's never been more sure in his life.
Yeah, he didn't need to be yelled at by his teammates there, did he? He was all over it. And an immediate review. It was hitting the stumps, right? It can only be, did it pitch in line? That I would think.
Oh. Is it hitting the stumps?
Bat coming right across the ball.
Is it turning too much?
Wow, I mean, we could see a lot of the stumps on this first replay. I just thought it was leg side. I wasn't sure why they were as excited about it as they were, Jude.
Yeah, I don't like it. You can see often the little bit of middle. It was turn because it took a bit of the pitch.
It took a lot of the pitch.
But I reckon the important decision is that the umpire gave it not out. And it could possibly be umpire's call.
Terrific super slow-mo of the pitch exploding as that ball gripped into it.
I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracker when available.
Joel Wilson, you can hear. He's satisfied there's no bat involved. All about ball tracking now. Where's it pitched? It's pitched in line and it's hitting. The original decision of not out is reversed and Joe Root's gone. Ashwin takes his 3rd wicket. England are 65 for 3. Well, what a review. The Indians were absolutely convinced. Ashwin was celebrating, Jurel was celebrating, but it was given not out, and now we know why they were celebrating.
Well, that's a surprise to me, but what a massive wicket and what a good call. As you said, he normally takes it down to the last second before he does the review, but after 5 seconds he went. I think maybe because of the importance of Joe Root, as you said, Jurel, the keeper, was doing some shimmy at the back with the appeal. Ashwin was definitely, because of the fullness that he bowled it was like, listen, no, I think that's hitting the stumps. And even there was a little smirk from the umpire. So it looked like he was proud, because it's massive, isn't it? I suppose you make a decision, you say not out, and he's had to review, overturn his call, his original call. And he's like, I thought I got that right, but
you can
technology.
see why he gave that not out.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I'm still shocked India was that certain, because I thought at best they were going to get an umpire's call there, and they've done very, very well. But it was I don't know what Jurel would have seen, because he was moving towards middle and leg, and all he saw was Joe Root in front of him. So I don't know how he knew where it pitched. Ashwin was a little bit different. Ashwin was the one I was watching, because he wasn't excited. He was trying to say to Rohit, this is what happened on this ball. But fantastic. When we first saw that, I think we all thought that was not out, right? When we first saw that. So incredible to get the overturned decision, and then on top of that, if you're going to take a risk, it probably makes more sense to make it on Root than anyone else, right?
Oh, what a moment! What a moment! Ashwin has all 3, and what a moment for Johnny Bairstow, whose highest score in India in 11 innings is 38, and he made them in the last innings. He's got 4 noughts in 11 innings. He doesn't necessarily have the game best suited naturally to playing in these conditions, and it'll be very interesting to see whether he again adopts the sweep strategy, or whether he plays with a straight bat, plays like Joe Root did in the first innings when he finished 122 not out. Will Johnny Bairstow sweep? Will he rely on the horizontal bat shot with uneven bounce so prevalent? 17 overs gone. England are 65 for 3. They have a first innings lead of 46. So they're 111 runs to the good, but Ashwin is having a field day. He's had Ben Duckett caught at short leg by Sarfaraz Khan for 15. Ollie Pope, LBW, first ball, completing his first pair of noughts in first-class cricket. And now Joe Root, LBW, for 11. Zach Crawley is 39 not out, batting rather beautifully. And Johnny Bairstow is yet to face the ball. I think they must be having a drinks break. They are having a drinks break. But we're set to resume now. And Zach Crawley on 39. As I say, the lead is 111. Mohammad Siraj about to bowl. Spin is so dangerous. Why are they even bowling Siraj?
Yeah, I just think they're just, while the ball's still hard, let's see if something can happen. But it just shows that, going back to Ashwin, the competitor, And Darren Goff was talking about yesterday. He's been a little bit disappointed in this series. He hasn't got the wickets that he most probably would have expected.
Here is Mohammad Siraj to Zach Crawley. He whips it off his pads very effectively out to Devdutt Padikkal at deep square leg. There we go through for a single. Crawley onto 40.
But with the game on the line, the importance he knows of him and Jadeja bowling, this is where he comes into his own. That's why he has the wickets, the amount of wickets, 500 plus, his career to date. It's that competitor as well. He's a massive competitor, and he can seize the situation. He knows this is the time when they need to strike India. And as you say, he's got the first three and the absolute massive wicket in the GOAT in Joe Root. Huge wicket.
Just such an important innings for Johnny Bairstow. It feels like it's such an important wicket. Here is Mohammad Siraj then, and Johnny Bairstow is forward, playing at pushing it straight back to the bowler. I don't think Bairstow will mind the fact that his first couple of deliveries will be bowled by Mohammad Siraj. Just looking again at Joe Root's dismissal, and it pitched in line. Umpire's call by the barest of margins.
That's what I think. But I think it was the fullness of the delivery.
The graphic's actually quite confusing because it looks like it pitched mostly outside leg stump and not in line with leg stump. Bairstow now inside edge of the bat for a single. He's off the mark, out to deep square leg.
And I think that's what Ashwin was saying when he was speaking to his captain when he was coming down. He's going, it's hitting extremely full. You know, if that had been slightly further down, I think, you know, it would have been umpire's call. But that looked like, you know, that shows like it was thundering into leg stump, and for me it didn't look quite right.
Yeah, it really was the tightest of overturns. And here's Siraj to Zach Crawley, pushing it out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Jadeja fields. I'm a massive fan of the technology, Hawkeye technology. I'm a huge fan, and so therefore I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to say that I think it was wrong. I believe in it. It's been illustrated to me in Dubai. I went through the whole process, and it's a long educational process, so I understand how it works. All I will say is that it's one of those that didn't look to the naked eye first time or on replay like it was the right decision. Pushed out towards extra cover again by Crawley, and there's no run. There's a difference between saying, oh, that was wrong, and saying it didn't look right.
It just didn't look right, and they're still looking at it. The England backroom staff and Joe, they're still looking at it. It's not quite convinced, but it is what it is.
Yeah, he's not coming back.
No.
I'm not sure what they're not convinced by, though, at this point. We've now seen it 7 times.
Here's Mohammad Siraj, and it's flicked nicely off his pads by Zach Crawley. It's a delightful shot for 4. Just the finest of leg glances, and fine in both senses of the word. It's gone very, very fine. Nowhere near the keeper, but also nowhere near deep back with square leg. 71 for 3, 18 overs gone. England lead by 117. And, well, yes?
Good spell, Siraj. It didn't reverse, really, did it?
No, it didn't. No.
And he's just bowled one down the leg
overs?
side. And rest yourself for later. No?
Thanks, Mo. Take a breather.
I mean, he will bowl again. They're going to have a look at least 2 more chances of reversing later on. And he might bowl into the crack short balls, which is what Ollie Robinson did this morning. They've got Akash Deep as well. But, yeah, I think they wanted to see if it was going to reverse. It didn't reverse, and he's just given away a boundary for no reason. So
Zach Crawley is batting beautifully, I must say. Ashwin is bowling beautifully. It's very much game on. Steve Harmison was very excited half an hour ago, and he said it was cracking Test cricket. It's just getting better.
Yeah, just getting better, but I'm still baffled by that last one. I'm really struggling. I know what you're saying, Jared. They're not sure what they're looking at.
Here's Ashwin, bowls and driven down the ground by Bairstow, and it beats mid-off, and that's a super shot for 4. It's marginally over-pitched from Ashwin, but that's a lovely shot from Johnny Bairstow, and I hope he keeps that nice and upright for as long as possible.
Yeah, a little bit of, hopefully he's watched the way Zach Crawley's played against our Ashwin, which is hit the ball down the ground, not try and hit it too hard. Don't bring the right shoulder into play, because then that gets you into all sorts of trouble. Keep hitting the ball straight.
Ashwin into Bairstow, defends, no run. There was a delightful piece of attempted Courtney Walsh type fielding from Ashwin as that one was driven towards him. He tried to get his foot on it.
I was enjoying Bairstow screaming yes down the wicket, as you do when you hit one off the middle early on and you're quite excited by it. Very Johnny Bairstow areas, that one.
Bairstow 5, Crawley 4, England 75 for 3, leading by 121. Ashwin in again, and this time Bairstow off the back foot pushes it out towards cover. So, Harmy, where do you start? I'm saying that I believe in the technology, I trust it, I know that it works. It didn't look right.
It didn't look right. For me, the angle that it's gone with, it had to, if for hitting the stumps, I would have said it was hitting middle and off rather than leg stump.
That's whipped away, bottom hand from Johnny Bairstow. Nice and full from Ashwin again, and flicked through the leg.
Sorry, if it pitches there and it turns, it misses leg stump. And if it goes straight on from an angle point of view, it's got to go on to sort of middle and off stump. Still not coming to pitch in line, by the way.
I was going to say,
there's a lot gone wrong there for me.
I think once it pitches in line, I think it was going to hit the stumps.
Here's Ashwin, and forward comes Crawley, pushing to cover, no run.
I mean, the pitching in line looks millimetres in it, right? I mean, it could not be any more, 50-50 shout, really.
The graphic seems to show the ball pitching more outside leg stump than on it, pushed out towards mid-off. Remember, there's no run there. Remember that in order for it be umpire's call to be upheld, more than half of the ball needs to be pitching in line. So literally 51%, rather, as opposed to 49% of the ball needs to be pitching in line with the stump. And
for me, it just didn't look right. From the naked eye, when you go, it just didn't look right. And for where the technology said the ball hit the stumps, that didn't look right either. From the angle that Ashwin was bowling from, he's bowling from around the wicket. From an angle point of view, I just can't see how it can hit the stumps at that point from where the ball said it's pitched. But that's where we are, and I agree. I'm with Manners. I'm a technology man. I think there's more pros than cons in the game. Getting the right decision, but
I was going to say, I think a lot of umpires would have just given that out normally as well. Like, it was, even Damascena's call wasn't horrendous. Like, a lot of umpires would have given that out live because it was so full.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. It was so full, but it just didn't look right for some reason.
Bairstow facing with two catching mid-wicket fielders, but they are close to the bat, and Bairstow has clubbed this delivery up over square leg for 4. He moves to 10, he moves from 6 to 10, and Mohammad Siraj gets punished first ball of his third over. Yeah, good intent from Bairstow. He did that in the first innings. I thought he batted really well in the first innings before he got out. He got 38 in the first innings, but there was an intent from Johnny Bairstow to come and put pressure on the bowlers on a surface which didn't look that great, and it's getting worse now by the unevenness of the bounce. I think England have had a conscious effort to put pressure on Siraj and go at him whenever he comes onto ball, because he's not at his most confident best. There is a fielder at deep square leg now. There wasn't for the ball before, and this is a delivery on off stump which sees Johnny Bairstow pushing at the ball and calling Joe Root through quickly for a second. Good running from Johnny Bairstow, not Joe Root, sorry, Zach Crawley. Good running from. I refuse to believe that was leg before, so I'm going to persist with Root continuing to bat.
That was a very good running there from Bairstow. They changed the field. They put a fielder out there, and he literally rolled his wrists into the gap and instantly looked for 2. I think a lot of batters in the world would have turned that and just been like, oh, they put someone out there now. That's just one. But he put the pressure on. And he's asking questions of Rohit Sharma. And England are asking questions of India, despite those wickets. An on-the-up drive that goes a touch squarer than what Bairstow intended. And there's a chase on for Akash Deep, who has to run round from deep point, and he fields, but not before the third run is completed. England's lead, 131. There is a frenetic feel to the cricket at the moment. 85 for 3 England in second innings. Brilliant though, Jared, isn't it? Oh, I mean, just watching Bairstow here, he's just driven this on the up from top of off stump.
Top of off stump, yeah. Nowhere near half volley. He's coming out with an intent. He's keeping leg side of the ball. He's looking to play. He's looking to access the ball with his hands and his bat, which is not a bad thing on a wicket, which is up and down. If one rolls along the deck and it's the stumps, look, there's nothing much you can do about it. That's life. But at least he's coming at the ball with the intention of trying to hit it rather than hit him.
As Zach Crawley comes forward and picks out one of those two catching midfielders, mid-wicket fielders. He's 44 from 59. I mean, Bairstow, in terms of just runs scored, has only had one poor test in 4. That being the third test when he was out for a duck in first innings, and then made just 4, I think, in the second innings. But he's got starts, a couple of 30s, and it's Crawley facing again, trying to get onto the front foot as much as possible. Is Crawley defends around his pads. He's 44 from 60. Bairstow, his dismissals were described as mild. A couple of mild dismissals from Brendan McCullum, which was, I think, a very clever way of describing.
Yeah.
No criticism.
No criticism.
No pressure.
Whatsoever. No.
But it's an observation.
Yeah, and I think it takes some responsibility with the scores that he's had so far.
Siraj is in and bowling on a good length, which draws Crawley forward again. And it's no run.
The last test match, he had a 0 and 4. 4 balls in the first innings, 3 balls in the second innings. He'd be disappointed, 2 low scores, but he's got out. The bowlers have got him out. If you're out within the first 10 balls, the likelihood is the bowlers bowled a good ball and got you out as you're trying to get in. The disappointing thing, I think, from Johnny's point of view, would be 37 in the first innings of the first test match, 10 in the second innings. Well, 37 he's in, and that he's got to turn 37 into a 50-plus score and then go on to try and make a match-winning score. England won the match, so that's not too bad. But 25 and 26 in the second test match, that will hurt Johnny more than anything else, because he's starting to build an innings. 2 innings of over 35 balls.
I'll jump in on that point that you make. It's a good one. Short leg and a slip in place for Bairstow, and he whips this ball straight down the ground and to long on for a single. He moves to 16 from 9. Can you remember the delivery that got rid of him at Hyderabad? That ball from Axar Patel, which took top of off.
Yeah,
that was the ball of the test, right?
Yeah.
So there is a little bit there to mention in terms of that innings. There's Crawley again. He's really getting his front foot down the track and also getting that bat in front of it, clipping the ball to mid-wicket. No run. 44 from 62. The lead for England, 132. Ashwin, the danger man, with all 3 wickets to fall so far, as the ball squirts out to Shubman Gill, I think it is, at a shortish extra cover. No run. Ashwin, this is on off stump and defended resolutely by Crawley. Got into the 40s in the first innings as well. Can he go on? Root has perished. Bairstow's there. Down the track is Crawley. Sarfraz Khan is at short mid-on, but just for a second there you thought that Crawley was going to launch the ball downtown. The length wasn't there, so he hangs back a touch and pushes it out to the offside. No run. Down the track again, opens his body up a little bit and places this ball to the left of Rajat Patidar, who's fielding at mid-off, and there's a slight misfield. Crawley sees that and so charges back for a second. Good running and proactive batting and running from England through Crawley and Bairstow. The score, England 88 for 3, but with that first innings lead, of course, they're now sitting 134 for 3 effectively.
Yeah, Bairstow running with intent. He's coming out with huge intent to access the ball, but also running between the wickets. He's going to the danger end, going to the closest end where the fielder is. So he's seen the misfield, call for 2, and Zach Crawley has to scamper back to the other end. And Zach as well. Yeah, Zach's been in great form in this series. In 2 of his dismissals, he's got 2 70s in this Test series so far, and he's had a couple of umpires' calls which looked two of those, one of them at the top of the leg stump, and you go, and that's just so unlucky that he's been given out on field and going that. So there has been a few instances in this series where there has been a bit unlucky for the batter, but the Johnny Bairstow 25 and 26, especially in India, where you've got to really take responsibility if you bat in the top 6 once you do get in, because it's hard to come in on these surfaces against the spin bowlers. Them 20s will be the ones that disappoint Johnny, not the Norton 4.
Jadeja's back and he beats Johnny Bairstow first up. Bairstow's coming forward. There's catching fielders in and around the offside, and he's beaten. The Mohammad Siraj experiment has been brought to a temporary halt. 3 overs for 16. And Jadeja is back with a slip in place, and Bairstow's crowd catch to Sarfraz Khan running back from Silly Point as Bairstow plays us into the turf and up and over the fielder. But just now asking a new question. The left arm of Jadeja yet to pick up a wicket. Bairstow 16 not out, faces up and defends the middle and leg stump line from Jadeja.
He's ticking here, Johnny. He is, and he's ticking here. He's just on the edge. He's on the edge. He's come out with that positive mentality, positive intent. People calling about his place. 99 test matches in. Seeing the moment of where the situation, the game is.
2 short cover fielders as Bairstow, again, he's trying to force this ball through the offside, and he gets a healthy inside edge, which drops back past his front leg, or actually nutmegs himself almost. The ball then skips back towards the wicket but hits his back foot. No damage done, but these last 3 deliveries that he's faced from Jadeja,
he's ticking. He's just a little bit on edge.
Jadeja again, and Bairstow's not putting that front foot drive out back in the locker, is he? Picks out short cover.
He's not going to die wondering. He's not going to be bowled or nicked off defensively. He's going to be coming at the ball. He's trying to be aggressive.
Defensive this time. This is a straighter line from Jadeja, and it's hit back straight to the bowler. Interesting over there. Jadeja back on. The new ball was thrown to Jadeja and Ravichandran Ashwin. Ashwin's not going anywhere, or hasn't so far. He's picked up the 3 wickets to 4, the first of which Ben Duckett caught at short leg for 15. He was going at a runner ball. It looked good, actually. Very next ball in the game, the complexion of the game, which has changed since yesterday. England giving up what looked like a first innings lead in excess of 100. It was just 46 by the time Jurel was out, last man for 90. And those 2 wickets of Duckett and Pope in successive balls. Pope going for a pair for the first time in first-class cricket, dragging India back into this contest. A marginal call for a leg before wicket on Joe Root, and it's game on as Ravichandran Ashwin is in and Crawley is forward, and he tucks this down round the corner. There's a chase on for Ravindra Jadeja, who I'd say is India's best fielder, and he's helped this along. He's kind of hit it with his knee as he's tried to slide and gather and throw, and instead he's allowed Crawley to come back for a second.
Yeah, nice little tickle around the corner. Jadeja sliding for it, just trying to stop the 2, and he's pulled it back onto his knee and knocked it, made sure it was a comfortable 2 for him.
2 away from 50 is Crawley. He's back and he's punching this to backward point. It's gone flush to the fielder, and Crawley set off as though he was thinking that it was Bairstow running to the danger end, and then almost suddenly realised, hang on, the fielder there is aiming at the non-strikers, so he had to get a little hurry on, but he's successfully completed the single. He's 49.
Yeah, but good England trying to keep the scoreboard moving, not being too defensive, stuck on the crease. Zach Crawley gets out there in front of himself, pushes it into point. Good running between the wickets.
Here is Bairstow, and he's playing back and forcing this ball, which would have gone on to hit off stump, straight to that fielder that's hovering around close to the wicket in the covers. Bairstow 16 from 17, England's lead here on TalkSport 2, 137. Ashwin again, this time has Bairstow playing forward defensively. Lots of chatter in the outfield, as you'd expect.
Lots of chatter and just trying to put pressure on Bairstow. He got a bit like this in the first innings, and he went to the slog sweep, and that became his demise.
Ashwin, no slog sweep there. He's forcing this to extra cover, where the fielder does good work to get across and down, collecting the ball two-handed. No run there. Last ball of Ashwin's 12th over.
Change of angle now from Ashwin, from over the wicket.
And he's in past the umpire, and Bairstow cuts this from a fourth stump line, and he may well pick up a boundary. He does. There's no fielder out at deep point. Deep extra cover can't come round. And 7 runs come from Ravichandran Ashwin's at 12th over. 3 for 48 from his 12 over spell. Nothing from the other end. And England pushing towards 100 now. And the lead up to 141. Zach Crawley now 1 away from 50.
Yeah, Zach Crawley's batted nicely, but that was a terrific shot. It was a beautiful shot from Johnny Bairstow. The angle changed, so Ashwin's coming over the wicket. The ball didn't spin, it just skidded off, and a good part of the surface, not off a crack or where the worn bits were. Johnny Bairstow just rocks back and cuts it beautifully.
Crawley's forward, defensively played. Sarfraz Khan has moved. He's not close to the wicket anymore. He is almost in Zach Crawley's eye line at mid-off, very close mid-off, and that is exactly where the ball goes. And that's been a single for Crawley on many occasions in this short innings so far, but not at the moment.
Just seen another replay of the Johnny Bairstow boundary. His balance was brilliant, hands fantastic.
Crawley calls Bairstow through. He's just nudged this full-length delivery from Jadeja, angled in on the pads, and square leg isn't close enough to cut off the run. Minimal celebrations from Crawley, but he's going at a good rate, 50 from 71, and England find themselves 96 for 3 now, a lead over India of 143.
An excellent 50 from Zach Crawley, well balanced, good timing, good control of his movements.
Bairstow again, getting on the front foot. Sarfraz Khan at short extra fields, pretends to shy at the stumps. No run. 1 run from the Jadeja over, yet to pick up a wicket. As Bairstow clumps the ball to Siraj, who's halfway between the non-striker and the boundary, and that means there is a single on offer. This is the 4th test of 5. Remember, England 2-1 down as Zach Crawley defends this delivery from Ravindra Jadeja. Need to win this to keep the series alive. Got football coming your way later on Talk Sport, 3 o'clock. It's Chelsea against Liverpool in the Carabao Cup final. All the build-up already going to be beginning over on Talk Sport. In another world, that would have been Chelsea against Fulham, of course. Liverpool knocked my team out in the semi-finals.
A year ago, Carabao Cup final, we were in New Zealand.
You were having to
5 o'clock in the morning, sitting there, you having a panic on, thinking if the Black and Whites win, what state's he going to turn up in tomorrow morning?
Can you remember? It was day 4 at Wellington.
Day 4 at Wellington, yeah. Yeah, so 12 months ago we were in a pulsating test match in Wellington. What a test match that was, by the way, at the finish.
Brilliant. That's
Neil
one
Wagner.
of the best ones I've ever borne witness. Brilliant test match. New Zealand following on, winning the match by
Jimmy Anderson running down the wicket, belting Neil Wagner's short ball. Paul Collingwood, even when we were on the ground in the first test match, Paul Collingwood complaining to the umpire, and I'll tell you that story in a second.
Because Kuldeep Yadav is in, and this ball turns. It shapes to move away or go away from the right-handed Johnny Bairstow. Then it comes back in, and crucially, it also bounces. Bairstow continues with the shot. It hits him high up on the bat. Splices the bat almost. Leading edge pops out into the offside. And Bairstow comes through for a single.
Did well to get it there. If he had gone any harder at that would have gone straight up in the air. That was like a Patitar in the last Test match when he just clothed it to extra cover, just very, very well there.
Yadav again, and Crawley plays this straight back down the track.
Chris Gaffney didn't give a wide, I think, in the first Test match for a short ball. And Paul Collingwood berated him the next morning and said, if we had that wide, Jimmy Anderson in Wellington, we would have won that Test match.
Yadav again as Crawley comes forward, thick inside edge, and the ball travels out to the fielder, short fine. Backward is square on the leg side. Via the pad as well of Zach Crawley, who's 50 not out here on TalkSport 2. Kuldeep Yadav, who batted so well in a partnership with Jurel. Crawley defending this ball out to the offside. Yadav was the first man out this morning, but not before he'd eaten up 131 deliveries, proving it is possible to bat on this track. 235 for 8 then, as Kuldeep Yadav is in. And again, Crawley happy to open up his body and force this ball through the covers. Fraction short maybe from Yadav. He's got a slip in place as a point, extra cover, wide, long off. Yadav, this is straighter, and Crawley, handsome, crunching cover drive to Patidar at wide, long off, who fields well this time, and Crawley sends Bairstow back. No second run there on this occasion. The lead now for England, 145, and they're approaching 100. 99 for 3 here on TalkSport 2, and after a word from Steve Harmison, it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, first 6 balls from Kuldeep Yadav, and interesting, some inconsistencies of lines of length. The full ball that was bowled to Johnny Bairstow just bounced a little bit, it would have gone, top of middle stump, and Johnny Bairstow had to readjust. Then the short ball, 2 balls later, back of a length short ball to Zach Crawley, kept low. So, the wrist spin, you're going to have to watch very, very closely here.
Jadeja then, left arm around the wicket, beats the outside edge of Crawley's bat. By a decent distance, actually. Crawley playing the line of the off stump. That one spins away through to the keeper, no run.
Too good. That's not getting anybody out, that, because there's nobody getting anywhere near it. That's a fantastic delivery by Jadeja. Zach Crawley's in a decent bit of form here.
He's coming forward, and again, it's the outside half of the bat as Jadeja's left arm around the wicket. It's going to go down to third for 4. The England 100 is up. Zach Crawley has 55 to his name out of the 103 for 3. More importantly, England's lead now 149.
Yeah, smile from Jadeja. The ball before was an absolute beauty. He looks at Zach Crawley and gives him a little bit of a stare, and I think Zach Crawley's basically saying, well, if you bowl a bit fuller, I might have a chance of nicking it. And he did nick it, but fortunately for Zach Crawley, he's just dropped his hands on it, and it's run down to the third boundary. Well bowled by Jadeja, but well played by Zach Crawley.
Jadeja comes in once again around the wicket, and again it's off the outside half of the bat. Quick single to short third. Bairstow was the man calling it through, and he makes his ground anyway. The throw isn't a brilliant one, doesn't hit the stumps directly. He would have made it anyway as it was, because of the way that Bairstow was coming charging down from the non-striker's end. And England have another one to add to the total. Everything that they can get just increases the score line that India would have to make. England's lead now 150. We reckon 200 is going to be very difficult to make. Bairstow stays deep in the crease as Jadeja bowls left arm around, forces it off the back foot out to Akash Deep at point on the boundary. Another single taken, 105 for 3 here on TalkSport 2.
You can bat on this, Macca. You can bat on it. There's one with your name on it, and you just have to put that out of your mind. But if you do have positive intent, you can bat on this surface.
In goes Jadeja, loops off of Crawley's pad into the leg side. I am surprised that there's no short legging.
I think that's largely down to the way Zach Crawley's played. He's played very, very well. He's come when it's been full. He's utilised all the sort of wingspan that he's got out in front of himself, hit the ball well down the ground. So short leg's not really in the game from that point of view.
Jadeja is in and beats Bairstow. It's not taken cleanly by Jurel, who has juggle with it, and he's grasping for it as if there's an edge on that one.
No, I don't think the edge, Macca. I think he's missed stumping. I think Johnny Bairstow's a long way out of his crease here. I think that as well as Jurel's kept wicket, I think you're looking at his body language, he thinks this is a chance. It was beautifully bowled by Jadeja. You know, got Johnny Bairstow out of his crease off balance rather than him coming out of his crease. And I think the turn, the bounce, and he's missed it. It just hit Jurel in the chest. He hasn't been able to grab hold of it, and he's not been able to tap the stumps. But I think if he takes this cleanly, I think Johnny Bairstow's out.
I've got a funny feeling it's actually whacked Jurel in the Adam's apple, judging by the way he's fiddling around. We haven't seen a replay of it yet because it's the end of the over, 106 for 3. England therefore lead by 152 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, because we're in the end of the over. The TV are in an ad break.
I don't think Jadil wants to see another replay of this, because I think he knows as well that Johnny was off balance, down the crease and out of his ground.
Well, this was the thing. We were told Jurel is an okay keeper. He keeps predominantly in white ball cricket, and he was the better batter than KS Barrett, so that was the reason for the selection. And when you get onto a pitch like this, now we're going to get the replay. So, well, we're seeing it from behind the bowler. First of all, yeah, Bairstow's dragged that foot and he's overbalanced, hasn't he? We'll need to see it from side on shortly. As Kuldeep starts the new over on leg stump, Crawley will turn it around to Shubman Gill at square leg, and they'll take the single, 107 for 3. Now we see it from square on. Bairstow, big stride forward, dragged a long way out of the crease, and Jurel is having the second grab at it. Bairstow actually tries to place the foot. Now at the third attempt,
Johnny
gets it back.
Johnny wouldn't have been stumped there. He would have been run out. He was that long out of his crease. I was gonna give the keeper benefit of the doubt, because I thought that bounced up, but it actually didn't.
Kuldeep is in once again, middle of Bairstow's bat, pushing it back down the pitch to the bowler, no run.
It didn't. No, I thought it was a regulation take, and he'd be disappointed when he sees that again. Johnny tried 3 times to get back in the crease and still didn't get back in.
Well, that is an opportunity. In goes Kuldeep. That turns big on Johnny Bairstow. It's pitching on leg stump, turns a long way down leg side, takes him on the pad, and there's no opportunity for a run. England 107 for 3. Kuldeep in once again. Bairstow's push driving into the offside will beat the man at short extra. Patidara is coming off of the long off boundary and is able to field that, so it'll be just a single, one more to the total. It's been a cracking day's cricket so far. Third day of a test match, so often described as moving day. Well, this game is absolutely moving on apace. Kuldeep in, Crawley just playing defensively. It rolls out on the offside and there's no run. I mentioned the fact that there's no man under the helmet. There's only a slip as a close catcher, even as a sort of man on the drive. Well, short mid-on. It's played on the offside by Crawley. As Kuldeep goes in, it's outside of off stump, and he pushes down to the deep fielder. Takes a single, ends the over. So 3 singles from the over. Kuldeep's bowled 2 overs, 0 for 5. England 109 for 3. And Zach Crawley 59 not out. Johnny Bairstow 24 not out from 28 balls. And Steve Harmison has moved out. And Alex Tudor moves in, refreshed after his breakfast. Loosening up, ready for a spell.
Yeah, it was good too. Sausage and bacon. Didn't have the bread. Trying to be good. Nice hot chocolate as well.
All the major food groups covered there then. Jadeja around the wicket. Zach Crawley coming forward. Pushes into the covers, no run. What was it? There's an episode of The Simpsons where Dr. Nick is trying to get this new diet involved. And he invents a new food group called the Chocolatastics. Jadeja in. Well, Crawley's aiming a cover drive at this one, but it gets the inside edge, and Jaiswal will field at mid-wicket. No run. Crawley 59 from 86 balls. These two have put on 44 in 62. Jadeja is in. Crawley push driving, having hit 7 boundaries already. There isn't one there on this occasion. He remains on 59. Jadeja, quicker, flatter. Crawley is spotting that one and just pushes it to short mid-off, where Sarfraz is fielding under the helmet, and there's no run. Beaten is Crawley on this occasion. Jadeja goes in, left arm around, and bowls another beauty, similar to the one he bowled in his last over, actually. Steve Harmison said, well, no one's getting out to that because it's too good, and he just bowled the same ball again.
Right off the middle of the crack, that one.
Jadeja is in, Crawley's driving, misfielded by Sarfraz. It's a bit of a yes-no. They will take the single, and they will make it comfortable in the end. Crawley goes to 60, 110 for 3 at the end of 28 overs in their second innings. England, they led by 46 on first innings, 110 for 3, therefore 156 in front.
The third innings, there's still runs in this wicket. You know, obviously England in a very good state at the minute, good lead, 7 wickets still left. But I still feel there's runs in this wicket. Yeah, there's the odd ball that's spinning prodigiously, going up, going down, but it's not happening a lot. A lot less than what we expected, especially in that first session of the game where 5 wickets were taken before lunch. It's not been as tragic as we first expected. So I thought there's still runs, and India, if they can get a couple, they'll still feel like they're very much in this game.
Well, Stokes' ball in the first innings is still the worst ball of the match. And when that happens with the final ball before lunch, we're thinking, oh my goodness. Kuldeep to start a new over, bowls Zach Crawley. The left arm wrist spin. Crawley was way back, trying to force off the back foot through the covers, and was using hand-eye coordination, and didn't get it right on this occasion. England's lead, 156. Crawley goes for 60. England 110 for 4.
Yeah, as you said, he's been seeing it well. It's not massive turn, but it's turned nevertheless. Rocket into middle stump. He just missed it. He's just giving himself a bit of room to try and hit it on the offside, most probably down to long off and rotate the strike, and he's just missed it. And that's a massive wicket for Kuldeep and India, and Zach Crawley has to depart for 60. England 110 for 4.
You look back at the pitch then, I'm not sure, Tudes, that did all that much. I mean, it spun, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure it hit a crack and kept as low as he thinks it did. Here's one for you, though, because CricViz just sent this. Zach Crawley had gone on the track to 91% of his innings so far, which was the second most in CricViz's database by an England player, behind a KP innings. And he gets done, Tudes, by being on the back foot.
Yeah,
life is not fair, Macca.
He'd gone all in on the front foot. And that's done on the back. Right, well, Ben Stokes strides to the crease. Him and Bairstow. Now, they put some partnerships on for England in their time. England don't quite need the, 299 of Cape Town or whatever it was. They'd probably sell for 99 right now.
Wouldn't surprise me if Stokes goes all defensive for a little while, does some blocking, and Bairstow maybe just continues at the pace he's going. The other thing I would say with Bairstow is, I know he was almost stumped in that last over, but he's not massively away from a run-out opportunity as well, because he's going for everything.
Yeah, Bairstow 24 from 28. Should have been stumped by Jurel. Took him 3 goes to get his foot back behind the line. And even then, Jurel had about 4 attempts to try and gather the ball in. Not the greatest piece of wicket-keeping we've seen in the game. Right, it's a silly point and a slip and a short extra cover for Stokes as Kuldeep goes in. Left arm over, and Stokes is very, very deep. And playing this ball, it's about half a foot outside of off stump in the end when he actually plays it. He plays it back to the bowler, no run. 20 past 8 this Sunday morning in the UK. If you are just waking up, cracking day's cricket so far. It feels like the best is yet to come. Kuldeep is in. Stokes is playing out on the offside, and there's no run. And Jurel is a man who feels like he's been let off a little bit. He might not have got Bairstow, but at least they got the wicket shortly afterwards, and it's his voice you can hear through the stump mic. He's merrily chirping away. Crowd getting into it. England's lead is 156. Kuldeep comes in, bowls outside of off stump. Good forcing shot by Stokes off the back foot. Really good forcing shot off the back foot. And Akashdeep will have to stop that 10 metres in from the rope. I hope he's not hurt himself in the process, because it's not the greatest piece of fielding. Jurel doesn't take it cleanly behind the stumps. He went for the MS Dhoni, used the pads option, and it's going to need backing up to only be a couple.
I always get nervous when I see, especially on this outfield, players diving on the floor, sliding on the floor.
It looked like his shoulder was most at risk, the way he sort of went down, and well, thankfully he's all right.
I think we'd have got there without the dive, to be fair.
Kuldeep in, bowls to Stokes, brings him forward on the off stump, pushes to Shubman Gill at short extra, and there's no run.
Just keep seeing this replay. Yes, it didn't bounce as he would have liked, but it wasn't as low as I think he was expecting.
It wasn't the mole man ball that we've been seeing.
No. Well, it's hit what? Bottom part of middle?
Kuldeep gives that one some air, and Stokes is beaten on the outside edge. That's a really good take by Jurel, actually. It was almost one of those that the batter squeezes, gets the outside edge, and it goes through to the keeper. He's almost gone for the Yorker ball. End of the over. Kuldeep's got a wicket and a 2 taken from the overs. He's got 1 for 7 from the 3 overs he sent down. England 112 for 4 in their second innings. This is TalkSport 2. It's the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Morning to all of you. And England's lead on first innings was 46. 158 in front. Bairstow 24, Stokes 2, with Folkes, Hartley, Robinson, Bashir and Anderson to come. Alex Tudor.
Yeah, this is a massive partnership now for England.
Jadeja to start the new over. Bairstow takes him to deepish mid-off, and they'll take a single. Bairstow goes to 25. In fact, he's going to go to 26, because the throw back in from mid-off to Jadeja was very hard from Siraj and off target. So they're going to get an overthrow as well. So Bairstow will remain on strike, and the lead's now 160.
What would Bumble say? Buzzards.
Yep. I mean, it's not a great throw. And the bloke who's backing up hits him on the shin, and it ricochets away, which is why there is the extra run. Bairstow will chop this to deep point. Single taken from that. So 3 from the first 2 balls without really trying too hard.
The more I keep watching this, I'm thinking 250. India still feel they're in this game. I'm just not seeing enough demons in this wicket.
I wish we spoke Hindi, because Rohit and Kuldeep, before the Zach Crawley over started, had a long conversation near the stump mic, and the TV have just been replaying it with the between overs caption on it, and I'm presuming therefore that they've actually translated it into English for the international audience. And I wish, they've obviously been saying what exactly they were talking about then just happened for the wicket. I'm sort of reading from the pictures here, so I wish I could translate that for you. Jadeja is in, left arm around to the left-handed Stokes, takes it on the full toss, flips it out to mid-wicket. Akashdeep is out there. He will field that, and 2 more taken by England. The lead 163, 117 for 4.
Yeah, it's massive passage of play now with Stokes and Bairstow in. Obviously Folkes next, and then just, well, obviously with the way Robinson batted in the first innings.
Jadeja in. Oh, he's beaten the inside edge of Stokes' bat, hits him on the pad. Jadeja is screaming for this. He wants it. If the umpire's not giving this, he is absolutely wanting the review. Rod Tucker has said not out. Now Jurel is given a motion as if to say, might be leg side-ish. 10 seconds on the DRS clock. 7, 5. The conversation still goes on. Surely Rohit's reviewing this. It's Ben Stokes. And he makes the signal with a second to go. Maybe even less than a second to go.
He does it on purpose. He must do it absolutely on purpose.
There was no way, because if he's not going to do a review, he just walks off.
Umpire to director.
Or he shrugs you off.
We have an umpire review for LBW. The original decision is not out.
They're still discussing it,
Check the
though.
feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please.
I've got a feeling this is missing. It's going to be umpire's call. I'm calling it early.
Pitches, hits a crack.
It's missing. It's got to be missing.
Ball's passing very close to the bat. Can you give me ultra edge, please?
Famous last words.
I'm saying nothing. I've had a horror show this match.
I think this is a good review, though. I think this is a good
Bat and
review.
ball, flat line as the ball makes contact with the pad.
Jarrell's right.
Ball
It
tracker
did
when it's
jag,
available,
but
please.
I think it's worth having a look at. So I don't think they've made a mistake in reviewing it. And it's definitely. I think it's hitting the stumps, Judes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be clipping, but I think it's going to say umpire's call.
Right, now we get
Original
it.
decision is not out. Ball is pitching in line. The impact is in line. And wickets umpire's call. Rod, you'll be staying with your original decision of not out. Stand by.
Well, that's about
On-screen
one row of the
signals
seam, I would say, from being, if the graphic on the TV is to be believed, that is about 48% of the ball hitting the stump, not the required more than 50%. So it stays not out. Rohit has a giggle as he watches the replay.
Again, the importance of the umpire's call is on show there.
And but that's how it should be, shouldn't it? The blokes in the middle are making the decisions. We want them to have the call. Jadeja goes in, bowls left arm around once again. Stokes deep in his crease and defends out on the onside, no run. We want them to be running the game. So they make a decision. Jadeja is in. Stokes covers up. It's over 30 gone here on TalkSport 2. England 117 for 4, lead by 163. Judes, some more thoughts from you, and Manners is coming in to take you through to tea.
Yeah, massive part. It's been all action. England in their second innings, 117 for 4 off 30 overs. Zach Crawley batted beautifully and with positivity. One got through his defences, not so much defensive. He looked like he was looking to play a full shot on the back foot. Didn't quite bounce at the height you want, but I don't think it was as low as he sort of had shown. And Johnny Bairstow is looking good, 27 off 30. Captain Ben Stokes is in 4 off 9. So he got a bit of a life, but good call from the umpire in the end.
I always ask myself what you would have, how you would have viewed the decision had it been given out, and I think that if it had been given out, it would have required an undue amount of guesswork, because it was turning sharply. So I think that all round was the right decision, and again, Yadav in once more to Johnny Bairstow, pushes it defensively out on the offside, no run.
Even though we haven't had as many of the balls running on the ground, we're getting more things happening off the cracks in this afternoon. It seems maybe when it's a little bit hotter. Or
here is Yadav once again, sweep shot. It's pitching outside leg stump. It's a free hit as far as Bairstow was concerned, but he missed it, hit him on the pad. I think it's going to sound strange, but it's not the first time that I've heard people mention temperature having an effect on the cracks. When it's hotter, they get wide.
It's a South African thing, isn't it? On the high veld. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah, high felt. Yeah,
it's close.
Here's Yadav into Johnny Bairstow, and it's clipped defensively up towards mid-off. But you're right. I think that it's been much cooler today than it was on the first 2 days, and we've had a lot less deliveries have rolled along the ground. Well, none. I don't think we've had a single roller today that I've seen, and there were on the first 2 days. There were a couple that really shot through, hit a crack, rolled along the ground, unplayable, really. It's Ben Stokes on 4, Johnny Bairstow on 27. England with the first innings lead of 46, leading now by 163 in total. Slipping a short leg in for left arm wrist spinner Kuldeep Yadav, and Johnny Bairstow opens the face of the bat, runs it down past backward point. Ravichandran Jadeja runs after it, and they've gone through for 2 more. Bairstow looking, dare I say, quite solid today. Highest score of 38 in 11 innings in India. And that was in the first innings of this test match. 4 noughts, averages less than 15.
This is showing one that India didn't really appeal all that much. And it's flicked the front pad of Ben Stokes and hitting halfway up middle.
Turned away through short leg, past short leg, Sarfaraz Khan. I was just looking at that. I was wondering whether that was in the first innings, but you're absolutely right. It's hit the pad first. They thought that it crashed into the middle of the bat as well, but it flicked the pad. This is from Kuldeep Yadav, and it's hit the pad first, and that was what, hitting middle and leg, halfway up?
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely. Was it Yadav or was it Jadeja?
That was off Jadeja. Yeah.
It is Yadav now, and Ben Stokes plays defensively behind square on the offside. So is it fair to say that he's got away with one there? Because there was barely an appeal, really, was there?
Yeah, there's certain times when you play, think, oh God,
Shush.
they've not said anything, because it was obviously very close. Bat and pad were very close together, and he said it's hit the middle of his bat, but it did sneak onto the pad first, and they've missed one. And I think it was right after the LB as well. So they've missed one now.
And to be fair, as Manu said, it hit the middle of the bat. And when you watched it live, it looked like it hit the bat first. And he obviously hit the pad as well. So it wasn't as if it was obvious to India. But they've been on top of them, to be fair, so far. So that was the one that they missed.
Right, the man they call Jadoo, number 1 all-rounder in the world at the moment. Ravi Jadeja is about to bowl another over, his 13th. He's amazingly got none for at the moment. How on earth is he not taking a wicket? Ashwin, Ashwin's taken 3, and Kuldeep Yadav the other one. It is Jadeja. Forward comes Bairstow, playing defensively up towards extra cover, no run. England 120 for 4. It's the lead is 166. You would sense that is far from enough. And I'm right with you, Alex Tudor. I heard you saying that you think India can chase 250 in the 4th innings. I'm right with you on that. I'm not saying it'd be easy. That's left alone by Bairstow outside the off stump, much to the horror of not only Jadeja but Alex Tudor, who was also groaning at Bairstow's judgment there. There's only 2 types of leave, Alex Tudor. The one that hits the stumps and that one. Oh dear me, it wasn't far away, was it?
See your stump as he...
Bairstow now does play at this, steering it to Sarfaraz Khan, helmeted and padded up at short cover. Gee, that was a good piece of judgment, or you'd probably say a questionable piece of judgment, as Bairstow this time steers it to backward point again. No run. Jadeja he keeps the batsman on the toes. He scuttles through his overs so quickly. He bowls the ball quickly as well, but it's everything that happens in between the deliveries. You must feel very rushed as a batter, and you want to try and slow the pace of the game down and try and throw Jadeja off his rhythm. And because bowlers get very much into a rhythm, and Jadeja's rhythm is a quick one. He prefers things to happen quickly, and he's got a silly point in now. There's a few changes in the field. That has spun way too much for Johnny Bairstow. I actually think he played at that. Even though he missed it by 4 or 5 inches, I think he was playing at this. Was he?
Yeah, he was definitely playing at it. He played a line, don't you?
Here's Jadeja again, pitches up. Bairstow pushes to mid-off. No run, Gillfields.
That definitely hit the crack, though, again, didn't it, that one? Compared to this morning session, where even with the hard ball, we didn't see many of those. It's certainly happening a lot more now, and most of the balls that have hit the crack have gone sideways, whereas obviously on the first 2 days it was more going low.
I have to say that Rohit Sharma is walking around grinning. He's just got this constant grin on his face, the kind of grin that you see on a child's face who's nervous about the roller coaster. He's standing in the queue. He knows he's pretty nervous, but he's excited at the same time. And I think I get the sense that that's exactly how he is feeling. He's thinking already about the 4th innings, thinking they're going to have to bat really well, but it's going to be exciting, and hopefully everything works. But we are in the roller coaster stage and coming towards the end of the 3rd day. This is when things happen very quickly. Short from Yadav, an attempted pull from Stokes, kept horribly low, just missed the off stump. Yadav is down on his haunches, holding his head in his hands. Can't believe that one missed. Oh, it kept horribly low.
If you're an Indian fan, worth noting that didn't hit anything. That was off the main part of the pitch.
Right.
The non-cracks.
You mean it didn't hit a crack? Yeah, okay. Here's Yadav once again, and this one has got so much spin on it. It arcs in the air and drifts in towards Stokes, who pushes it out towards cover. We've had two now, one from Bairstow in the previous over from Jadeja, and now this one from Kuldeep Yadav, which is just missed the off stumper, both the right-hander and the left-hander. England 120 for 4. They've come to a grinding halt at the moment on the verge of tea. It's got nothing to do with tea. The bowling's been very good. Bowled him! Stokes has gone! Kuldeep Yadav strikes again on the stroke of tea. Ripped it past the captain of England's outside edge onto the stumps. Stokes bowled for 4, shaking his head in disbelief. But it was a ripper from Kuldeep Yadav, and England are 120 for 5.
Well, that's a very good delivery. It's got past his defences, hit his back pad, then spun back onto middle stump. Ben Stokes cannot believe it. Looks up to the clouds. But unfortunately, there's nothing up there, fella. And Kuldeep and India are ecstatic. So are the fans. And the captain, Ben Stokes, has to go for 4 or 13 balls face. England 120 for 5.
There might be loads up there, but nothing that can help him now. He's on his way. His test match as a batsman is over. Ben Foakes comes to the crease with yet another rescue mission ahead of him. England need him now, once again, to make one of his characteristic gutsy 30s. If he does, and Johnny Bairstow makes another 50 at the other end, I think England will still be fine. But at the moment, their lead is 166. They're 5 wickets down. The test match is moving ahead at great pace. And it looks like Ben Foakes has come out to bat with a greater portion of a settee underneath his shirt. Not sure he'd be needing that.
Well, we saw Dhruv Jurel get hit in the ribs, didn't we? And we saw him get hit in the hand. But I'm assuming that that's if India use a seam bowler. Maybe he didn't want to get changed later on.
Why would they do that? I don't know that we'll see another over of quicker bowling from India in this innings. It does look very awkward, very uncomfortable.
Well, we were saying earlier, you were calling for it, weren't you? You know, when will Kuldeep come on? He's come on and made a massive difference. 2 huge wickets, 2 for 10 or 4.3. England's only 166. I say only. It's, you know, they've got to bat in the 4th innings, but 166 runs. But India will be happy with this. From where they were at the beginning of the day, they've had a good day so far, India. They fought back. Don't want to relinquish that 2-1 series win so far.
Scored 88 runs in the morning session, added 88 runs to their overnight score, India, and that was 50 more than England were hoping for. They were 7 down and they resumed, and Dhruv Jurel, the keeper, made a career best 90 in just his second test match. Yadav in, first delivery to Foakes, lunges forward and stabs it into the offside, no run. So Shoaib Bashir finished with 5 for 119, becoming only the 4th England player to take a debut 5-wicket haul, a debut first-class 5-wicket haul in a test match.
I've already told him, but you need to tell him as well.
Only the 4th player.
You need to tell him as well.
2 of whom were in the last 4 years. Joe Root in Chennai and Will Jacks in, was it Rawalpindi or Lahore? Forward comes Ben Foakes again, pushing that one defensively out into the offside. Interestingly, Rohit Sharma was just having a chat there close to the stump microphone in English. Didn't quite work out what he was saying, but earlier he was...
I think that was the umpires. And it was something about... I'm not exactly sure, but I don't know if it was running on the wicket or...
Kuldeep in once again. Ben Foakes again forward, bat and pad close together, defends, no run.
Yeah, he definitely said something to the umpire, as in regards of you need to tell them as well as what we were hearing. And then at the end of that over, Johnny Bairstow's turned straight to the umpire as well. So something's going on.
Sarfaraz was certainly talking in English quite a bit to the players. Oh, here we go. We've got Bairstow, Rohit. I think it's about... Yeah.
I definitely heard Rohit Sharma's voice, and so he's speaking in English, obviously, because he's talking to Kumar Dharmasena, and I don't think they share a second common language, and so that was what it was about. And if Jared's correct, then it would have been about running on the wicket, wouldn't it? You have to tell the batsman as well not to run on the wicket. So what a fascinating session we've had, with England reaching 120 for the loss of 5 wickets. And everything depending on Johnny Bairstow now, you would think. I don't think it's going to be, well, I'm sure it's not going to be easier, whatever India are required to chase in the 4th and final innings. But the pitch has played, not just, I was going to say it hasn't played as poorly as we thought it would. It's played considerably better than most people thought it would. The cracks are getting wider, the pitch is deteriorating. It looks like a right mess. I mean, you look at the pitch and you think that's going to be a nightmare. Yeah, you're not going to last more than 30 balls on that, but it hasn't been the case at all. And India proved that in the morning session by batting so well to reduce the deficit, which was overnight 134 to just 46. They would have regarded that as a triumph in itself. But now to have taken 5 wickets between lunch and tea and to reduce England to 120 for 5, still the lead's 166. That's not inconsequential, but I couldn't imagine the game feeling more 50-50 than it does at the moment.
Yeah, totally agree with you, man. As I said, you talk about the lead and England have that, but I've not seen enough in this wicket to say 250 is not gettable. Players have shown that they can score runs on there and bat for a period of time. Zach Crawley's done it in England's second innings, getting that 60 and getting it quite fluently. So India have players that also can play in that role, and it just needs a couple to bat, get 70 or so, and it's game on. It's definitely game on. Anything under 250 is game on for me.
It's really interesting. The session-by-session count, as decided by the television commentary team of panel of experts, has England 4-2 ahead in terms of sessions won, with 2 shared. And it's interesting that I don't disagree with that, but as I say, the overall balance of the game feels very, very much like 50-50. If Johnny Bairstow makes 60 or 70, and England can, they still need, you mentioned 250, and I think that is the kind of benchmark where England might become favourites if they set more than that. But they need another 84. They need to find another 84 just to get that target up to 250.
Yeah, as I was saying, I was like, well, this partnership now between Folkes and Bairstow is vital. There's not much, even though Robinson batted really well in the first innings. It's going to be different now. Jadeja and Ashwin are going to be doing predominantly most of the bowling. Don't think there's going to be much seam at all from India. They're going to go heavy with spin, so it's going to be difficult. This next partnership is huge, massive in the state of this game and where it goes, whether it will tilt towards India or England. But like you said, Manners, it's definitely 50-50 as we go to tea.
And what a session of Test cricket we have for you over the course of the next 2.5 hours here on TalkSport 2. Johnny Bairstow, 30 not out. What England wouldn't do for one of those Bairstow innings. But he's not gone past 40 in the series so far. Ben Folkes answered a lot of questions in first innings, came to England's aid alongside another Yorkshireman, Joe Root. But Root's gone. And it is Bairstow who's facing him first ball after the tea break. Ravindra Jadeja gets a ball just to bounce a little bit more than Bairstow expected. Bairstow has followed through with the shot. He's popped the ball up to cover, and India have struck with the first ball on the evening session. Bairstow started it with 30. He's got to go with 30, and England are 6 down.
a little bit sleepy. Maybe the ball just kept in the wicket a little bit, but it looked like that sort of first almost throw down ball outside off stump. Does spin and does bounce a little bit, but he's just pushing so hard at it. But who would think would fly all the way to short cover off that as well? What a breakthrough for India, and probably since the first time since maybe lunch on day one, clear favourites in the game.
Yeah, we're just sitting at tea time thinking if this partnership could be 30 runs, that takes for me, it took India out of the game. If they broke it quickly, India are right back in the game. And Johnny Bairstow throughout this innings has gone hard at it. He come out in this test match in a positive manner. 38 in the first innings, gone hard at the ball, hands out in front of himself, trying to keep his body and his legs out the way so you can see what he's trying to do. But unfortunately this time, whether it's not getting the foot movement in the right place after tea, after the break, he was a little bit static. You can see the ball did sit in the surface. Great big puff of dust off the back of the end of a crack, and it has just bounced up, hit the splice of the bat, and you'll not get an easier catch there. Never mind a short cover anywhere on the ground. So now England need that partnership. They do need that 210. They do need that comfort blanket of over 200. And India will feel as though India can bowl England out and get a lead of less than 200.
Here is Jadeja. Hartley's forward and defending, and England are caught between two stools now because a score that they feel that they would be favourites to defend is kind of in touch. It's kind of there, just over the other side of the hill. But what do they risk to get there? Forward again is Hartley, playing the ball back to Jadeja. Patidar still had the helmet on, fielding at cover. He's closer to the track now. Short leg as Hartley's leading edge as he tries to play a ball to mid-wicket, and it pops out to the offside. Jadeja and India are on it. Defended again by Hartley. You cannot take your eyes or your ears off or your ears away from this game. This is not quite fast forward cricket, but it's the type of test cricket. It's flatter, and this keeps low. Hartley does well to get his bat down in time. It wouldn't have gone on to hit the stumps, but another little reminder that England, who were in such a position of dominance yesterday and now behind the game, possibly, they're still going to lead. It's 166. They're 120 for 6. Neither Folkes nor Hartley are off the mark. And after a word from Steve Harmison, it'll be Andrew McKenna.
Johnny Bairstow, as they always do, the batters, when they get out, straight to the laptop, having a look. What did I do wrong? And just didn't wait on it coming to you that little bit longer, Johnny, unfortunately, and brought the demise. And John Norman rightly saying it's not quite in fast forward, but wickets like this and situations like this straight after a break, when a team is on the ascendancy, and the noise from the chatter from the keeper and the short leg and the fielders around the bat, it does turn into fast forward very, very quickly. So England need to stem the tide of positivity from India, or this game will go in fast forward very, very quickly.
Wow. 120 for 6. 2-0. Folkes is about to face his fourth ball as Kuldeep starts the new over. Plays it from the crease line out on the onside. No run. What a day it's been. India resuming, 219 for 7. Bowled out for 307 in the end, in the 104th over of their innings. England 120 for 6 in reply. Kuldeep in, little bit of air on that one. Folkes uses his feet, pushes to mid-on. They take a good single. Akashdeep's not able to prevent that from being taken. 121 for 6. So more importantly, England's lead now 167. Keep reminding you, it is not getting easier to play on this surface, it is getting more difficult. So how many more do England need to eke out? Remember, of course, it's day 3.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. Patidar catches that and Sarfraz jumps on him.
It's Kuldeep going in again, spins this one past the outside edge of the left-handed Hartley's bat through to the keeper, no run.
He didn't do it once, I think he did it twice or 3 times. So he's not the biggest as Sarfraz in height terms, but he's jumped up and down 3 times on Patidar, who's got a helmet on. Just take the catch. Very, very excited with the Indian fielders.
Kuldeep in for the fourth ball. It's a reverse from Hartley. Chops it. It's well fielded by Jadeja, who is at backward point to start with. And is effectively deep backward square. Now, stops it well, prevents any more runs being taken. Runs absolutely priceless for India as well as wickets. They don't want to be giving England any more than they absolutely have to. Kuldeep coming in once again. It's Hartley coming forward. No run.
That's a big shot from Tom Hartley. 6 balls into just after Johnny Bairstow gets out after tea. England 167 in front, game in the balance. 7 balls into your innings, no runs, and reverse sweeping Kuldeep Yadav out of the rough. It shows you the confidence that this side has got.
Kuldeep comes in outside of off stump again and turning further as it turns and bounces to end the over. 121 for 6 England after 35 overs. Their lead therefore 167 here on TalkSport 2.
I think it is worth noting that the Indian spinners have bowled better than the English spinners. I don't want to take that away from them at all because I do think they bowled very, very well. But that last ball spun and bounced and fizzed in a way that this morning all we had was the pitch yawning. Yeah. I think the sun coming out on this wicket has opened the cracks up, but it's also just made it a little bit faster. Yeah. Even with the new ball, even this softer ball, Harmy, that's a problem for England because this is about the time England thought, well, if we get ourselves into trouble, we can probably just play, with the dead bat for a little while. At the moment, the ball isn't soft enough to do that.
Yeah, totally agree. But what I'll say with that is, it's not going to get any easier. So 167 becomes a lot of runs on the board.
Jadeja goes in to start the new over, and folks will play defensively back to Jadeja, no run.
Yeah, the only issue is the England spinners looked a little bit tired, and they're not going to have a long break.
Yeah. And the inexperience of them.
Jadeja in, folks is coming forward, pushing to cover. It'll go all the way out to Akash, who is the sweeper, and they will take a single. Akash hasn't bowled yet. We've had we opened with spin at both ends, Ashwin and Jadeja. Siraj has had 3 overs, 0 for 16, and Kuldeep 6 overs, 2 for 11 now. Ashwin's taken 3 for 48, Jadeja 1 for 46. So we haven't seen Akash bowl yet, and we probably won't. Hartley is turning this on the leg side as it's left arm around from Jadeja, and there's no run.
We all do this, Harmy. When we get an incredible ball, we look around and we go, I can't believe that's got me out. But
Jadeja is bowling to Hartley, who defends no run.
My question to you is, who is better at making everyone in the ground aware that it wasn't his fault, that something happened with the wicket, Ben Stokes or Virat Kohli? Because Ben Stokes' ability to be like, what was I supposed to do every time he gets bowled?
Jadeja bowls to Hartley. Hartley covers up, no run. But have you noticed?
I think there's a little bit more histrionics with Virat Kohli.
Well, I think Virat's more dramatic.
Yes.
But Stokes is like, I hope everyone understands that there was nothing I could have done as a mammal to have stopped myself from being dismissed there.
Have you noticed that of all the bizarre dismissals and all the strange happenings with the deliveries, the vast majority of them do happen to Ben Stokes in this series?
I'm not even saying they haven't. I mean, it's probably why you're noticing it, because it's happened again and again. But I just think of, the bat kick from the World Cup in 2019.
You mean he's selling it hard?
Yeah.
Jadeja over the wicket to the left-handed Hartley to finish the over, drops it down at his toes. No run, 122 for 6. England's lead 168.
We all do it. If I get one that even keeps an inch low, I don't know how anyone would have hit that, but in this series, so many times we've just seen Ben Stokes. I mean, it was a phenomenal ball because it spun a long way, the one that just missed him, and also kept low. And I think that was the first time we saw it. Pitched outside leg, right?
Pitched outside leg, yeah. And that's why there wasn't any real oohs and ahs, because there's normally first reaction. Ball hits the pad, even if there's a little bit of a reaction as it's going up, and then it hits a stump, so that dampens it down because it's out. But Ben Stokes has been bowled twice in this game, and the ball really, it's nearly bounced twice both times from a decent-ish length. One of them was a back of a length, and the other one was today was more of a good length rather than a back of a length ball.
He was forward to that one too.
He was forward.
The other one he was back, and these things happen. But he was forward. It spun too much as well. It's a weird dismissal.
Johnny Bairstow was very good at letting people know that it wasn't his fault when he got out. He's good at that one as well.
Kuldeep to continue for his 7th over, left arm over, bringing folks forward. I think beats the inside edge, may have just took a feather on the inside edge. Hits him on the pad, no run.
Good from Folks though, he's getting himself outside the line twice, I think, in Visakhapatnam. He got bowled. Was it Visakhapatnam or Rajkot? He got bowled by Kuldeep. It might have been actually in the last test. He got bowled by not getting right over and smothering the bounce, and the ball got through between bat and pad.
Kuldeep goes in, bowls to Folks, who plays defensively. No run. I mentioned the fact that Siraj has only bowled 3 overs and we haven't seen Akash at all. I'm throwing this forward because I'm aware that England are still batting and there's still 4 wickets to go down. But Harmy, just maybe give this one some thought. We've seen an awful lot of spin. Who do England open the bowling with? In goes Kuldeep. Folks is covering up, playing defensively. No run.
I still go with the main two, Robinson and Anderson. More the fact that I can trust Robinson and Anderson. I'm not sure Rohit Sharma trusts Akashdeep and definitely doesn't trust Mohammad Siraj with a brand new ball anymore after what he's delivered up so far in this series. But I think if there's anything in it from a lateral movement sideways with a new ball, Anderson and Robinson will get something out of it.
Kuldeep goes in and bowls to the right-handed Folks, turns Jaiswal at short mid-on, no run.
And you throw in the uneven bounce. I still think there's a little bit in that from Asim's point of view, and then Ben Stokes will have to wonder when to turn to the spin and still have the sort of hardness of the new ball. But I expect him to go at least Anderson, probably Robinson, for at least 2 overs to start with.
Kuldeep in. Folks uses his feet, meets that on the half volley. Push drive to Sarfraz. Very nimble work down at a deepish mid-off, and it's just a single. 123 for 6. Folks goes to 3. England's lead 169.
And the point that sort of you were making before, Jared, you're talking about the spinners and the bounce and the way the ball's been bouncing and the way it's been different from an India spin bowling point of view to an England spin bowling point of view. India's seamers are very inexperienced. England's spinners are very inexperienced. India's spinners are the opposite way around.
Kuldeep to the left-handed Hartley. Stays deep. It turns and bounces away from him. Guides it to short third, no run.
So for like yesterday, I was sitting yesterday and it was like there's no way in the world Rohit Sharma can throw a ball at Mohammad Siraj or Akashdeep. For the simple fact is you don't know what you're going to get and you're too far behind the game. You had to go with Ashwin and Jadeja, where I think it's the other way on from an England point of view. You have to give it to Anderson. You have to give it to Robinson for a short period because they can get you into the game in a control point of view and hopefully try and get Jaiswal out, because if Jaiswal comes up against the inexperienced spinners and he belts them early doors, then where's that confidence going where they're eking out the run? So I think that will be in Ben Stokes' mind.
Jadeja to bowl left arm around, and it beats Folks on the outside with one that turns and stays low.
Oy vey. I tell you what, 169 suddenly looks good after those deliveries. Like England's like, we can't score any more runs, but can anyone on that?
That's the one that makes you think 169's plenty already, and then you get the ones that are bouncing. Jadeja is in, left arm around, and Folks will play out to the deep cover sweeper Akash, and they will take a single.
But you're also saying, like you've just mentioned, Jared, that it's different now than what it was this morning with the sun baking on it. England have hopefully got another hour to bat, and then tomorrow, the first 80.
In goes Jadeja. Hartley's seen enough. He's decided he's just going to take him on and take him downtown, all the way into the grandstand for 6 over mid-wicket. Beaten by an absolute ripper, the one before. Plonks him into the stand for 6. 130 for 6.
Owes him a couple, doesn't he, from that first innings. Jadeja came out, the wicket was doing everything, and Jadeja's like, I'm going to whack this kid. And it was a very similar sort of shot. Slightly over-pitched, in the arc, slog sweep over mid-wicket. Just incredible contact there. Still owes him one more.
I like Tom Hartley, I really do. I like what I see from a character point of view. His skill sets is still developing, but from a character's point of view, I like what I see, especially with the bat. He's hungry in the field. He's bowled. I thought he's bowled really well in this game. And yet, hopefully, the best is yet to come for him. But with the bat, he's giving England something else. He's giving England aggression. He's not sort of died in a hole. He's been proactive against the bowlers.
Jadeja around the wicket. Hartley defends. The lead 176 here on TalkSport 2. 130 for 6 in their second innings. England. Jadeja's back at the end of his marks. Oh, Hartley's coming down the pitch, gets beaten by it in terms of the bat. but he gets the second line of defence, the pad in the way. Otherwise, he'd have been stumped by about 3 yards, assuming Jurel took the ball, as he didn't earlier with Johnny Bairstow. But, well, that's good work from Hartley. At least get something on it. Final ball of the over is Jadeja in, and Hartley's playing defensively, and there is no run. 176 the lead for England. Hartley's got 6 from 18, so off the mark with the maximum. Folks, 4 from 14, the two not out batters. If you've had a bit of a lay-in this morning, Zach Crawley, 60. Ben Duckett, 15. Ollie Pope, first ball. England, 19 for 1, 19 for 2, as Duckett went and Pope with consecutive deliveries from Ashwin. Route 11, controversial LBW decision. I'm sure we'll be talking on that on following on. Bairstow, 30. Stokes, 4. The men dismissed after India were bowled out for 307 earlier today. Right, Kuldeep to start a new over. Left arm over the wicket, turns into Folkes, whips it to backward square. Jadeja does the fielding, keeps it to a single. The lead now 177.
I'm just seeing the lengths of Stokes' dismissals so far in this game. One's at 4.6 metres, one's at 4 metres, and I think both of them nearly went underneath the stumps.
I'd love to know what the analysts are making of those. Kuldeep in, he's given that one some flight. Drifting it into sort of middle and leg, and then spinning away. Hartley's just pushing out on the offside. And there is no run.
To be fair, we're seeing him again. He's missed both by a considerable distance as well.
Kuldeep bowls. Hartley goes on the reverse. Doesn't actually get it anywhere near as fine as he was planning, but it works out because it goes out to deep cover, and they'll take a single. 132 for 6.
That off the toe, maybe it wasn't far away from being off the back of the bat. It went that far from where he wanted it. As you said, he was trying to get it really fine. He was trying to hit a past slip, and it ended up at cover. Just on the wagon wheel, just a little line out towards cover. Oh yeah, push that one, he tells the grandson.
Like a snooker shot, wasn't it?
Nothing to see here. Kuldeep in, slightly short. Folkes is going to pull that out to Siraj, who's the man deep out on the leg side boundary. One more to the total. The lead 179, 133 for 6.
They've shown the Stokes dismissals so many times at this stage. I'm surprised Stokes is anywhere near a screen.
Yeah, the TV company are really milking it, aren't they?
Kuldeep goes in and bowls. Now that keeps really low past Hartley's bat. Well taken by Jurel, who's almost just sort of collapsed in a heap. He's got to get so low to take it, but take it he does. No run.
To stadiums who provide the TVs in the dressing room, though. If it's an older TV, maybe the operators are like, well, if you can get rid of this one here, because if they show it one more time, Stokes is going to put his fist through it.
Final ball of the Kuldeep over. Gets himself ready. Now comes in, bowls to Hartley, turns on the leg side. Doesn't take a single. It might have been able to hurry one, but a run out would be probably the worst thing that England wants at the moment. So they stay where they are. End of the 39th over. England 133 for 6. The lead 179.
Seen another replay of the second last ball of the over, and it's pitched probably about 4.5 metres down the wicket, and it's Jurel's barely took it above the grass. He's trying to get his fingers under the ball. That's how low and how little it bounced. Nearly gone underneath Tom Hartley's bat and barely gone into the gloves of Jurel.
It's a difficult day for keeping. Folkes is playing forward to this next one from Jadeja, and he's beaten again by turn and bounce, and it's through to Jurel. No run.
I can't remember if it was you before or if it was Manes when the Zach Crawley wicket happened, and we knew that it was a conversation between Rohit and Kuldeep.
In goes Jadeja around the wicket, pushes out on the onside. His Folkes, no run.
This is a little bit unofficial. I'm just getting this off Twitter, but people were translating it live, and I'll take you through what the conversation was.
Lovely. Folkes is playing defensively as Jadeja's left arm around Sicily point, no run.
Kuldeep had a chat with Rohit just before that ball and told him to leave the cover region open because they thought that's where Crawley was going to aim the shot. And if you think back to what the actual ball was, it was outside off stump? Yeah, it probably was.
It was
wasn't
outside off stump.
Yeah, outside off stump. And Crawley tried to give himself room off the back foot to hit through the covers, and it spun back through and bowled him.
Jadeja in. Folks is playing defensively to the cover region, no run.
So really good cricket from Kuldeep, and well done for Rohit to back him up there as well. But worth mentioning that played a part in probably the shot that Crawley ends up playing.
Jadeja is in around the wickets, playing defensively as folks no run.
Well, also think from a Kuldeep's point of view, that innings with the bats give him loads of confidence when he come out with the ball. A lot of bowlers, if they do have a good innings.
Jadeja is in, that's quicker, it's down leg side. Boys, don't be silly. Taking him, it wouldn't hit another set. They're not going to review it. 1-3-3 for 6 after 40 overs the lead. 1-7-9. Some more thoughts from Harmy. Neil Manthorpe will come in.
Yeah, when you've got a bowler who has contributed to a batting performance and a nice innings. He batted a long time, 130 balls. Seems to have a spring in his step. He only bowled 10 overs in that first innings and wasn't utilised as much as he probably would have liked. But Robert Sharma's thrown him the ball earlier in the second innings, and he's not let him down. 215 off 8 overs. He's bowled really, really well, Kuldeep Yadav.
Looks the real deal in Test match cricket now, doesn't he? After a false start to his career. Here is Kuldeep again, and rips this one past the outside edge of Hartley's bat. He remains 7. Folks is 6. England lead by 179. In some ways, they'll be quite happy to have a little bowl at India this evening, as long as it's not too long a period for India to make a flying start. But something like 40 minutes might be quite useful if they can nip a wicket or two out. This one chopped off the back foot by Hartley into the covers, along the ground to the fielder. 133 for 6 it remains. It's all deliciously tense. The game and series very much on the line. Can England go to Dharamshala 2-2, or will India turn it into a victory lap? Here's Yadav again. Hartley goes once more down the ground and is caught by Sarfaraz Khan. What a brilliant diving catch. He had to lunge forward, just managed to get his hands under the ball. That is a top catch from Sarfaraz Khan, who's spent much of the last 2 test matches in and around the bat. This time at mid-on, he's hung on to a miscued on drive. Kuldeep Yadav has another wicket. England are now in all sorts of trouble with just Shoaib Bashir and Jimmy Anderson to come.
And Tom Hartley's given himself some room. Excellent bowling from Kuldeep Yadav. What a catch from Sarfaraz Khan, diving low down towards his left. He turns and has a look at the balcony as to see take the applause. But I give a huge amount of credit to Kuldeep Yadav here. The ball before, Tom Hartley has tried to give himself some room. Kuldeep Yadav has followed him, and Tom Hartley's readjusted. There, Tom Hartley's given himself some room again. And what Kuldeep Yadav's done is basically thrown it above the eye line and said, right, if you want to go and hit it, you try and hit it. And unfortunately, Tom Hartley's clothed it. Excellent catch by Sarfaraz. Sarfaraz and a very, very good wicket, not only for Kuldeep but for India. 179 runs in front are England, and this game is beautifully poised, in the balance. You keep seeing balls keeping low and balls popping out, disturbing the surface. 179 runs, yes, I think it's a lot of runs, but India will still believe under 200 they can get it 4th innings.
When I said only Shoaib Bashir and Jimmy Anderson to come, I meant after Ollie Robinson.
After Ollie
obviously.
Robinson, yeah.
Well, I mean, this is where the batting order starts for mine.
But Robinson made a career best and very impressive 58 in the first innings. Well, England, I think, will be very happy with half that this time around. Leading by 179. I really think that India will feel confident about a 200 chase in the 4th innings. I mean, not the kind of English Bazball confidence, but I reckon they'll truly back themselves to score 200. Little reverse sweep immediately from Ollie Robinson. Up goes the finger. The appeal began speculatively. Robinson has referred it immediately. So he clearly reckons he got an edge or a glove or something onto that, because Steve Harmison gave it out immediately, and it can only be bat. He's now looking at his bat.
Yeah, it had to be bat. It's the only thing that's saving him. It's the only thing that is saving him.
Delivery. Front on, please.
I reckon this has hit him on the pad,
But was
in
it
line.
caught? Was it caught? If it,
No, I don't think it was caught. It's definitely spun back. Oh, he's hit it. He's hit it twice, actually. He's hit it twice.
Some glove involved here.
it's actually it's hit the bat and the glove.
He's hit it twice. He's hit it bat and the glove.
There was a deflection off the toe end of the bat. It's then onto the glove. Well, if there was a short leg in.
Slow.
Okay, here we go. Now we're seeing a very small murmur on the ultra edge as it passes the bat.
Keep going.
There's no doubt that it crashes into the glove.
Involved. So
I think
Kumar,
Joe
you have to
Wilson's
change
missed
your
the
original
edge off the
decision
bat, actually.
of
But
out to not out. Stand
okay,
by
here we
on
go.
screen.
Change
Signal
of decision. Kumar Dharmasena reverses it, holds his arms across his chest in the mea culpa position, and then waves them in front of him to signal carry on as you were.
Yeah, carry on as you were, but Ollie Robinson's first decision with bat in hand doesn't really give you a huge amount of confidence, does it, really?
Well, it's immediate review from Ollie Robinson, and he survives, and he now tries to chop the next one behind square on the offside, misses it into the gloves of Jurel.
And the confidence is diminishing less and less as the second one is pierced.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson thinks he's come out in the middle of his innings last time with the soft ball. He just needs to block a couple of balls.
Just get a feel for it, Ollie. There is a short leg in, and there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger again. He's got him this time. Third ball. Not out first ball. Missed the second. LBW to the third. Will Ollie Robinson review it again? Ben Foakes walks down from the non-striker's end. He's not looking particularly confident. He's not got the air of a man saying, review it, mate. I think he's going, we've got two left and we're in trouble.
He's got to review it because they've got three left. But I'm not sure this one's hitting leg stump or hitting the off stump. I think this is crashing into the middle one. I think this is as close as you'll get. He's got to hope that it's hit a crack and shot, and the DRS is playing up like it has been all day, but this looked very, very adjacent.
I mean, it's gone a long way, but it's going to hit the stumps, isn't it?
Yeah, like you say, his only hope is that it's spinning dramatically more than the umpire thought it was, and that it was maybe missing leg, but I don't think it's missing anything, to be honest.
It's a decent way down a wicket. That's one thing in his favour.
And he's a big guy. It's hit him on the bottom part of the knee roll. I can't imagine it's bouncing over, though, Harmy.
No, I can't see it going over. I think it's crashing into middle and leg.
Oh, so England on the verge of going 8 down.
Ball pitching outside off.
Kuldeep Yadav. That's just clipping leg. Just clipping leg. Umpire's call, and I mean clipping. Not hitting fairly firmly.
The on-screen signal now.
Just clipping, and Kumar Dharmasena's got it right, and he had the courage of his convictions, and I think there's a little bit of hit and miss at the moment. I think he's just hoping rather than putting his finger up with confidence, and Ollie Robinson shakes his head, looks again heavenward. There's nothing up there to help him. He's on his way. England are 133 for 8.
Yeah, well, you were right now. There's only Bashir and Henderson to come, because that was a bizarre innings from Ollie Robinson. 3 balls, reverse sweep, late cut, and a plonking, plunked his foot static in the middle of the crease and missed it with his bat. So I still can't believe that was clipping leg stump. It just looked so out. It was ridiculous. But yeah, that's got to give England encouragement as well. But if that's behaving like that now, that's pitched, Jared, that's pitched just outside off stump.
Not just. I mean, it was almost a foot outside off stump, wasn't it? And that wasn't off a crack again.
Yeah.
We haven't seen many wickets, maybe one wicket off the crack in this innings, and even all of today. It's the main part of the wicket that is breaking up a little bit. Yes, Indian bowlers are better and they're fresher and everything else. But if you're an English player at the moment, you are at least thinking, if we get these balls in the right area, we get a couple of wickets early on, and Jaiswal goes, who knows?
I think Jaiswal's the key. Jaiswal plays like England. If Jaiswal is around for a little bit, then he puts a hole in the whatever score England eventually do get. if they can manage to get Jaiswal early, then there's nothing other than Rohit Sharma's positivity.
First delivery for Ben Foakes from a new over from Jadeja, hits him on the pad outside the line of leg stump.
I don't think it'll be a draw.
No.
It says the man who betted £1 on the draw on day one. Forward comes Foakes
only
again.
because he's seen 5% rain between 1:30 and 2:30 in the afternoon.
It completely shook me. I mean, okay, I was wrong. I said a foot outside. It's probably 2 inches outside off stump, but geez, it spun a long way. That's a tough ball to play if you're a right-hander, because it drags you outside off.
Jadeja into Foakes, opens the face of the bat, guards it to backward point, doesn't take the run.
The angle and a little bit of drift just drags your hands outside off, and then it ragged back so violently. To be fair to Ollie Robinson, very good players would have been out to that ball.
Yeah, but it didn't look like he was going to hang around for long anyway.
He wouldn't have hit it, no.
Jadeja into Foakes, again drives out towards cover, doesn't take the run. Shubman Gill, good diving stop.
First innings, Ollie Robinson would have smashed it through covers for 4.
Like you say, he's just walked out there like he's 35 not out and seeing it big.
Do you have? I don't know if this is just an Australian phrase, but we have that when someone walks out and starts playing like that. We just say it's come out like he's a millionaire.
Yeah, like he's already won the lottery.
Yeah, like he's already made the runs and he's working back from already having made his 100.
Well, at the moment, if the last 2 wickets go bang bang, then India would need 180, and I still think the 50-50 mark's going closer to 220.
Well, England really need to run up and down the wicket a few times here. They're not going to get too many more runs anyway. They don't want to get the 5-run penalty, Tudes, but they do want to just run up a couple of times, just like India in the last Test match.
Of course, the 5-run penalty would be a subtraction rather than an addition on this time, because England don't get a third innings.
No, the 5-run penalty goes to India.
Oh no, it would go to India. It would be an addition, not sorry. It would be. India would start 5-0 as England did in Rajkot. Here is Jadeja to Foakes, again tries to force it off the back foot, does force it off the back foot, but only as far as Sarfaraz Khan at cover, still wearing the shin pads and the helmet. Alex Tudor.
He said he came in like he was 35 not. He came out like he was cigar-filled sobers. What kind of shot was that? The reverse. I did say, didn't I? I said yesterday. I said you're going to see a lot more reverse sweeps. Weren't expecting that second ball.
Jimmy gets a couple away here. It might help England in a chance. Anderson's could actually have more of an impact on this game with his reverse sweeps than he might with his bowling from here on in.
Yeah, if you ask Jimmy Anderson to give up the reverse sweep, it'd be like asking you to give up eggs.
It's not going to happen, is it?
No, it's not.
Or his 0 free Coke.
Oh, I could give that up before eggs. I don't think I could give up my eggs. I don't know what I'd do before like 6 p.m.
Well, no. So Rohit Sharma's making lots of changes to the field here. England 133 for 8 as Jadeja is in once more, flicked away by Foakes only as far as square leg, fielded by Kuldeep Yadav, and so Foakes won't keep the strike. He's 6 off 28 balls. England 133 for 8. It's worth remembering, Tudes, that England at one stage were 110 for 3. So they've lost 5 for 23.
Yeah, we knew it was always going to be difficult second innings for both teams. But England with that lead, you were expecting, especially the way that Crawley was batting, making it look, not making it look easy, was batting positively, batting well, hitting the middle of his bat. And a capitulation of the lineup. I mean, a lot of umpire calls, whatever. Nevertheless, it was hitting stumps. And England find themselves 133 for 8.
Kuldeep Yadav has 4 for 15 from 9 overs. And he's in looking for a 5th, and it's turned away by Shoaib Bashir. Actually, it wasn't. It spun off his bat, which was stationary. Disappeared behind square on the leg side.
As long as we see from young Bashir that he's learning from his mistakes and he doesn't play that shot he played in the first innings, because that was horrific.
Yeah, well, I mean, England need runs, don't they? Whatever his best, most productive shot is, the one he backs best. That's the wrong one from Kuldeep. It's a beauty, and it brings a grin to his face as it shimmies past the outside edge of Bashir's groping bat.
Yeah, he's not picked that one. But these type of bowlers against the lower order are crucial. No clue.
Making Shoaib Bashir think, I wish I had a wrong one. Here's Kuldeep in again, and back onto his stumps goes Shoaib Bashir, and he has managed to shovel it past Shubman Gill at mid-wicket for a single, and at least England are off that 133 mark. It's been an expensive collapse. Jimmy Anderson to come, who's now pacing around like an expectant father in the change room, looking quite glum. But then Jimmy is a glum looker, even at the best of times. 134 for 8. England now lead by 180. Here's Kuldeep, and again down the wicket comes Folkes, just half a step, gets to the pitch of it, but then can't do anything other than push it away on the leg side, on the onside to mid-on for no run. 134 for 8. A reminder that Zach Crawley made 60 and Johnny Bairstow 30. Ben Duckett 15, otherwise single-figure scores for England, building on a first innings lead of 46. Here's Kuldeep again, and punched away past Shubman Gill, who dives to his right and stops it at mid-wicket, throws it from a prone position on the ground. England endured a frustrating morning session, but a brilliant one for India, with Dhruv Jurel going to a wonderful 90, and 28 frustrating runs from Kuldeep Yadav saw India add 88 in the morning session to reduce the deficit from its overnight 134 to just 46 by the time they were bowled out. Here's Kuldeep once again, and another big appeal for leg before wicket against Shoaib Bashir. But I have to say, as outstanding as Dhruv Jurel's batting was this morning, it's nothing compared to the state of his appealing, which has been world class.
A lot of histrionics behind the stumps from young Jurel. I mean, he batted tremendously well this morning.
He kind of gyrates with his both gloves in the air, and he does a sort of shimmy, well, doesn't he? Yeah. The shoulders are going. It's
like he's at a Usher concert or something. Really got the moves.
That's tremendous.
Confidence, and that's what it does, I suppose, with the way he batted and the way that India have brought himself back into this game, very much back into this game. England struggling 135 for 8.
Have you been to an Usher concert, Manners? You know who Usher is, though.
Forward comes Ben Folkes, pushing this one out towards off stump. He's a rapper.
Not a rapper. R&B singer.
R&B singer.
R&B singer.
Here's Ben Folkes playing defensively once again and steering this one out on the offside. Is that his full name?
I'd give him that, though, only because, like, the only other Usher he knows is The Fall of the House of Usher, Vincent Price film.
No, you get the guys that show you to where to sit at a wedding. Forward comes Folkes once again, pushed away defensively. That was the first thought that came to mind.
Yeah, right, Usher Raymond is his name. Said he used to get a lot of stick at school because of his first name, but who's laughing now?
Nervous laughter. There's plenty of that around. That was driven out towards wideish extra cover Shubman Gill fields, but they scurry through for a single. Folkes moves on to 8 from 34 balls, 136 for 8.
Just released the World Tour. Try and get a ticket, no chance.
He's at the Super Bowl, wasn't he? I think.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was the entertainment during the Super Bowl at halftime. And obviously on the back of that, he released a new album, and he's now released a world tour. Can't get a ticket for love or money.
Forward comes Shoaib Bashir playing defensively. Talking about world tours, have you heard about Taylor Swift? Her Australian tour and the effect it's had on the Western Australian cricket team.
No, not heard that one. Well,
I'll tell you between overs. Here's Jadeja. Forward comes Bashir playing defensively, and there's no run. So Taylor Swift's world tour is in Australia at the moment. Every concert sold out. Obviously, she's just done Perth. and the next concert is in Sydney, and the Western Australian cricket team were unaware of this, and so left their booking for the next Marsh Cup match to the last minute. Can't get direct flights because all the Swifties are flying from Perth to Sydney, and every single direct flight is fully booked. So the team are going in 2 batches, half of them via Canberra and half of them via Brisbane.
Via Canberra to Perth?
Yes.
From Perth? I didn't even know there was a direct flight from... it's the final too. It's the final that they're heading for. So, if I'm not mistaken, I think they should have known they were in it quite a while ago.
They should have booked the tickets a while ago.
Correct. Especially now that Taylor Swift in the country.
And just for those who don't know, it is a long way from Perth to Brisbane. Or Sydney. Is it a game in Sydney?
It's in Sydney, yeah. But they've got to fly part over Sydney by an hour and a bit and then back again.
I think. Yeah, so it would be, minimum 7.5, 8 hours for their domestic final.
Andrew Tye, the Western Australia fast bowler, tweeted, "The least we could have expected from Taylor Swift was a charter jet for us." Here's Kuldeep Yadav, spins one back ferociously to Ben Foakes. Watches it very carefully. It's one thing wicketkeepers tend to do when they're batting, is watch the ball very carefully, because that's what they do in their day job. And he's watching it really carefully onto the face of the bat, tucks it onto the leg side, no run. Foakes 8 from 35 balls. Shoaib Bashir has 1, 136 for 8, and this is a wrong and again from Kuldeep. Ben Foakes is forward, bat and pad together. We often hear Gareth Baddy talking about a batsman offering one edge. Don't offer both edges. In other words, play for the one that's turning away from you, offer the outside edge, but don't offer both. And Ben Foakes he'll have his method. He'll have discussed and dissected the bowling of Kuldeep, and he'll know what he wants to do. England needs some more runs. They lead by 182. There's a bit of width here, and Ben Foakes chops it out to deep backward point and runs very gently towards the fielder. It's been an impressive spell from Kuldeep Yadav, really impressive. And as Jared Kimber was explaining a moment ago, every wrist spinner, particularly wrist spinner, needs the backing and support of a captain who understands what the objective is, and Rohit Sharma's had a good day in that respect. I think he hasn't had an outstanding series. This time it's chipped away by Foakes to a deepish mid-on. But I think that Rohit's had to come in for some criticism. I think he's been a little too reactive rather than proactive. But a very good day for him today. But still work to be done. Still a lot of work to be done. Apart from the 2 wickets they need to claim, they're still at this stage going to need 183 to win. Kuldeep, I think Rohit will keep him on unless these two, in pursuit of a 5th wicket, unless these two suddenly add 30 or 40. This time Bashir slice drives one behind square on the offside, and this time it's Foakes refusing the single from the non-striker's end rather than from the striker's end. It's interesting that turning runs down. Earlier we saw Ben Stokes prepared to give runs away, and now England are turning them down. Just 1 ball left in this over, and it's Shoaib Bashir on strike to Kuldeep Yadav, right up in the block hole. That was a drivable length, but he's just happy to block it away. Foakes 9, Bashir 1, more from Jared Kimber, and then it'll be John Norman.
I have no problem with them turning runs down, because I think you want to get through a couple more overs, hope the ball gets a little bit more soft, then you can build a partnership, put some pressure back on India. I would suggest, though, that they should be running around the wicket as much as possible, running into the foot marks, pretending you're going to take a single, occasionally running onto the danger area, whatever it may be. You're just standing in your crease. No, you need to impact the game in any way you can at the moment.
Yeah, get your long spikes on. That'll be the question. Get your long spikes on, boys.
Do players still have long spikes?
I don't know. I've been out of the game for a long time.
Yeah. Because it was that whole thing when... I don't know what you call them, but they have them in golf. They're not spikes, but they're the ones that look like spikes.
Folks facing Jadeja, who picked up the wicket of Johnny Bairstow with the first ball of this evening session here on TalkSport 2. And Folks, dead bat assist delivery. He's 9 from 39 deliveries. Shoaib Bashir is 1 from 8. The lead is 183. England 137 for 8 as once again Ben Foakes plays straight. We have got 14 overs remaining in the day. Obviously England want as many runs as they can, but is there if you're an Indian cricket fan or an Indian cricketer, as plays late does Foakes, jabs the bat down again, no run. How many runs would Stokes give up, do you think? 5 or 10 runs just to get a few overs tonight? Do you think that's part of the equation in his mind as Jadeja tosses his ball up? This isn't quite as flat, and Foakes pushes his ball up to long on, where it's chipped up to Ashwin. I mean, I understand what Foakes and Bashir are doing. Foakes is taking a single to the 3rd or 4th ball, and he's given Bashir a couple of balls to face, but England, you know, are accumulating runs very, very slowly, and what we've seen from this pitch as Bashir plays with bat around pad and flicks his ball to the leg side is there's a ball with one of these batters' names on it. We've seen Hartley perish to a big shot. Ollie Robinson, reverse swept first ball, was given out, overturned it, defended again by Bashir. So it's not as though the big shots are always going to bring runs, but do you think England would want to go at India tonight? 6 or 7 overs. India are not going to, they're not going to be able to take a bite out of whatever they're set, or is this the way to go?
Just never know, Johnny, really, with this England team. They just throw surprises all the time.
Are you saying that Stokes is going to declare? No, Alex Tudor calling a declaration.
I am not, Johnny. Let's not go there. I'm not saying he's going to call a declaration.
Get
I'm just
that
thinking,
out on social media.
Don't go there. I just think I'll just maybe just look a little bit more positive at the minute with the way that they're going about it. At the minute, singles every over or so. It's not really doing anything. I was thinking, look, England most probably want to get to work now and bowl.
Folks facing Kuldeep Yadav, who has got big turn today and taken 4 wickets. Folks turns down a easy single to extra cover, deep extra cover. And this is what I mean. Okay, he's not out, and Bashir's not been brought to face Yadav, who gets the ball to go past the outside edge of Ben Foakes' bat. Welcome to TalkSport listeners. You're joining us here on TalkSport 2, available via the TalkSport app or on your DAB radio. We're broadcasting via the TalkSport Cricket YouTube stream as well. Myself, John Norman, Jarrod Kimber, and former England fast bowler Alex Tudor. England lead. They lead by 184. That's the good news as Yadav tosses this up and Foakes comes forward. They do lead, but England have only got 2 wickets remaining. It's been India's day. They scored runs in the morning session. They took 5 wickets in the afternoon session, and they've nipped out another 3 since tea. Yadav again, and down the track is Ben Foakes. Good looking shot down the ground to Sarfraz Khan at long off. Foakes moves to 11, and that brings Bashir on strike for a couple of balls. But Alex Tudor, this has not gone the way that England would have hoped at the start of the day. India trailing by 134 when they started out. And you can see exactly why India are so feared, because there's a lot of teams out there that would have not quite given up, but you know, India really battled hard. They did so with the bat, and some key performers are doing it with the ball, as Rohit Sharma, the India skipper, just makes a couple of tweaks to the field, just slowing things down.
They're waiting for Sarfraz to get a helmet, possibly. He's going there, seeing it off. Yeah.
Is there any criticism at all about the way England have gone about their batting, Alex Tudor? Or their bowling earlier today?
Well, the bowling, listen, India bat extremely well. Jurel, the young keeper, is showing glimpses of, not say greatness, but he's showing a lot of ability with the bat, and you can see why he's sought after in India. He looked at no ease on a wicket. That is difficult.
It has been a difficult wicket to bat on, and a lot is being asked of Shoaib Bashir, who's going to face this delivery, which keeps low and turns into the right-hander. And Kuldeep Yadav has Well, had his head in his hands there. That looked like it could have been wicket number 5.
Yeah, we were looking at the stumps of LB tap, and he was able to get a bit of bat on it. The inside edge of the bat, just saving young Bashir there. Well, it's all happening for India.
Last ball of the over. This is a little bit more flight. Pops down into the turf, and it's kind of half fielded by Sarfraz Khan at Silly Point. Forward Silly Point, end of the over, 1 run coming from it. England's lead has stretched up to 185. Bashir's done what Bashir had to do, and that is see off the last 2 deliveries, but came so close to losing his wicket to the penultimate ball, a ball that turned and kept low. And Bashir was eyeing up the cut, back foot punch drive, and then suddenly realised, oh, hang on, it's coming way too close to me and it's keeping low. And credit to the batter, he actually did well to get his bat down on it.
Yeah, I think the pace of the delivery is only 82 Ks, gave him enough time to get a bit of bat on it. Had that been sort of the Deju, he's bowling sort of 95, 94 Ks at times, would have happened a lot quicker. But India have had a good day, good 2 sessions. Pressure on England, even though they got 185 in the bank. The Indian batting lineup, especially with Jaswal at the top, and that'll be the prize wicket come second innings for England. They need to get him early. While he's there, they're in danger.
Plenty of room in the offside that is being given to Ben Foakes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders on the boundary. Ravichandran Ashwin coming in to replace Ravindra Jadeja. Ashwin nipped out the top 3 wickets. The first 3 wickets to fall, including 2 in 2 balls, and it's Foakes facing, and he does steer the ball into the offside, but he'll stay where he is. Yeah, 2 wickets in 2 balls, Tudes, as Ben Duckett clipped the ball to short leg, followed by Ollie Pope, first ball, completing his first pair in international test cricket. Trapped LBW in front of the stumps, and England have been battling against the tide ever since, as Foakes comes forward and once again is showing absolutely no interest at all in taking the single that is on offer, this time to mid-on. He stays where he is, behind the crease and in position, with just 1 slip and a short leg in place, as he's forward and he's hitting just above the belt by a ball that turns and bounces. I mean, we were talking about a lead of 250 for England, but it's fanciful to expect that now as he's down the track, and Foakes will get to off strike, and he'll take the single on offer. Shubman Gill running in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to prevent any more than 1. Foakes moves to 12, the score 140 for 8 to England here on TalkSport 2, and the lead now 186.
That's what saying, they're just trying to frustrate India at the moment, where they're going about it. Ben Foakes just basically single and over, and then from young Bashir to see out the final 2 deliveries. India ringing the changes, Rohit Sharma bringing the close catches in.
Yeah, 2 fielders close to the wicket in front of Bashir, who's down the track, and there's a yelp from behind the stumps. He's out of his crease. The ball has gone straight to Patidar at forward Silly Point, but he's back behind the crease. 1 ball to see off. Can Bashir do it? He lets this one go. A little tempter outside off stump. Bashir shapes to cut, lets the ball go, and another over has been navigated by England, but Jarrod Kimber, they're not going anywhere particularly fast.
Well, I don't have any issue with that, because I think the ball's got a little bit softer, and so the Bashir end is the problem, because if you had even Hartley at the other end or Aaron Arman at the other end, you feel a little bit more comfortable. But I do think it is easier to bat right now than it has been any time during England's innings. Get that ball a little bit softer. Also, you're taking time. The longer they're out in the middle, the more the time the pitch has to decompose. So I from that end, I don't worry about it. But they need to get 210, 220. So they're a distance away from that, and only 2 deliveries, although three tasty Jimmy Anderson reverse sweeps could change everything.
England set India 231 runs to win in that first test match at Hyderabad, as Kuldeep Yadav is back, start of his 13th over, and this turns into the right-handed Ben Foakes and is defended away.
This should be a harder wicket to bat on than that.
Well, you'd think, right? You would think. I asked that question to Neil Manthorpe off air. You know, what is the harder task? To chase down 231 on a day 4 Hyderabad pitch, or 187 as things stand on a day 4 pitch in Ranchi. Tossed up again by Kuldeep Yadav, and again the turn into Folkes. He clips his past short leg but won't take the single. So England's still in this, for sure. I mean, you could argue you'd rather be in England's position in a way. 140 for 8. And this one keeps very low from Kuldeep Yadav. It's the one that goes on, or possibly the googly. Either way, Folkes isn't getting it anywhere close. He's beats him past the outside edge, but it's the lack of bounce that Bashir at the other end won't mind seeing, because he's going to bowl on this. Down the track, clipped to mid-wicket by Ben Folkes, and Shubman Gill completes the fielding. So here we are again, 1 run from the over, 2 balls to see off for Bashir.
It's like instant replay, isn't it? That's what's happening. Every third delivery, take a single. Bashir, you got 2 balls to survive. And as I say, just looks like it's one of frustration. Just keep them out there. Just keep taking the, well, not say taking the runs, but just getting your singles. Lead now 187. But it does show you it's not in the realms. You can survive out there. Batters are batting balls.
That is how you describe Bashir's innings so far. Survival, playing back and exposing the stumps and dropping the bat on it. Kuldeep continually asking questions of all the England batters all around the bat. Some balls are keeping low, there's turn. And Bashir is trying to see this ball off. It is successfully done. It's a full delivery which dips on Bashir, but it's straight defended. And another over done, another single from it. England now lead by 187, 141 for 8 here on TalkSport 2. Ben Folkes is 13 not out and playing another little minor cameo here, Alex Tudor.
Yeah, he does well, doesn't he? He's a battler. As you said in the first innings, you know, the amount of partnerships he's put together in his time under Baz and Ben. Doesn't give it away. 13 from 54 balls. And they need him to stay there as long as they can, get to 200 and then just keep whittling away, going 5s, going 10s, because you need all the runs. So as I said, India, and especially the way that they play spin, you know, they play it well, as Jurel showed this morning against Bashir and Hartley. Quite destructive, wasn't he, when he was looking for those balls that were in his half, and he would go downtown, hit a few 6s. He looked really good. That's why I said England need about 250. Way off that at the minute. Still game on.
Yep, and India battle back from a similar precarious position yesterday, late yesterday, and also earlier today and throughout day 3. Mohammad Siraj is just moving from deep extra cover more to a long off position, quite far back though. Singles all over the place as Ben Folkes clips a full and straight delivery from Ravichandran Ashwin to long on, but refuses a single.
Yeah, I mean, I would take the runs, me personally. So you need every run.
Playing back and defensively again, pushing the ball out to the offside square of the wicket, but no run again. The lead 187, and whilst we have 10 overs remaining today, there is still an hour to go, so we will get more of them, more overs in, if India continue to bowl, because I'm not sure we're going to see much pace for a while. As Folkes is drawn forward, comes out of his crease to defend. This is tense stuff. 4 fielders out on the leg side boundary as Folkes takes this ball on off stump, and once again, for the third over in a row, to the fourth ball of the over, clips a single to mid-wicket, and it means Bashir will face 2 deliveries.
Yeah, as I said, it's like on repeat, isn't it? And he was looking for it as well. Got that left foot across, tuck it onto the leg side. Thought he was going to see something different from Ashwin. Seemed a bit annoyed with himself as well as he bowled that delivery.
Bashir, 16 deliveries into his innings, 1 not out. But he's doing a job for England. Full, and Bashir just carves this ball past Silly Point. There's a run and a chase, but on offer, but there's no run taken by the batters. 1 ball to go of the 50th over. Steve Harmison replaces Alex Tudor in the commentary box. And Ravichandran Ashwin with Silly Point, a slip, a leg slip, and short leg in position, and he's out in, and this again keeps low, but once again Bashir keeps it out, and we're going to have drinks late in the day in Ranchi. Day 3, the test match, the series is hanging in the balance. England's lead 188 runs. They have 1 recognised batter at the crease in Ben Foakes, who is 14 not out. He's faced 58 deliveries to get there, and he's been given assistance from Shoaib Bashir, who earlier today picked up his first fifer in international cricket. He is 1 not out from 18 balls. We have an hour's play left today, and to talk you through the next 20 minutes, after a comment from Steve Harmison, will be Andrew McKenna.
Yeah, nice partnership from Foakes and Bashir. Not so much runs scored, but time out the game and time on this wicket. 18 balls now Shoaib Bashir's batted. A little twitchy at the start, but he's now, finding a good movements forwards and back, and solid in defence. So because of that, he just eking out that little bit more time on the wicket, letting the cracks open up that little bit more, and hoping that they can pinch a single here, odd boundary there, get the score to over 200, the lead. And I think, Mackie, you've just seen a tweet off Stuart Broad, who's basically thrown his former teammates under the bus a little bit.
It's amazing what you do when you're not in the dressing room any longer. 24 minutes ago, Stuart Broad posted, enthralling test match. India has shown brilliant fighting skill on a very helpful pitch. I think we'll all agree with that. Currently, England lead by 180. When he wrote this, 2 wickets left. Every bowling attack in the world would back themselves to defend 200 on a pitch with this much movement. So if India chase this score, they'll deserve the win. And I'm sure the England bowling attack and bowling group will go, yeah, cheers, pal.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stuart. But yeah, he's right. He is, as always, he is spot on. I think a lot of bowling attacks around the world will fancy themselves to defend 200 on this surface, but you just never know. The way Jaiswal's batting, you've got Rohit Sharma at the top of the order, very inexperienced middle order. They've got some seasoned campaigners and fighters and scrappers in Jadeja and Ashwin with the bat. So they've got some inexperience, they've got some youth, but they've also got some quality and grit and determination. So it's not going to be easy for England, whatever it is, whether it's 190, 200, 210, or even above that. We're not in for a draw. We're going to have a result at the end of it, and it'll be interesting to see how the first passage of play comes. If Jaiswal can put a hole in it, then you know what, it's very much game on. If England can knock him over, then I think the time on the surface and the length of time it takes to get to that 200, close to that 200 or above 200, then the longer it takes, the more you fancy England to go on and be victorious. And what a proposition that would be. I know there's a 10-day gap, Macca, but can you imagine the anticipation for that 5th test match if England can go 2-2 up in Dharamshala?
Absolutely. So it's drinks. There's an hour to go today. There are still 9 overs left in the day, as Harmis mentioned. We're going to get bonus overs in by the look of it. The lead is 188. England are 142 for 8. India bowled out for 307 earlier on in the day. Jurel, the last man out, for 90. Shoaib Bashir taking his first-class 5-wicket haul, 5 for 119 from 44 overs he finished with. So England led by 46 on first innings. They are 142 for 8. Zach Crawley got 60 of those. Johnny Bairstow 30. Joe Root made 11, the only other man to get to double figures. Kuldeep will start a new over, and Ben Foakes, who is 14 not out, is keeping it out on the offside, and there is no run. So Crawley 60, Duckett 15, Pope a first ball duck, Root 11, Bairstow 30, Stokes 4, Hartley 7, Robinson a 3-ball duck, and then dismissed. Kuldeep in, turning it back into the right-handed Foakes, and he turns it on the onside. No run. Well, if the Carabao Cup final later on over on TalkSport is enthralling and exhilarating as this, you'll be in for a treat. That's a 3 o'clock kickoff, of course. Get your app on your phone or your tablet or your DAB ready to switch over when we're done later on. And then get it all programmed up ready for tomorrow morning, because we are coming back for tomorrow morning. How far we get into tomorrow remains to be seen. Kuldeep in, left arm over, turning back in again. Foakes defending. 14 from 61 deliveries now for Ben Foakes. And we touched on this earlier, in the fact that some players, in the fact that they've got numbers 10 at one end and 10 at the other end, and in number 11 to come, might look to open it up and blast it to a post, but that's not really Ben Foakes' game. So how does he get those extra runs? Well, he has to occupy the crease to find the spots. He's coming forward to Kuldeep as his left arm over, but he's just pushing out on the offside, no run. Yeah, it's not a natural thing for Ben Foakes to be ultra aggressive. He can do it, but a lot of that is to come out of his crease and go down the ground, and that, I think, as much as it is even more risk, I wouldn't sort of advise that too much on this surface, especially against Kuldeep Yadav. Kuldeep is in. He's using his feet, folks, to get to this one. Clips it into the onside. It's going to go very, very slowly out to Siraj, and they take just a single to mean Bashir will have to face just the final ball of the over. England have taken the lead to 189 as they're 143 for 8. And that's good. He's come down the crease and just eased it into the leg side. No real high risk involved in that. He's in total control when he comes down the surface inside the ball to try and cover the smother of the spin and the bounce. Just eases it into the leg side. It's good batting. You might have seen Ben Foakes be aggressive at this ball if that last ball was a dot ball, because of obviously Shoaib Bashir on strike for the start of the next over. Final ball of the over then. Kuldeep hits down the leg side. Was there a touch on that? Bashir is shaking his head. More importantly, umpire shakes his head as well. So it's the end of the over, the 51st. England 143 for 8, the lead 189. And just to touch on that strike rate of Ben Foakes, Gary, our statsman, just worked out. So when Foakes had faced 58 balls, he was 14 not out. That's the lowest strike rate in terms of innings in the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes era for innings of more than 50 deliveries. His strike rate was 24.1. The next lowest was actually Ben Stokes, who was 33 out of 116 against New Zealand in Wellington last year. So slowest innings at the moment from Foakes, but he's just buying some more time. A little bit like one they said about Joe Root, one of the slowest innings that Joe Root had to get 100. The reply to that is, I'm not bothered. As long as he's still there, he's given England every chance of not only posting a very, very good total, but running up and down on a surface which doesn't need too much encouraging to break up even more. Oh, absolutely. Oh, Ashwin was almost into his delivery stride then, and Foakes backed away because someone was behind this bowler's arm moving. Yep, that's you. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, he's looking. Ashwin comes in and bowls. Foakes is across his stumps, playing it straight back down the pitch, and there is no run. Interesting if Akash goes through this entire innings without bowling a ball. Bearing in mind he took the first 3 of the match. seems like ages ago now. Ashwin, right arm over. It's clipped out to Shubman Gill at deep long on, but they don't take the single because it's only the second ball of the over. Folks doesn't want to expose Bashir for that many, so they all stay where they are. There is a long leg, mid-wicket. We'll have to call it cow corner. Long on the boundary on the leg side. Then a long off about 10 off the boundary and an extra cover. This one is outside of off stump, shorter in length. So it's actually, Folkes looks to pull it into the leg side, but cloths it, and it goes next to nowhere, no run.
I think if it was Rohit, I'd bring someone up on the leg side. I don't know which one. I'd have to think about that a little bit more. But I'd bring someone up and just go, okay, well, you want to come down and hit a 4 every now and again? Let's see.
Yeah, I agree. I'd potentially bring the square up, and I'd potentially bring the straight man up as well.
Ashwin in and over the wicket. All of some glove as it's turned around the corner to short, fine leg. Bit of excitement from the field as Rohit will go back from slip and retrieve it, so they don't take the run. Remains 1-4-3 for 8.
Yeah, I'd encourage him to hit it straight down the ground, or encourage him to hit it, sweep it square. That one, he comes down the wicket on the inside of the ball and clips it through.
He likes that a bit too much, doesn't he?
He's shot, so leave him back for that.
I've seen him get caught at short mid-wicket a bit, so I was thinking you could also do that. You could bring that fielder up and go, that's your best shot. If you want to play it, we think that you're going to cloth one here. But I think that's the pattern. You either bring in the deep mid-wicket or the deep wide long on, whatever you want to call him, and then, or you do the opposite and you bring up square leg and you bring up mid-on, because he's not a very good sweeper. That's not his main shot.
You bring up mid-on and you bring up square leg and you say to him, look, with your shot, if they want the big shot, he's got to go down the ground and hope that when he does go down the ground, his right shoulder comes in and he pulls it round into sort of that straight mid-wicket area. That would be my plan towards Ben Folkes, is also try and stop that little tickle into the leg side and make him sweep it. Say, right, we'll give you the sweep shot if you want to get a boundary that way. But he's got 2 balls to go, so I'd imagine he's trying to get off strike. Rohit Sharma's deep in conversation with R. Ashwin, trying to get the right fielders in the right place. Sarfaraz Khan comes down to 45, so the fine sweep, the dab sweep's not on offer. Rohit Sharma's probably going to go into mid-wicket. He's still going to keep two men on the boundary, which is very much a surprise.
What's more of a surprise is Rod Tucker is allowing this conversation to just go on and on and on. He's turned around and looks as if to say, lads, is there any danger?
Well, they're ahead of the rate, though, aren't they?
But
you're right, but I'm saying, I think any other time the umpire would be like, what are you doing? Whereas in this case, he's like, you want to have 4 minutes to plan your dinner? You plan your dinner. You get the best damn dinner you guys are ever going to have.
Right, Folkes now settles into his stance, and we'll get another delivery. Ashwin goes in, Folkes goes on the reverse, he misses it, he's taken on the pad, he's given out LBW. Folkes has to review it, because England have got a review left, and he is going to send it upstairs, but this looks very, very adjacent.
I just wonder if he got himself outside the line. Has he got himself outside the line? I don't think he's hit it.
It's a fair delivery.
I think he might have got himself just outside the line. This could be a bit like the Joe Root one a little bit earlier. It could be 51-49. It could be that close for me on when point of contact. Has he get himself outside the line?
It takes him
passing close to the bat. Can you give me ultra edge, please?
Just right of centre on the shin. I don't think he has hit it.
It just looks like the ball changes direction. It doesn't look like it deflects. It just looks like it changes direction. It could just be the shadow that comes
Seam
across.
Position looks as though, I can see what you're saying. But I'm not so sure. I wonder if he's getting himself outside the line here. I think it's going to hit the stumps. It's just whether he's got himself enough outside the line for the DRS to go his way. Anxious wait for Ben Folkes as he stares up looking at the screen.
Well, we're waiting for the technology. We're waiting for the Snicko, because Joel Wilson wants to check whether there is any bat in it, and we're waiting for that, and then we'll have to wait. Right now we get the waveform or not. Oh, hang on.
Yes.
Let's take it back.
There is the smallest of
Go slow.
wobbles on the
Go
waveform.
slow, go
Yeah.
slow.
It was just the
Slow,
ball because
slow.
the seam is side
Yeah,
on,
got a spike
and then
as the
afterwards
ball
it's on a
is on the
diagonal.
bat.
The ball doesn't. We
So he's
can't. You
hit
couldn't
this,
see it.
Rod, you'll have to reverse
There you
your
go. Yeah, he's
original decision.
picked that up as well. You
of
could, it was just
out
that,
to knock
Macca.
out,
Otherwise, I was
stand by, on
because you two
screen.
were both saying he didn't hit it, and I was like, I don't think he's hit it, but something has changed with that ball.
Wow. Okay.
Well, that's handy for England. I tell you what, I don't know how many games I've ever covered that have had this many line ball umpiring decisions that could go both ways. Almost again, I don't know what the umpire's call record is or the.
There's been so many. We had six looks in the first morning. So
Yeah.
it's been one of them. It's been one of them test matches. The umpires have had to work hard. I've given them a fair bit of stick, to be fair, but you know they have had to deal with some pretty much up and down bounce for the majority of the test match.
Ashwin then to bowl again, and Fox is looking to clip this leg side. He gets it down to long on from the final ball of the over. Ashwin is a frustrated man, having given away that single, because it's 52 overs completed here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, and that is 144 for 8, England leading by 190, and Fox will remain on strike 16 not out. Rod Tucker, by the way, just had a chat with Rohit at the end of that over as they were both moving off to their respective positions for the start of this next over, and I presume that was just a little comment about, look, you can't take that long between deliveries.
No, I think it was. I think it was the actual bottom edge. I think they were talking about the bottom edge. Our Ashwin took his cap and his glove and his glasses and walked off, shaking his head, and Rohit Sharma's indicating he's just sort of brushing his hand. And Rod Tucker, you could see he was rolling his eyes to say, well, I didn't see that one. I didn't see that one coming. So again, it was such a fine under edge. Yeah, they're now telling India to get on with the. Kumar Dharmasina's now telling India to get on with the game.
But you kind of, you'd want to get on with the game if you're India. That's the bit that I
Absolutely.
don't get.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why slow it down? There's 7 overs left today, and here comes Kuldeep. He's got 4 for 21 over the wicket, bowled with a big old grunt. It's played by Folks into the leg side, and they won't take an available single.
Cynical old fast bowler in me is I'm not so sure about that, because if you're a batter, you're going, do I really want to go out there for 25 minutes today? If you're a bowler, you're going, let's get this over with.
Yeah.
Let's get this over with tonight. They're not hurting us here. It's not as though it was like Jurel's in and he's getting 10 off and over the way it's going.
Yeah.
Rod Tucker's telling them to hurry up. So it probably was that conversation they were having, Mackie, in between overs.
Kuldeep in once again with an even bigger grunt. Sounds like he's Steve Backley throwing the javelin. It's turned on the leg side and there's no run. So because we've started this over, if England were all out, this one would be wiped off and 2 more for change of innings. So that would be then down to 4 overs left in the day. So effectively, if Rohit is trying to avoid having a little awkward session this evening, then he needs England to bat a wee bit longer or slow it down. Kuldeep in, gives that one some air. Nice shot from Folks, all the way to long off, all along the floor, and it'll be fielded, but the batters aren't remotely thinking about changing ends. They stay where they are. England remain 190 in the lead. Kuldeep. Air outside of the off stump, inviting the drive, which Folks plays, but it doesn't really time it crisply, and it'll go out to Sarfaraz once again. And there is no run. Now we're starting to think at what point do they take the single. Just listening to it through the stump mic, you can always tell when it's meant for the batters because it'll be in English, and if it's a conversation of that for the Indian team, it'll be in Hindi. In goes Kuldeep. He's down the leg side. That's a poor ball. Folks is able to turn that really easily through square leg, and they will take the single. It takes it to 145 for 8, and England lead by 191 with only 1 ball left of the over.
It is a poor ball, but again, Rohit Sharma, well, maybe he's being a bit picky here, but Rohit Sharma's just letting this happen. He's letting that happen. He's got 6 men on the boundary. 4 balls gone on the over. you've got Kuldeep Yadav potentially, and you've got R. Ashwin at the other end. Why is R. Ashwin not saying to Rohit, come on, bring the fielders in, keep him on strike, I'll get Bashir out if you give me 6 balls at him. It really is just letting things drift and let things go. They're not hurting India. England aren't hurting India too much other than time on the wicket. It's not as though they're going at like 8 and over, 9 and over and finding boundaries at the end of the over. But even still, even if you don't want to bat tonight, you can still put pressure on.
Well, the helmet has come out for Patidar and Sarfraz, so they're in at silly points and short leg, and Bashir is deep in the crease and playing it nice and gently to end the over. Defends it perfectly well. Bashir remains 1 not out from 20 balls. Folks has got 17 from 74. He'll be on strike as we'll start the 54th over here on TalkSport 2. England leading by 191.
Another good over from Kuldeep Yadav, but like again, you're going into Ben Foakes. You're trying to get him out, or is Rohit quite happy that let's just get these overs done tonight? We'll come back tomorrow, even if England are 8 down, and give away another 5 runs in this next 10 minutes. Ball players on the boundary. We'll have a right good go at them tomorrow, and we'll come back afresh and bat as afresh. We don't really want to bat tonight. I think they're quite fortunate that it is Ben Foakes and not a Johnny Best or a Ben Stokes out there who can take the scoring rate to a whole new level.
Well, Ashwin finish it off. He's going to start a new over. Foakes is going to clip this to deep mid-wickets, and there is no run once again. Shubman Gill out. It's a pretty straight mid-wicket in fairness, as well as a long on. Folks, 17 not out from 75 balls now. Needs to have put on 12. Folks has chipped it back to Ashwin. The breakthrough comes. Folks is trying to turn the blade to work it through mid-wicket. He's got a leading edge, and Ashwin gets him caught and bowled. And England are now 9 down. 145 for 9. The lead 191.
Yeah, just thrown above the eye line of Ben Foakes, who played. It was a carom ball, actually. It is. It's out there, and it has gripped as well. Yeah, it's beautifully bowled. Not giving Ashwin the credit he deserves. That's a beauty. Fantastic bit of bowling by the great Indian off spinner. It's a carom ball out the front of, and it's just held beautifully off the surface. I don't think it was off the crack, Jared. I think it was off the surface. And Ben Foakes has gone to turn it on the leg side like he has been doing, playing with the spin, or what he thought was with the spin. And unfortunately for Ben Foakes, it's gone the other way. It's come off this corner of the bat, cloth, and it's twisted in his hand and chipped up. And the bowler, as a bowler, the catching back to you is not the easiest thing. Sometimes look fairly straightforward, but taking a catch off your own bowling isn't that straightforward. And he made it look easy. Fantastic work from R. Ashwin and a great bit of bowling.
The only thing I would say there is that I think he might have picked it, but there's no way he could have assumed it was going to spin that much, right? That spun like a leg break rather than like a carom ball. Like carom balls, it's like a warm breeze, right? That was like a tornado. So I think that might have been it, but it was that shot we were talking about before. That flick through mid-wicket. It does get him out quite a bit. It's also his 80% of his scoring shots, so we understand why he plays it so much. But Macca, before you can get in, first ball, second ball, or third ball, I'll let you choose for the Jimmy Anderson reverse sweep.
Second.
Harmy?
I think you'll go first ball. I think you will. I think you'll try and reverse sweep him first ball. You'll think, go with the spin, go with the turn.
Disappointed if it's not in those first two. If he waits to the third or fourth ball, I don't think he played one in the first innings. I think he.
That was fourth ball.
Was it? Oh, yes, sorry. Right.
I don't know if he's just taken 2 legs as the guard, or he's telling the umpire I'm reverse sweeping second ball. But he's just held up 2 fingers to the umpire. Well, Anderson and Bashir batted a grand total of 6 balls between them in the first innings. Bashir's already been there 20 for his single, and now the field completely changes as India attack and try and wrap it up a bit. There's only one extra close fielder, that's the short leg under the helmet, as well as Rohit's slip. But there's a short extra cover on the drive. Mid-on, mid-off are in regulation positions. but there's a leg side sweeper and an offside sweeper out on the boundary, so only now 2 out. Here we go then, Ashwin's got 4 for Anderson, doesn't play the reverse sweep. First ball, it's a big stride forward, playing out on the offside, no run. Yeah, the Karen ball bowled off the middle finger. Just gives the off spinner that one that goes the other way. Ashwin, second ball left to Anderson. Comes straight back down the pitch with a straight blade. And it is well played by Anderson.
Big hands from the spinner. The ball just disappeared.
Ashwin in once again. Anderson is on the reverse. He's gone in a tangle. That might be a brilliant catch by Jurel behind. It is. Anderson is given out. Caught behind for a 3-ball duck. He's gone on the reverse and got in a tangle and almost helped it back round behind him. And the keeper has taken it, standing up to the stumps. It's a 5-wicket haul for Ashwin, and India are going to have that awkward session to bat tonight. They've been set 192 for victory in the Test match. James Anderson pulled out the reverse, hit it onto his own thigh. It rebounded off his thigh onto the bat once again and goes to Jurel down the leg side, standing up. That is a brilliant, brilliant piece of wicket keeping.
No, he did very, very well there. You're never expecting that kind of ball to come to you. He was originally waiting for the ball to be near the top of off stump. He saw there was an edge, so he would have been on alert, but incredible. Jimmy Anderson hasn't really made a mistake there. It's just that because the bat has followed around through him, it's gone through, and then it just happened to be that it was close enough to Jurel for an easy catch. But this is still fun, Steve Harmison.
Brilliant fun. Absolutely brilliant fun. Our Ashwin takes the applause. You know, not 2-3 hours ago, with Shoaib Bashir walking off, 5-wicket, ball in hand, taking the applause. Our Ashwin, you know, the pupil, the master, and all that. You know, he's bowled absolutely beautifully when his team needed him to come out, open a bowl and take the very first over, lead by example, set the tone. Our Ashwin definitely did that. Ably backed up by Jadeja, and Kuldeep Yadav was bowled 2 or 3 special spells in that innings and put England on the back foot and under pressure. I still think England will fancy themselves to defend this total. What England would give to take one away tonight. Can they get Jaiswal out tonight and make it even harder for India? But unlucky Jimmy Anderson, yeah, you got a good piece of the glove onto his leg, and then, like you said, Jared, it's just his follow through that's done him. His follow through that's just looped up off the glove, and a smart catch from Jurel down. Well, you say it down the leg side. It wasn't actually down the leg side.
was it?
In between, didn't it? So it's gone in between. Jimmy goes for naught. Bashir's the one that's won that out. England, they'll be disappointed. 145, especially with Crawley at the top. 60. Your opening batter gets 60 and you get bowled out for 145. But it's just, again, just another tick in the box for what a pulsating, not only Test match this has been, but a Test series this has been. In England, can England get themselves in a position 2-2 going to the last Test match? I personally think this game all hinges down to the man in form, Jaiswal. England get him early, England win the game. England don't get him early, and I think England might then have to chase their tails later on in the run chase and start bowling a little bit more defensive. Not exactly the way Stokes wants to go. So, what is it? 3, possibly 4 overs. 3 overs tonight, depending on time. What a massive 3 or 4 overs is in the context of this series.
There's been 20 first-class games. This is the 20th, I think, first-class game here. There have been 3 successful chases in those games. The highest chase is 210. I think the second highest chase is 202, and then there was another one of 80-odd that was accounted for fairly easily. No one has any idea really what this wicket is going to do in this situation, but we have seen 2 chases that have been tough around that 200 mark before, but have been chased.
Right. Bowling figures quickly. Ashwin finished with 5 for 51 from 15 overs and 5 balls. Jadeja 1 for 56. Siraj's 3 overs cost him 16. Kuldeep 4 for 22. So England bowled out for 145 in 53 overs and 5 balls. India set 192, and just waiting for the scorecard to update to give us an idea of how many overs are officially left in the day. Harmy, some more thoughts from you, because Neil Manthorpe is going to pick up the commentary of this incredible test match and the 4th innings getting underway in India's pursuit of 192.
Yeah, 145 England got, like I said before, disappointing from an England point of view when your opening batter gets 60. Yeah, interesting, Jared, in this. Yeah, no extras in that innings. When you'd think with a ball going up and down, side to side, no extras. There wasn't one extra. You'd expect a leg bye or a bye, especially the way the ball's been misbehaving. So, there's been some real big anomalies in this test match, especially in the last 2 days. Ball keeping low, LBW decisions, the DRSs that have been overturned and being given out. And then for me, there's another one. On a wicket which is, you'd expect a shooter off the pad and run off the square leg, and you get an extra. There was no extras, no wides, no balls. I'm saying that Ollie Robinson wasn't involved, so the no ball he's always good for one. But yeah, I think this has been a great test match so far, and I still think the best is yet to come.
Cricketers has done something really good. Soham over there has done a look at 4th innings batting averages of these Indian players in India in test wickets, but also in first class cricket. The only player who averages more in first class cricket in this 4th innings is Shubman Gill, who actually averages over 50 in the 4th innings when batting. It's only from 10 innings from him. But there's some really interesting things here. Jaiswal averages 40, where he averages 74 in the first 2 innings of test match of first class games in India. Patidar averages 33. Sarfaraz Khan averages 82 in the first innings of these matches in India, and 32 in the 4th innings. All the other players average under 30. So they and Rohit Sharma, this might be my favourite one. Rohit Sharma has not made 100 in the 4th innings of a first class game in India. So there's a few things that just worth throwing out there. This isn't a very experienced batting lineup. They've already struggled to chase a total before, and so it's not exactly a situation where you would expect India to come out and smash it. Having said that, I've looked generally on this pitch. I'm trying to get the totals that teams have struggled to chase, Manners, that's the words I was looking for, are usually more around that 250, 260 area. The one caveat I would say is you probably don't usually have wickets that have cracks in the middle and are also deteriorating. So I do think this is a slightly harder one. But England's still up against it. But you look at the first test of this series and you look at the record of some of these players in the 4th innings, and you would say that there is an opportunity there for England.
This is a combination of first class and test matches. I'm just wondering why Rohit Sharma's only played 15 matches.
It's not 15 matches, it's 4th innings in India, but it might also be over a period of time. I don't know if this is career or just the last few years or whatever it may be, but it's
just that Jadeja and Ashwin are featured in 27 and 28.
They've played a lot more test matches than Rohit Sharma.
Well, that's
he
true.
might not have played a lot of first class games. Either way, I'm just pointing out that there isn't outside of Shubman Gill, there isn't a batter who you would say is a 4th inning specialist, unlike Bruce Mitchell from South Africa.
Yes, that's right. There were a number of scorers around the world who were particularly excited for 1 over. They call it the scorer's perfect scenario. An over which contained, apparently it happens like once every lifetime. There was an over with a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and a 6. That happened in Rajkot, and apparently it's like literally one in 1,000 games. And I just had a message from someone telling me how rare 0 extras in a completed test innings is, and it's something equally unusual. That's one for the scorers and the statisticians, but this is one for the purist. We're going to have 25 minutes, 25, maybe half an hour, something like, I'm not sure if it's 5 or 6 overs left to be bowled in the day. Joe Root's taking the new ball. you'd be interested to see. Alex Tudor's no doubt interested in that. One of your eyebrows is raised higher than the other, which suggests that you're interested.
Well, he's done with batting now, so we don't have to. He can get on and do his bowling now, can't he? The all-rounder, Ben Stokes. So yeah, it's going to be spin, I reckon, from both ends.
Yeah, very good chance. I'm just having a look. That is Rohit Sharma has only batted in the 4th innings in Indian first-class games 15 times in his career. He's only played 119 first-class games. Tudor played that in his 2nd season.
And 60 for 15, 8 or 9 of those have been Test matches.
Yeah, a huge percentage of those, and averages over 50 in first-class cricket in India. So he can certainly play. Just hasn't played in these conditions as much as you would expect someone of his skill. But certainly the openers are the 2 key ones because of the pace at which they can both score as much as anything else. Once you get to Patidar and Gill, you can slow the game down a little bit, but that's harder to do with Rohit Sharma and Jaiswal.
Joe Root then to bowl the very first over. He's opening the bowling in the 4th innings of a Test match. Here he is, first delivery round the wicket. Forward comes Rohit Sharma, pushing it away defensively on the leg side. It was only 2 or 3 years ago when we used to titter a little bit when Joe Root came on to bowl and be like, oh, here's Joe with his part-timers. And here he is, opening the bowling in the 4th innings of a Test match, defending just 192. That's a measure of how far his bowling has come and how hard he's worked on it. The second delivery, though, is nudged away with the spin by Rohit Sharma to Jimmy Anderson at deep backward square leg, and India are underway in pursuit of 192 for victory.
Well, 2.5 sessions it's been for India. Back against the walls, and they needed someone to stand up. Well, Jarrell with a bat. Then Ashwin, we know what a street fighter he is. When the game's on the line, he normally steps up, and step up he did for his country.
Here's Joe Root then to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who drives down the ground. Ben Duckett is on the boundary in the deep, long off, and so therefore it'll be just a single.
Do you know what? I'm trying to think of the last time in a Test match that Indian fans cheered every single, because it was much more common, back a couple of decades ago before T20 cricket made things a little bit different and people looked at cricket differently.
Root in again, Rohit defends.
But do you remember when that was a genuine little era? Maybe early 2000s, 2005, 2010ish.
Yeah, beginning of the millennium, I think, starting around there. Here's Root once again. Rohit Sharma, a little half step down the track, pushes it to mid-wicket. Stokes fields no run.
Rahul Dravid trying to push the ball on the offside, getting the thick inside part of the bat, going to square leg, stealing a single. Crowd cheering. It was awesome. It was a real. And now you go to IPL games, and IPL games are very much that kind of atmosphere.
Low full toss, flicked away by Rohit Sharma into the deep on the leg side. Ollie Robinson's around from in front of square to about square on the boundary to pick up and field. And the over comes to an end with just 4 coming from it. India in pursuit of 192, 4 without loss, and Alex Tudor will be interested to see that there is no sign of a night watchman. And Shubman Gill is padded up, ready to come in next.
Yeah, good to see. Your job's there.
Nighthawk?
Nighthawk. Your job there to bat. I mean, we can go into a massive debate about it. I don't want to do it now, but as we see Tom Hartley just loosening up. Job he needs to do for England. He's captain here.
I wonder if Jimmy Anderson said, yeah, fair enough, absolutely. Or he may even have said, you know what, Ben, I don't think I should take the new ball here. I think you should give it to the 2 spinners. Or do you think that he also raised an eyebrow when he was told he wouldn't be taking the new ball? Hartley in low full toss again, driven by Jaiswal, the left-hander, the prolific left-hander, out to deep cover, fielded by Bairstow, 1 run.
I'd be surprised if it was even a conversation. I think it would have been just spinners are going to win us this game. So I'm just going to get them on. Half an hour, you say 25 minutes or so before the end of play. Get a couple catches in.
Were they giving Jaiswal the single there to get Rohit on strike?
Do you know what?
So.
Well,
because when I saw that field, I thought, maybe, they want him to play the shot on the offside. And then I was like, No, everyone's come in for Rohit. That's not the plan at all, is it?
No, I'm very glad that you have also picked up on that. So I'm thinking Rohit has made such an impression that there are men on the boundary at the very beginning. Here's Tom Hartley, and that one is turned out to Ollie Pope at short leg, diving to his right, makes the stop. And then that didn't make any sense at all. Be like, no, every innings you start afresh. Doesn't matter that he's got 618 runs in the series. You don't go on the defensive when he's just starting his innings. You start afresh. Here's Hartley, left arm spin up again to Rohit Sharma. Drives to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on, no run. But it is entirely possible that I mean, they weren't giving him. There were 2 extra deep fielders.
There was no one in the ring on the offside, and they bowled a ball full outside off stump.
I refuse to see the evidence in front of my eyes. This one is clipped away by Rohit Sharma through mid-wicket for 4. Very full. It wasn't the low full toss from Tom Hartley, I don't think, but it was definitely in the half volley area and dispatched away handsomely.
They've overpitched so far. Just haven't hit that length. I remember Jadeja's first. I know Jadeja didn't even get the early wickets, but Jadeja just hit a length that just said, "Good luck, guys." They just haven't done that yet, the England bowlers. It's early, but still.
Yeah, and there's an experience now. You know, your team, the country, as spinners, full innings. They're looking for you to win the game.
Hartley in again. It's overpitched. Same shot as before. 4 runs through, wide, long on, deep mid-wicket. Terrifically put away by Rohit Sharma.
These 2 young men, you know, they got, well, I say 2 young men, Joe Root's open up at the other end, but when Bashir does eventually come on, you know, everyone expects wickets. You know, first innings, okay, you can go about doing your job. Second innings with a low total, even on this wicket, everyone's looking at you. Can you perform? Can you turn the tide? Can you win us the game? So that brings its own pressure, especially with inexperienced bowlers.
Slipping a short leg, catching cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. Rohit comes forward, plays defensively. Hartley does his own fielding and looks less than impressed with himself, having bowled 2 half volleys on leg stump, which Rohit tucked away for a couple of boundaries. India 13 without loss. India bowled. England out for 145 in their second innings. Zach Crawley top scored with 60. Johnny Bairstow made a fluent 30 before he was out, first ball after tea. Otherwise, very little for England to cheer. Ben Duckett 15 and Ben Foakes 17 with the only other double-figure scores. 145 all out. Left India with a target of 192. And I reckon we either have the scoreboard's confused, changed its mind now from 4 overs remaining to 3 overs remaining to back to 4 overs remaining to be bowled in the day. India 13 without loss. Joe Root into his delivery stride and Jaiswal backs away. Either wasn't ready, maybe there was some movement behind the arm, not clear. No apology from the batsman, but Root was actually into his delivery stride. This time he's in and does bowl, and Jaiswal pushes it down towards long off. He's there again, Ben Duckett. So some in-out field from Ben Stokes. Brilliant article this morning in the Times from Michael Atherton describing how good Ben Stokes was and how empathetic and sympathetic when necessary Stokes was in his handling of the spinners yesterday. As Root is in once more and Rohit pushes it away out to point, fielded by Shoaib Bashir. And Stokes actually was quoted by Atherton as saying that he'd learnt a lot from watching Rohit and the fields that he sets, and he's not afraid to have men out in the deep. It doesn't have to be seen as a defensive move. It's pushed out towards mid-wicket. A nice tumbling stop from the man I'm talking about, Ben Stokes, and there's no run. He gave the example of strangling in some way, suffocating Sarfaraz Khan with the spinners.
Not literally.
No, sorry. Drying up the runs, the scoring opportunities. And then his Root flicked away by Rohit. Again, strong bottom hand. Nice use to the wrists. And Tom Hartley fields. They go through for a single. So then Right, well, just as he sensed that Sarfaraz was becoming frustrated by the lack of runs and he'd reached 14 off 50 balls, he pushed point back onto the boundary, and in saying to Sarfaraz, "Can't go on then, you have one, push it through there." And he pushed it against the spin and was out. Sweep shot from Yashasvi Jaiswal for 4. Cracking shot, absolutely perfect. Sweep on length, they say. Not so much line, and he's hit that beautifully. 4 runs to Yashasvi Jaiswal. India up to 19 for none.
Yeah, executed brilliantly by the young man. Stayed nice and low. Got his hands out, rolled the wrist, hit it powerfully behind square. Joe Woot looked anguished, but it was a good shot.
Very full ball to sweep.
Driven, lashed out towards long on. Duckett will field. And they're through for another single. End of the over. 3 overs gone. India have made a lashing start in the pursuit of 192 for victory, 20 for none.
Yeah, no hanging around. Getting on with their work. 20 off 3 overs. Putting the pressure back onto England, into Ben Stokes. What are you going to do? Where are you going to place your fielders? Who are you going to put on?
Let's go, guys.
They need a wicket or 2 just to give them that little belief. One thing Ben Stokes will do, and what he does better than most, he believes in his bowlers. He backs them even if they bowl the odd bad ball or so. He just says, get on with it. I believe in you. And as a player, as an individual, that's all you need from your leader, from your captain.
Here's Tom Hartley with his left arm spin, and Jaiswal drives down the ground again. Jimmy Anderson this time is positioned in the deep. It's just looking a little too easy for India at the moment. And I know that you can be wise after the event, but I wonder whether Jimmy Anderson might have been a safer bet with the new ball, even if it was just for an over or 2. Here's Tom Hartley once again. The target's down to 171. Oh, big appeal for leg before wicket. Sliding down leg side. Was it not out? Says umpire Rod Tucker. Ben Stokes is going to think about this. Hopefully he doesn't come to the conclusion that, well, wow, we've got 3. We might as well use one up here. It definitely looked like it was sliding down, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it hit the crack. Recently, those balls have been hitting the crack and going dead straight, and I think that's what that one did. So it was angling down leg, hit the crack, and just kept going with it. It's almost the first one they've landed on the length. Actually, that didn't even hit the crack.
No.
But it was still going down
straight
leg.
on, didn't it? Didn't
Yeah, it's
turn.
just gone on with the arm, hasn't it? Just skidded on. It's hit his left leg before he was able to get it away, and we could see off and middle, so yeah, no chance.
Here's Hartley again. It's a low full toss and it's whipped away through the onside. It's Johnny Bairstow in pursuit. I think the ball might win this race, and it does. It just trickles into the boundary triangles, and Tom Hartley has bowled he's been too full, and I think he's overcompensating because he was, if anything, he was erring on the side of being too short in the first innings.
Yeah, he's just missing his length, as you said, Manners. He's just bowling very long deliveries, and Rohit Sharma's not going to miss out on that quality player. Yeah, frustration from the England captain there. They've got to keep going. Just needs to drag his length back a little bit. Use the surface. India 25 for none off 3.3.
I wonder if Ben Stokes will concede that it hasn't worked, this double spin with the new ball, and might give Jimmy Anderson 1 or maybe 2 overs if time permits before the close of play. Next one from Hartley is a good length and line, and Rohit Sharma plays defensively. There's no run. India remain 25 without loss. And over, or see if Jimmy Anderson bowls the next over, then he'll have time for 2. If he bowls one after that from the MS Dhoni Pavilion end. Here's Hartley, forward comes Rohit again playing defensively, and there's no run. He's 16, Jaiswal 9.
44th time there's been no extras in an innings in Test cricket.
So that out of what, 5,500 innings, 5,000 innings, something like that. It's a very low number. Good research, by the way. Here's Hartley, low full toss once more. He's not getting it right, Tom Hartley. That's 4 more. Punched away dismissively. It really wasn't a good it wasn't a good ball, hasn't been a good over, hasn't been a good spell from Hartley. 2 overs have cost 18, 4 overs in total, and India raced up to 29 without loss, which is, well, it's a racing start when you only need 192.
Yeah, correct, Manners. I think even Ben Stokes, for him, he might have to ring the changes, get one of the seamers on, preferably Jimmy Anderson, for an over or two, see if he can create something. They need a wicket or two, England, just to give them that belief and to have a little bit of doubt in that Indian change room at the moment.
Here's Joe Root, and that one is driven firmly down towards long on. Ben Duckett keeps them down to a single. All those innings, I mean, you know, there are lots that have been like 28 for naught, win by 10 wickets.
Oh, yeah.
That counts as an innings. So I wonder...
I think it says completed innings, though, so that would be all 10 wickets. I should say that is Gary's stat, not mine.
Thank you, Gary.
I don't want to claim Gary Morgan's stat there. You can follow him on Twitter. Or just around the supermarket if you want.
30 without loss. Ruth in again. Rohit Sharma pushes, blocks. Doesn't really push at that. He just let the ball hit the bat, and there's no run. Tom Hartley would be more disappointed, and it's also, you know, it's as a result almost hard. Just maybe tensing up a bit. You know, Hartley knows he's got a massive responsibility on his shoulders. This one down the wicket comes Rohit, driving to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And when sports fans get frustrated with their players, just remember that it's a tough job, and he's not bowling full tosses on purpose. It's not for lack of trying, it's for over trying. Root in once more, tucked away out on the onside, and go through for another single.
And also the pressure, as you said, man, is bowling in the last innings, expecting when there's a bit of turn and bouncing in different from the wicket. Sort of overthink it sometimes. Not quite getting it right.
That's a full toss from Joe Root this time. Oh dear, it's not been a good start from the two spinners. It's pulled away by Rohit just for a single to deep backward square leg. 33 for none.
You're such a polite person, aren't you? It's because you do occasionally get fired up, as some of the people on YouTube have noticed. You know, when microphone leads haven't worked and you know, things like that. You kept, but it's not been a good start. It's been trash. I mean, they would be really upset as a team.
Oh, I tell you what, this one turns and bounces from Joe Root. That's the best ball we've had in 5 overs. And Jaiswal is surprised by it. Leaps up. Did it hit him on the glove? I think it hit him on the finger, didn't it? Just popped out. Could have gone anywhere. Went safely to ground.
That's the length they need to bowl. And I would say, Tudes, that's the 3rd ball, maybe the 4th ball we've seen.
Yeah. And you're thinking, when you haven't got a big total, you should have your catchers in as well. Yeah, you may go for the odd boundary, but for things like that, you need your catchers in. Get Pope in there. Got to be brave.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if they had the catchers in there, with the full tosses that we've had, they might have been taken down by now, Tudes. It might just be Ollie Pope going, do I have to go in here?
Well, the target's now down to 159. Here is Hartley. Another full toss. Dear, oh dear. It's driven out. It's only going to cost 1. But it's another single to Rohit Sharma. I'm just trying to self-analyse why I'm
such a nice man.
I'm an apologist. I'd like to see all cricketers succeed and do well, and I don't like to see them bowling poorly, and they are at the moment. That one is crunched off the back foot down to long on. Jimmy Anderson fields against just a single.
And this is the difference really between the two teams, especially when it's in the spin category. You got 2 of the best in the world, Ashwin and Jadeja, and we got 2 very inexperienced bowlers, and you're asking him to try and win you a game. Has its own pressures really.
Here's Tom Hartley. Forward comes Rohit Sharma. Defensively into the offside.
24 deliveries in the first innings were half volleys or full tosses for Tom Hartley. So 15% of his deliveries. He's already bowled 8. Oh, and now we're seeing it right on the ground.
He's just been half volley followed by full toss, followed by half volley, followed by full toss at the moment. And clipped away for another single on the leg side. India moved to 36 without loss.
But that last ball was good. Rohit didn't mean to hit that to square leg. It kept a little bit low. It had him in two minds. If he can find that length consistently, there is plenty on this wicket. We just saw Joe Root go into the arm guard of someone trying to play at a forward defence.
And Yashasvi Jaiswal comes lunging forward now, using his feet, getting the pitch of it, pushes it straight back to the bowler. Rohit 24, Jaiswal 12, 36 for none.
And I do wonder how much in the fourth innings of the first test we saw the Indian players under pressure, and now we're seeing the English players under pressure. You know, it's hard for younger players to come into these sorts of positions. Hartley's done it once, and he's expected again.
Here's Hartley to Jaiswal, drives down the grounds, too full. Not a genuine half volley, but it was too full. It was easy for Jaiswal to drive without danger down to long on. 6 overs gone. A reminder, England were bowled out for 145. Top score of 60 from Zach Crawley. R. Ashwin took 5 for 51, lowering his already obscenely low bowling average in the second innings of test matches in India. 5 for 51, 4 for 22 from Kuldeep Yadav. It left India with a target of 192, and they've made a galloping start. 6 overs gone, 37 for naught. And it's looking very, very much like this is India's game to lose on day 4.
Yeah, correct. What is it, in 6 overs we've only seen, what, 1 ball explode? Yeah, as I said, you know, that's why
We haven't seen that many land.
That is true. But that's why I said, you know, England would need 250 plus. The Indian team will be confident. You can hang around, you can bat. There's runs out there still.
Forward comes Jaiswal, plays defensively, no run.
It's funny you say that because I think we've seen 4 balls act up a little bit so far. Only 1 explode, as you say. If they had landed the ball exactly in the right spot over and over again, I think 186 would suddenly look a lot better. It's just that they've bowled so poorly for 6 overs that it's a huge advantage. Was that Kuldeep with the pads on then?
Yes, Night Watchman's ready.
Well, Shubman Gill's also padded up still. Forward comes Jaiswal, pushing out towards extra cover. Do you think it's like, okay, Shubman wants to bat, he wants to go in next, but in case he changes his mind at the last minute, can you get them on, Kuldeep?
Well, he's got his helmet on, doesn't he?
Do they not both have the helmets on? That one is cut out to the sweeper on the cover boundary.
I think Kuldeep was casually padded up, as in no gloves, didn't have his bat with him, didn't have the helmet on. So I think if the next wicket goes, Gill is going to come in, but if there's another one after that, Kuldeep might come in. Is it just a guess, but based on the way he was dressed?
Or he's hoping for time, because what do you get, 3 minutes or whatever
Okay,
it
so
is?
Shubman Gill doesn't want a night watchman, but
Rajat Patidar
Rajat Patidar does. Right. Makes sense.
He just Kuldeep looked too relaxed for someone who's about to come in.
I think that's exactly what it is. India need 154 more to win. They are 38 without loss. Rohit Sharma 24, Jaiswal 14. And it's Shoaib Bashir into the attack. And that's pushed away on the onside. And there's no run. Bashir in his first over, taking over from Joe Root. 5 for 119 in just his second test match. He's maiden first class 5 for, just the 4th England bowler. This is pushed away defensively on the onside. No run. He's just the 4th England bowler whose maiden test 5 for is also his maiden first class 5 for. 2 names that you'll be familiar with, Joe Root and Will Jacks. The last 2 hadn't taken a first class 5 for before their test debut, maiden test 5 for. That's nudged by Rohit Sharma straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. What's more, Joe Root's figures were 5 for 8.
Do you remember any of the others?
Will Jacks?
No, was it just those 2? Were there any other players?
Yes, there was one
from the 1800s.
from a long time ago. Didn't recognise.
I was trying to remember. There was an English wicketkeeper who took the pads off. But I can't remember if he took 4 or 5 wickets in that game. But I'm assuming he didn't have a 5 for coming in.
Andrew McKenna's going to take over from me. I will provide you with that name off air within the next couple of minutes. More from Alex Tudor, then it will be Macca until the close.
Yeah, he did well. Happy he's got the ball in his hand. Joe Root at the other end. just didn't quite happen for Tom Hartley so far in this innings, which is so important.
So it is Root then, around the wicket. It's guided backward of point, well fielded by Bashir, and there's no run. 38 without loss it remains. India have got to an absolute flyer. Rohit 24 from 27, Jaiswal 14 from 16. Root around the wickets. Oh, that keeps low. Jaiswal keeps it out, but that one did genuinely keep low. Outside of off stump.
The other England player to have a 5-wicket haul in Test cricket before first-class cricket was Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Heseltine, OBE, President of Hampshire County Cricket Club.
Joe Root is in again. It's a little bit short. Jaiswal is able to hit it through point. Johnny Bairstow's doing deep cover duties, and they will come back for a couple. Jaiswal goes to 16, India 40 without loss, trying to make this target to win.
He was a bowler, but I think Hampshire weren't in Maine. They were Minor County back then, so he got picked for England to play in South Africa.
Joe Root round the wicket. Jaiswal defends from the crease. No run. 192 the target for India. They're almost a quarter of the way there.
Went to Eton.
To be honest, I probably didn't need you to tell me that. I might have been able to have a little bit of a guess.
I'm shocked he's a bowler.
Yeah, fair point, well made. Root around the wicket for the 5th ball of the over. Jaiswal swinging hard, well fielded by Ben Stokes at extra cover. Oh, that might have wrung his fingers on his left hand. And Ben Stokes has had some problems with his fingers down the years, and that one has stung him. But he stopped it at least. It means Root's only gone for 2 from the over so far. Jaiswal is certainly looking to play the shot if it's there and available. Root in for the final time in the over. Jaiswal plays defensively, and that will do it for the day. 40 without loss from 8 overs are India at close of play. So it means they will need another 152 tomorrow to go on and win this game, and therefore win this series. They are the ones who are 2-1 up in this series. This is the 4th match of the 5, so it's going to be a big morning tomorrow morning for India. Alex Tudor, just some quick thoughts on the what we've seen so far this evening, and we'll get more in depth during the following on podcast.
Yeah, India's day by far. They came out, batted extremely well. Jurel was ably assisted by Kuldeep Yadav. He's got 28 from 131, got them up to a very good total. Well, I'd look to say a really good total, but a good total is just what England were 100, 60 odd in front. And then what they needed to do is get after that England batting order, and Ashwin had the first 3, was on a hat-trick when he got Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope first ball for his first ever international pair. And then Kuldeep bowled extremely well and got 4 for... What did he get? He got 4.
4 for 22.
Yeah, 4 for 22. Bowled really well. 15 overs, bowled really well. So they were ecstatic. And in England, not what they wanted. They needed someone, and Crawley was batting extremely well. Went back to 1, skidded through. And then they folded like a pack of cards, really, which was disappointing. But India got it all to do in the morning. England got to get their thinking hats together. Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum and the thinking tank out there. Best going to get 10 wickets, and whatever they do, need to try and get it fast, because India are not going to mess around with those 2 at the wicket.